Prologue. Who is Edmund Gray? Mr. Edward Doering, in a rare interval of work, occupied himself with looking into his bank book. Those humble persons whom the city, estimating the moral and spiritual worth of a man by his income, calls small, frequently and anxiously examine their bank, add up the columns, and check the entries. Mr. Doering, who was not a small man, but a big man, or rather, from a city point of view, a biggish man, seldom looked at his bank book, first because, like other solicitors in large practice, he had clerks and accountants to do that kind of work for him, next because, like many solicitors, while he managed the affairs of other people with unceasing watchfulness, he was apt to neglect his own affairs. Happily, when one has an income of some thousands, private affairs from time to time force themselves upon their owner in the most agreeable manner possible. They obtrude themselves upon him. They insist upon being noticed. They compel him to look after them respectfully, to remove them from the dullness of the bank, and to make them comfortable in investments. Mr. Doering opened the book, therefore, having for the moment nothing else to do, looked at the balance, was satisfied with its appearance, and began working backwards, that is to say, upwards, to read the entries. Presently, he came to one at which he stopped, holding his forefinger on the name. It was on the right-hand side, the side which to small men is so terrifying, because it always does its best to annihilate the cash balance, and seems bent upon transforming addition into multiplication, so amazing are the results. The name which Mr. Doering read was Edmund Gray. The amount placed in the same line opposite to that name was 7,201. Therefore, he had drawn a cheque to the order of Edmund Gray for the sum of 7,201. Now, a man may be in very great practice indeed, but if, like Mr. Doering, he knows the details of every case that is brought into the house, he would certainly remember drawing a cheque for 7,201, and the reason why it was drawn, and the person for whom it was drawn, especially if the cheque was only 3 weeks old. £720. It is a sum in return for which many and very substantial services must be rendered. Edmund Gray, he murmured. Strange. I cannot remember the name of Edmund Gray. Who is Edmund Gray? Why did I give him 7,201.7? The strange fact that he should forget so large a sum amused him at first. Beside him lay a book which was his private diary. He opened it and looked back for 3 months. He could find no mention anywhere of Edmund Gray. To repeat, he knew all the details of every case that came into the house, he signed all the cheques, his memory was as tenacious and as searching as the east wind in April, yet this matter of Edmund Gray and his cheque for 7,201. He could not recall to his mind by any effort. There is a certain stage in brain fatigue when one cannot remember names. It is the sure and certain symptom of overwork. The wise man recognizes the symptom as a merciful warning and obeys it. Mr. Doering knew this symptom. I must take a holiday, he said. At 67, one cannot afford to neglect the least loss of memory. Edmund Gray. He shut up the bank book and tried to go back to his work. But this name came back to him. Edmund Gray, he murmured, Edmund Gray. Who on earth is this Edmund Gray? Why did he get a cheque for 7,201? The thing ceased to amuse him, it began to irritate him, in 2 minutes it began to torture him. He leaned back in his chair, he drummed with his fingers on the table, he took up the book and looked at the entry again. He got up and walked about the room, a long lean figure in a tight frock coat. To walk about the room and to swing your arms often stimulates the memory. In this case, however, no good effect followed. The nom Edmund Gray remained a name and nothing more, the shadow of a name. Mr. Doering rapped the table with his paper knife, as if to conjure up that shadow. Futile superstition. No shadow appeared. But how could the shadow of a name, an unknown name, carry off 720 golden sovereigns? I'll feel as if I am going mad, he murmured. £720 paid by myself in a single lump, only 3 weeks ago, and I remember nothing about it. I have no client named Edmund Gray. The money must therefore have been paid by me for some client to this unknown person. Yet it was paid by my cheque, and I don't remember it. Strange. I never forgot such a thing before. There was an office bell on the table. He touched it. A clerk, an elderly clerk, an ancient clerk, obeyed the call. He was the clerk who sat in the room outside Mr. Dering's office, the clerk who wrote the cheques for the chief to sign, brought back the letters when they had been copied, directed the letters for the post, received visitors, and passed in cards. In fact, the private secretary, stage manager, we all want a stage manager in every profession, or confidential clerk. As befits a man of responsibility, he was dressed all in black, his office coat being as shiny as a mirror on the arms and on the shoulders. By long habit it hung in certain folds or curves which never unbent. His face was quite shaven and shorn, all that was left of his white hair was cut short, his eyes were keen and even foxy, his lips were thin, his general expression was one of watchfulness. When he watched his master it was with the attention of a servant, when he watched anybody else it was as one who watches a rogue, and would outwit him, if he could, at his own roguery. In certain commercial walks of the lower kind, where honour and morality consist in the success of attempts to cheat each other, this kind of expression is not uncommon. Whether his expression was good or bad, he was an excellent clerk. He was always at his post at 9 in the morning, he never left the office before 7, and, because Mr. Dering was a whale for work, he sometimes stayed without a grumble until 8 or even 9. Man and boy, Checkley had been in the office of Dering and Son for 55 years, entering as an errand boy at 12. Checkley said his master, "Look at this bank book. Credit side. 4th entry. Have you got it? Edmund Gray, 7,201." The clerk read. "Yes." "What is that cheque for? Who is Edmund Gray?" The clerk looked surprised. "I don't know," he said. "Why did I pay that money?" The clerk shook his head. "Did you look at the book when you laid it on the table?" The clerk nodded. "Well, what did you think of it?" "I didn't think of it at all. It wasn't one-off cheques you told me to draw about that time ago. If I had thought, I should have supposed it was your private business. I was not aware, Checkley, that I have any private affairs that you do not know." "Well, but you might have." "True. I might have." "Just so. As I haven't, who, I ask you again, who is this Edmund Gray?" "I don't know." "Have you ever heard of any Edmund Gray?" "Never to my knowledge." "This is the first time you have heard that name?" the lawyer persisted. "The very first time. Consider. Is there any Edmund Gray in connection with any of my clients?" "Not to my knowledge." "Not to your knowledge. Has any Edmund Gray ever been employed about the office?" "No, certainly not. We have recently been painted and papered and whitewashed and new carpeted at great expense and inconvenience." "Did Edmund Gray conduct any of those operations?" "No." "Has the name of Edmund Gray ever been mentioned in any letters that have come here?" It was notorious in the office that Checkley read all the letters that came, and that he never forgot the contents of any. If you named any letter he would at once tell you what was written in it, even if it were 20 years old. "I have never even heard the name of Edmund Gray in any letter or in any connection whatever," the clerk replied firmly. "I put all these questions, Checkley, because I was pretty certain myself from the beginning, but I wanted to make myself quite certain. I thought it might be a trick of failing memory. Now, look at the name carefully." The clerk screwed up his eyes tightly in order to get a good grip of the name. "You see, I have given him a cheque for 7,201, only 3 weeks ago. I am not the kind of man to give away 7,201. For nothing. Yet I have actually forgotten the whole business. Certainly he did not look the kind of man to forget such a simple thing as the giving away of 7,201. Quite the contrary. His grave face, his iron grey hair, his firm lips, his keen, steady eyes, apart from the methodical regularity with which his papers were arranged before him, all proclaimed that he was very far from being that kind of man. Very much the reverse, indeed. "You don't mean to say, Sir," Checkley began, with a change in his face from watchfulness to terror, "you can't mean, I mean this, Checkley. I know of no Edmund Gray, and unless the bank has made a mistake, there has been committed what do they call it in the law courts?" The clerk held the bank book in his hand, staring at his master with open eyes. "What?" he repeated. "What do they call it? Good Lord! They call it forgery, and for 7,201. And on you, of all people in the world. And in this office. In our office, our office. What a dreadful thing, to be sure. Oh, what a dreadful thing to happen. In our office, here." The clerk seemed unable to express his astonishment. "First of all, get me the retumed cheques." The cheques always came back in the pocket of the bank book. Checkley was accustomed to take them out and to file them in their proper place. Again, Mr. Doering neither drew his cheques nor wrote his letters with his own hand. He only signed them. One clerk wrote the letters, another drew the cheques by his instruction and dictation. Checkley went back to his own room and returned with a bundle of retumed drafts. He then looked in the safe, a great fireproof safe, that stood open in one corner of the room, and took out the current cheque book. "Here it is," he said. "Cheque drawn by you yourself in your own handwriting, and properly signed, payable to order, not crossed, and duly endorsed. Now you understand why I know nothing about it. Edmund Gray, Esquire, or order. £720. Signed Doering and Son. Your own handwriting and your own signature. Let me look." Mr. Doering took the paper and examined it. His eyes hardened as he looked. "You call this my handwriting, Checkley?" I did think it was," the clerk stammered. "Let me look again, and I think so still," he added more firmly. "Then you're a fool. Look again. When did I ever sign like that?" Mr. Doering's handwriting was one of those which are impossible to be read by any except his own clerks, and then only when they know what to expect. Thus, when he drew up instructions in lawyer language, he expressed the important words by an initial, a medial, or a final consonant, and made scratches for all the words between. His clerks, however, understood him very well. If he had written a love letter, or a farce, or a ballad, or a story, no one, either clerks, or friends, or compositors, would have understood anything but a word here and a word there. For his signature, however, that was different. It was the signature of the firm, it was a signature 120 years old, it was an 18th century signature, bold, large, and clear, every letter fully formed, with dots and flourishes, the last letter concluding with a fantasia of penmanship belonging to a time when men knew how to write, belonging to the decorative time of penmanship. "Two of the dots are out of place," said Checkley, "and the flourish isn't quite what it should be. But the cheque itself looks like your hand," he added stoutly. "I ought to have seen that there was something wrong about the signature, though it isn't much. I own to that. But the writing is like yours, and I would swear to it still. It isn't my handwriting at all, then. Where is the counterfoil?" Checkley thumbed over the counterfoils. "What is the date?" he asked. "March the 4th. I can't find it. Here are cheques for the 3rd and for the 6th, but none at all for the 4th. Let me look. Strange. There was no counterfoil. And the numbers did not agree with that on the cheque. You haven't got another cheque book, have you?" No, I certainly have not. Mr. Doering sat with the cheque in his hand, looking at it. Then he compared it with a blank cheque. Why, he said, this cheque is drawn from an old book, 2 years old, one of the books before the bank amalgamated and changed its title and the form of the cheques. Not much of a change, it is true, but how could we be such fools, Checkley, as not to see the difference? Then somebody or other must have got hold of an old cheque book. Shameful! To have cheque books lying about for every common rogue to go and steal. Mr. Doering reflected. Then he looked up and said, look again in the safe. In the left-hand compartment over the drawer, I think you will find an old cheque book. It belonged to a separate account, a trust. That has been closed. The book should be there. There it is. I'll wonder now, the lawyer went on, how I came to remember that book. It is more than 2 years since I last used it or even thought of it. Another trick of memory. We forget nothing, in fact, nothing at all. Give it to me. Strange, that I should remember so slight a thing. Now, here are the cheques, you see, colour the same, lettering the same, size the same, the only difference being the style and title of the company. The fellow must have got hold of an old book left about, as you say, carelessly. All. His colour changed. Here's the very counterfoil we wanted. Look. The number corresponds. The cheque was actually taken from this very book. A book in my own safe. In this very office. Checkley, what does this mean? Checkley took the book from his master with a trembling hand, and read feebly the writing of the counterfoil, the 4th of March, 1883. Edmund Gray, 7201. Lord knows what it means, he said. I never came across such a thing in my life before, most extraordinary. It is 2 years since I have given a thought to the existence of that book. Yet I remembered it the moment when it became useful. Well, Checkley, what have you got to say? Can't you speak? Nothing, nothing. Oh Lord, what should I have to say? If you didn't draw that cheque with your own hand, I did not draw that cheque with my own hand. Then it must have been drawn by somebody else's hand. Exactly. Perhaps you dictated it. Don't be a fool, Checkley. Keep your wits together, though this is a new kind of case for you. Criminal law is not exactly in your line. Do you think I should dictate my own handwriting as well as my own words? No. But I could swear, I could indeed, that it is your writing. Let us have no more questions and answers. It is a forgery. It is a forgery. It is not a common forgery. It has been committed in my own office. Who can have done it? Let me place the cheque and the old cheque book before him. This book has been in my safe for 2 years. I had forgotten its very existence. The safe is only used for my private papers. I open it every morning myself at 10 o'clock. I shut it when I go upstairs to lunch. I open it again when I return. I close it when I go away. I have not departed from this custom for 30 years. I could no more sit in this room with the safe shut, I could no more go away with the safe open, than I could walk the streets in my shirt sleeves. Therefore, not only has the forgery been committed by someone who has had access to my safe, but by someone who has stolen the cheque in my very presence and before my eyes. This consideration should narrow the field. He looked at the cheque again. It is dated March the 4th. The date may mean nothing. But it was presented on the 5th. Who came to my room on the 4th or the days preceding? Go and find out. Checkley retired and brought back his journal. You saw on the 4th, he read the list of callers. That doesn't help, said Mr. Doering. On the IST, 2D, 3D, and 4th you had Mr. Arundel working with you here every day from 10 till 12. Mr. Arundel. Yes, I remember. Anybody else? Nobody else. You forget yourself, Checkley, Mr. Doing said. You were, as usual, in and out at different times. Oh Lord. Sir, I hope you don't think, the old clerk stammered, turning pale. I think nothing, I want to find out. Go to the bank. See the manager. Let him tell you if he can find out by whom the cheque was cashed. If in notes, it must have been in notes, let those notes be instantly stopped. It is not crossed, so that we must not expect anything so simple as the clearing house. Go at once and find out exactly what happened. This happened at about 10:30. The bank was no more than 5 minutes' walk. Yet it was 12 when the clerk returned. Well, what have you found out? Asked the master. I have found out a great deal, Checkley began eagerly. First, I saw the manager, and I saw the pay clerk. The cheque was handed in by a commissionaire. Everybody trusts a commissionaire. The pay clerk knows your signature, and thought it was all right. I showed the cheque to the manager. He knows your handwriting, and he says he would swear that the cheque was drawn by you yourself. So I am not such a fool as you think. Go on. The commissionaire told the pay clerk that he was ordered to take it all in £10 notes. He took them, put them in his pouch, and walked away. He was a one-armed man, and took a long time over the job, and didn't seem a bit in a hurry. About the notes. The manager will stop them at once. But he says that if the thing was done by an old hand, there must be confederates in it, and there will be trouble. However, the notes are stopped. That's done. Then I went on to the commissionnaire's barracks in the Strand. The sergeant very soon found the man, and I had a talk with him. He was employed by an old gentleman, he says, staying at the Cecil Hotel, Strand. The old gentleman sent him to the bank with instructions to get the money in £10 notes, and very particular he was with him about not losing any of them on the way. He didn't seem a bit in a hurry either. Took the notes from the man and laid them in a pocket-book. It was in the coffee room, and half a dozen other gentlemen were there at the same time. But this gentleman seemed a lone humph. A pretty cool business, upon my word. No hurry about it. Plenty of time. That was because they knew that the old cheque-book would not be found and examined. Why did they write the cheque on the counterfoil? Why did they put the cheque-book back again, after they had taken it out? I don't know. The workings of a forger's brain are not within the compass of my experiences. Go on, Checkley. The commissionaire says that he is certain he would know the gentleman again. Very good indeed, if we can only find the gentleman. I then went on to the Cecil Hotel and saw the head waiter of the coffee room. He remembered the commissionaire being sent for, he saw the bundle of banknotes brought back from the bank, and he remembers the old gentleman very well. Says he should certainly know him again. Did he describe him? There didn't seem anything particular to describe. He was of average height, so to speak, dressed in grey trousers and a black frock coat, and was grey-haired. Much as if I was to describe you. Oh. The notes are stopped. Yet in 3 weeks there has been ample time to get them all changed. Eve's note may have been changed into gold in 3 weeks. An elderly gentleman, grey hair, average height, that tells us nothing. Checkley, the thing has been done by someone who had, or still has, access to my safe. Perhaps, in some way or other, keys have been procured. In that case, he stepped over to the safe and opened a drawer. See, Checkley, this drawer is untouched, it is full of jewellery and things which belong to my mother. Nothing touched. Here is a bag of spade guineas again, nothing taken. What do you say to that? If the forger had possessed keys, he would, first of all, have cleared out the things which he could turn into money without any difficulty and very little risk. Nothing taken except that check, and the checkbook replaced. What do you say to that? L. Don't know what to say. I'm struck stupid. I never heard of such a thing before. Nor L. Why, it must have been done in this room, while the safe was open, while I was actually present. That is the only solution possible. Again, who has been in this room? All the callers, I read their names to you, your clients. They all sit in that chair. They never leave that chair so long as they are with me. He indicated the chair which stood at the corner of the lawyer's great table at his left hand. Now the safe was in the far corner, on the other side of the room. They could not possibly, Checkley, the only two who could possibly have access to that safe in office hours are yourself and Mr. Arundel. Good heavens! Sir, you can't believe, you can't actually think, I believe nothing. I told you so before. I think nothing. I want the facts. The room was long rather than square, lit by two large windows, overlooking the gardens of New Square, Lincoln's Inn. The lawyer sat with his back to the fire, protected by a cane screen, before a large table. On his left hand, at the corner of the table, stood the client's chair. On his right hand, between the two windows, was a small table with a couple of drawers in it. And in the corner, to the left of anyone writing at the small table, and on the right hand of the lawyer, was the open safe already mentioned. There were two doors, one communicating with the clerk's room, the other opening directly on the stairs. The latter was locked on the inside. Call Mr. Arundel, said the chief. While Checkley was gone, he walked to the window and observed that anyone sitting at the table could, by merely reaching out, take anything from the safe and put it back again unobserved, if he himself happened to be occupied or looking another way. His grave face became dark. He returned to his own chair, and sat thinking, while his face grew darker and his eyes harder, until Mr. Arundel appeared. Athelstan Arundel was at this time a recently admitted member of the respectable but too numerous family of solicitors. He was between 2 and 23 years of age, a tall and handsome young fellow, of a good manly type. He was an ex-articled clerk of the House, and he had just been appointed a managing clerk until something could be found for him. The Arundels were a city family of some importance. Perhaps something in a city firm might presently be achieved by the united influence of family and money. Meantime, here he was, at work, earning a salary and gaining experience. Checkley, for his part, who was as jealous of his master as only an old servant, or a young mistress, has the right to be, had imagined symptoms or indications of a growing preference or favour toward this young gentleman on the part of Mr. Doing. Certainly, he had Mr. Arundel in his own office a good deal, and gave him work of a most confidential character. Besides, Mr. Doing was executor and trustee for young Arundel's mother, and he had been an old friend and schoolfellow of his father, and had known the young man and his two sisters from infancy. Mr. Arundel, the lawyer began. At his own house, he addressed his ward by his Christian name. In the office, as managing clerk, he prefixed the courtesy title. An extremely disagreeable thing has happened here. Nothing short of interned me, if you please, for the young man looked as if he was about to practice his interjections. Lt is a most surprising thing, I admit. You needn't say so, however. That wastes time. A forgery. On the 5th of this month, 3 weeks ago, a cheque, apparently in my handwriting, and with my signature, so skillfully executed as to deceive even Checkley and the manager of the bank, was presented at my bank and duly cashed. The amount is large, £720/. And the sum was paid across the counter in £10 notes, which are now stopped, if there are any left. He kept his eyes fixed on the young man, whose face betrayed no other emotion than that of natural surprise. We shall doubtless trace these notes, and through them, of course, the forger. We have already ascertained who presented the cheque. You follow? Certainly. There has been a forgery. The forged check has been cashed. The notes are stopped. Have you any clue to the forgery, any suspicions? As yet, none. We are only beginning to collect the facts. The lawyer spoke in the coldest and most austere manner. I am laying them, one by one, before you. Young Arundel bowed. Observe then, that the forged check belongs to a cheque-book which has been lying, forgotten by me, in this safe for 2 years. Here is the book. Turn to the last counterfoil. Here is the check, the forged check, which corresponds. You see perfectly. The book has been in the safe for 2 years. It has been taken out by someone, presumably the forger, the check has been forged, the counterfoil filled up, and the book replaced. Why was all this trouble taken? If the man had got the check, why did he fill up the counterfoil? Why did he return the book? I beg your pardon. Your questions are pertinent. I come to the next point. The safe is never opened but by myself. It is open so long as I am in the room, and at no other time. Certainly, I know that. Very well. The man who took out this cheque-book, forged the cheque, and replaced the book, must have done it in my very presence. Oh. Could not got a key. Ill thought of that. It is possible. But the drawers are full of valuables, jewellery, curios, all kinds of things which could easily be turned into money. And they were not touched. Now, had the safe been opened by a key, these things would certainly have vanished. So it would seem these are the main facts, Mr. Arundel. Oh. One more. We have found the messenger who cashed the cheque. Perhaps there are 1 or 2 other points of more or less importance. There is only one more point I wish to bring before you. Of course, I make no charge, I insinuate none. But this must be remembered, there are only 2 persons who have had access to this safe in such a manner as to make it possible for them to take anything out of it. Checkley, no, 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 cried the old man. And you yourself. At the time of the robbery, you were working at that table with the safe open and within reach of your left hand. This is a fact, mind, one of facts of the case, not a charge. What, cried the young man, his cheek aflame, you mean I mean nothing, nothing at all. I want you, and Checkley, who alone have used this room, not counting callers who sat in that chair, to know the facts. The facts, yes, of course, the facts. Well, he spoke rapidly and a little incoherently. It is true that I worked here, but, oh, it is absurd. I know nothing of any cheque-book lying in your safe. I was working at this table, he went to the table, sitting in this chair. How could I get up and search about in a safe for an unknown and unsuspected cheque-book before your very eyes? I do not know. It seems impossible. I only desire you to consider, with me, the facts. Had Mr. Doering spoken just a little less coldly, with just a little less dryness in his manner, what followed would perhaps have been different. Yes, the facts, repeated the young man. Well, let us get at the facts. The chief fact is that whoever took that cheque and filled it up must have known the existence of that cheque-book more than 2 years old. It would seem so. Who could know about that old cheque-book? Only one who had been about your office more than 2 years, or one who had had opportunities of examining the safe. Now, you sat there, I sat here, he seated himself, only turning the chair round. How is it possible for a man sitting here to take anything out of that safe without your seeing him? How is it possible for him, without your knowledge, to examine slowly and carefully the contents of the safe? Everything is possible, said Mr. Doering, still coldly. Let us not argue on possibilities. We have certain facts before us. By the help of these, I shall hope to find out others at 5 o'clock every day. I put the work in the drawer of this table and I go away." He opened the drawer, as if to illustrate this unimportant fact. He saw in it 2 or 3 pieces of paper with writing on them. He took them out. "Good heavens," he cried. "They are imitations of your handwriting." Checkley crossed them swiftly, snatched them from him, and laid them before his master. "Imitations of your handwriting," he said, "imitations, exercises in forgery. Practice makes perfect. Found in the drawer. Now." Mr. Doering looked at the papers and laid them beside the forged check. "An additional fact," he said. "These are certainly imitations. The probable conclusion is that they were made by the same hand that forged this check." "Found in the drawer," said Checkley, "used by Mr. Arundel. Never by me." "Ah. The only 2, are we? These imitations will prove that I'm not in it." "The fact that these imitations are found in the drawer," said Mr. Doering, "is a fact which may or may not be important." "What?" cried the young man, flaring up. "You think that I made those imitations?" "I do not permit myself, yet to make any conclusions at all. Everything, however, is possible." Then this foolish young man lost his temper and his head. "You have known me all my life," he cried. "You have known me and all my people. Yet at the first moment you are ready to believe that I have committed a most abominable forgery. You, my father's oldest friend, my mother's my own guardian. You. Pardon me. There are certain facts in this case. I have laid them before you. I have shown, to suspect me," Arundel repeated, "and all the time another man, that man, your clerk, who knows everything ever done in this office, is in and about the place all day long." "The imitations," said Checkley quietly, "were found in his own drawer, by himself." "Who put them there? Who made them?" "You, villain and scoundrel." "Stop, stop," said Mr. Doering coldly. "We go too fast. Let us first prove our facts. We will then to conclusions. Well, sir, you clearly believe that I forged your name and robbed you of all this money. I have not got £10 in the world, but that is not, I suppose, a fact which bears on the case. You think I have £700 somewhere. Very good. Think so, if I please. Meanwhile, I am not going to stay in the service of a man who is capable of thinking such a thing. I leave your service, at once. Get someone else to serve you, somebody who likes being charged with forgery and theft." He flung himself out of the room and banged the door behind him. "He has run away," said Checkley. "Actually, ran away at the very outset. What do you think now?" "I do not think. We shall, I dare say, find out the TNLTH in due course. Meantime, these documents will remain in my keeping. Only, I hope, sir," the clerk began, "that after what you've just seen and heard, after such insolence and running away and all, don't be an ass, Checkley. So far as appearances go, no one could get at the safe except you and Arundel. So far as the ascertained facts go, there is nothing to connect either of you with the thing. He is a foolish young man, and if he is, which we must, I suppose, believe, but his look did not convey the idea of robust faith, he will come back when he has cooled down. The imitations of your handwriting in his drawer. The man who forged the cheque," said Mr. Doering, "whoever he was, could easily have written those imitations. I shall see that hot-headed boy's mother, and bring him to reason. Now, Checkley, we will resume work. And not a word of this business, if you please, outside. You have yourself to think of as well, remember. You, as well as that boy, have access to the safe." "Enough, enough." Athelstan Arundel walked home all the way, foaming and raging. No omnibus, cab, or conveyance ever built could contain a young man in such a rage. His mother lived at Pembridge Square, which is 4 good measured miles from Lincoln's Inn. He walked the whole way, walking through crowds, and under the noses of dray horses, carriage horses, and cart horses, without taking the least notice of them. When he reached home, he dashed into the drawing-room, where he found his 2 sisters, Hilda and Elsie, one of them a girl of 18, the other of 13. With flaming cheeks and fiery eyes he delivered himself of his story. He hurled it at their heads. He called upon them to share his indignation, and to join with him in scum and contempt of the man, their supposed best friend, trustee, guardian, adviser, their father's best friend, who had done this thing, who had accused him, on the bare evidence of 2 or 3 circumstantial facts, of such a crime. There is something magnetic in all great emotions. One proof of their reality is that they are magnetic. It is only an actor who can endow an assumed emotion with magnetism. Elsie, the younger girl, fell into a corresponding sympathy of wrath. She was equal to the occasion, passion for passion, she joined him and fed the flame. But, for all persons are not magnetic, the elder sister remained cold. From time to time she wanted to know exactly what Mr. Doering had said. This her brother was too angry to remember. She was pained and puzzled. She neither soothed him nor sympathized with him. Then the mother resumed, and the whole story was told again, Elsie assisting. Now, Mrs. Amdal was a woman of great sense, a practical woman, a woman of keen judgment. She prided herself upon the possession of these qualities, which are not supposed to be especially feminine. She heard the story with disturbed face and knitted brow. Surely, she said, what you tell me, Athelstan, is beyond belief. Mr. Doering, of all men, to accuse you of such a thing. It is impossible. I wish it was impossible. He accuses me of forging that cheque for 7,201. He says that while I was working in his office for him, a fortnight ago, I took a certain cheque book out of the safe, forged his writing on a cheque, and returned the cheque book. This is what he says. Do you call that accusing, or don't you? Certainly. If he says that. But how can he, Mr. Doering, the most exact and careful of men? I will drive to Lincoln's Inn at once and find out. My dear boy, pray calm yourself. There must be, some terrible mistake. She went immediately, and she had a long interview with the solicitor. Mr. Doering was evidently much disturbed by what had happened. He did not receive her as he usually received his clients, sitting in his armchair. He pushed back the chair and stood up, leaning a hand on the back of it, a tall, thin, erect figure, grey-haired, austere of face. There was little to reassure the mother in that face. The very trouble of it made her heart sink. I certainly have not accused Athelstan, he said. It is, however, quite that there has been a robbery here, and that of a large sum of money, no less than 7,201. But what has that to do with my boy? We have made a few preliminary inquiries. I will do for you, Mrs. Arundel, what I did for your son, and you shall yourself understand what connection those inquiries have with him. He proceeded coldly and without comment to set forth the case so far as he had got at the facts. As he went on, the mother's heart became as heavy as lead. Before he finished, she was certain. There is, you see, a way of presenting a case without comment which is more efficacious than any amount of talk, and Mrs. Arundel plainly perceived, which was indeed the case, that the lawyer had by this time little doubt in his own mind that her son had done this thing. I thought it right, he continued, to lay before him these facts at the outset. If he is innocent, I thought, he will be the better able to prove his innocence, and perhaps to find the guilty person. If he is guilty, he may be led to confession or restitution. The facts about the cheque-book and the safe are very clear. I am certain that the safe has not been opened by any other key. The only persons who have had access to it are Checkley and your son Athelstan. As for Checkley, he couldn't do it, he could not possibly do it. The thing is quite beyond him. Mrs. Mdle groaned. This is terrible, she said. Meantime, the notes are numbered, they may be traced, they are stopped, we shall certainly find the criminal by means of those notes. Mr. Doering, Mrs. Arundel rose and laid her hand on his. You are our very old friend. Tell me, if this wretched boy goes away, if he gives back the money that remains, if I find the rest, will there be any further investigation? To compound a felony is a crime. It is, however, one of those crimes which men sometimes commit without repentance or shame. My dear lady, if he will confess and restore, we shall see. Mrs. Mdle drove home again. She came away fully persuaded in her own mind that her son, her only son, and none other, must be that guilty person. She knew Mr. Doering's room well, she had sat there hundreds of times, she knew the safe, she knew old Checkley. She perceived the enormous improbability of this ancient clerk's doing such a thing. She knew, again, what temptations assail a young man in London, she saw what her trustee thought of it, and she jumped to the conclusion that her son, and none other, was the guilty person. She even saw how he must have done it, she saw the quick look while Mr. Doering's back was turned, the snatching of the cheque-book, the quick replacing it. Her very keenness of judgment helped her to the conviction. Women less clever would have been slower to believe. Shameful, miserable termination of all her hopes for her boy's career. But that she could think of afterwards. For the moment the only thing was to get the boy away, to induce him to confess, and to get him away. He was calmer when she got home, but he was still talking about the thing. He would wait till the right man was discovered, then he would have old Doering on his knees. The thing would be set right in a few days. He had no fear of any delay. He was quite certain that it was Checkley, that old villain. Oh! He couldn't do it by himself, of course, Nob, Z could believe that of him. He had him. Checkley's part of the job was to steal the cheque-book and give it to his confederates and share the swag. Well, mother, he asked. His mother sat down. She looked pale and wretched. Mother, cried Hilda, the elder sister. Quick! What has happened? What does Mr. Doering say? He accuses nobody, she replied in a hard, dry voice. But what? Asked Hilda. He told me everything, and, ch. She burst into sobs and cawing, though she despised women who cry. It is terrible, it is terrible, it is incredible. Yet, what can I think? What can anyone think? Leave us, Hilda. Leave us, Elsie. The two girls went out unwillingly. Oh! My son, how can I believe it? And yet, on the one hand, a boy of 22 exposed to all the temptations of town, on the other, an old clerk of 50 years' service and integrity. And when the facts are laid before you both, calmly and coldly you fly into a rage and in away, while Checkley calmly remains to await the inquiry. Mrs. Mdle had been accustomed all her life to consider Mr. Doering as the wisest of men. She felt instinctively that he regarded her son with suspicion, she heard all the facts, she jumped to the conclusion that he was a prodigal and a profligate, that he had fallen into evil ways, and spent money in riotous living. She concluded that he had committed these crimes in order to get more money for more skittles and oranges. Athelstan, she laid her hand upon his arm, but did not dare to lift her eyes and behold that guilty reparations so far as you can, confess, oh! My son, you will be caught and tried and found guilty, and, oh! I cannot say it, through the notes which you have changed. They are all known and stopped. The boy's wrath was now changed to madness. You, he cried. You! My own mother! You believe it? No. Oh! We are all going mad together. What? Then I am turned out of this house, as I am tummed out of my place. I go, then, I go, and, Here he swore a mighty oath, as strong as anybody out of Spain can make them. "El will come home again till you come yourself to beg forgiveness, you, my own mother." Outside, in the hall, his sisters stood, waiting and trembling. "Athelstan," cried the elder, "what, in the name of heaven, have you done? Go, ask my mother. She will tell you. She knows, it seems, better than I know myself. I am driven away by my own mother. She says that I am guilty of forgery." "If she says so," Athelstan his sister replied coldly, "she must have her reasons. She would not drive you out of the house for nothing. Don't glare like that. Prove your what? You, too? Oh. I am driven away by my sisters as well." "No, Athelstan, no," cried Elsie, catching his hand. "Not both your sisters. My child," he stooped and kissed her. "They will make you believe what they believe. Good heavens! They make haste to believe it, they are glad to believe it. No, no. Don't go, Athelstan." Elsie threw her arms about him. "Stay, and show that they are wrong. Oh! You are innocent. I will never, never, never believe it." He kissed her again, and tore himself away. The street door slammed behind him. They heard his footsteps as he strode away. He had gone. Then Elsie fell into loud weeping and wailing. But Hilda went to comfort her mother. "Mother," she said, "did he really, really and Yuli do it? What else can I believe? Either he did it or that old clerk. Where is he? He is gone. He says he will come back when his innocence is proved. Mother, if he is innocent, why does he run away? It's foolish to say that it is because we believe it. I've said nothing except that you couldn't believe it without reasons. Innocent young men don't run away when they are charged with robbery. They stay and fight it out. Athelstan should have stayed." Later on, when they were both a little recovered, Hilda tried to consider the subject more calmly. She had not her mother's cleverness, but she was not without parts. The following remarks, made by a girl of 18, prove so much. "Mother," she said, "perhaps it is better, so long as this suspicion rests upon him, that he should be away. We shall certainly know where he is, he will want money, and will write for it. If it should prove that somebody else did the thing, we can easily bring him back as a martyr. For my own part I should be so glad that I would willingly beg his pardon on my knees, and of course we could easily get him replaced in the office. If it is proved that he did do it, and that, you think, they will be certain to find out, Mr. Doering, for your sake, will be ready to hush it up, perhaps we may get the notes back. He can't have used them all. In any case it will be a great comfort to feel that he is out of the way." A brother convicted, tried in open. She shuddered. "We should never get over it, never, never. It would be a most dreadful thing for Elsie and me. As for his going away, if people ask why he is gone and where, we must invent something. We can easily make up a story, hint that he has been wild. There is no disgrace, happily, about a young man being wild. That is the only thing that reconciles one to the horrid selfishness of wild young men, and if, by going away in a pretended rage, Athelstan has really enabled us to escape a horrid scandal, why, mother, in that case, we may confess that the blow has been by Providence most mercifully softened. For us, most mercifully. We ought to consider that, mother." "Yes, dear, yes. Booth is gone. Athelstan is gone. And his future seems mined. There is no hope for him. I can see no hope whatever. My dear, he was so promising. I thought that all the family influence would be his. We haven't got a single city solicitor in the whole family. I thought that he was so clever and so ambitious and so eager to get on and make money and be a credit to the family. Solicitors do sometimes, especially city solicitors, become so very, very rich, and now it is all gone and done, and nothing left to hope but the miserable wish that there should be no scandal. It is indeed dreadful. But still, consider, no scandal. Mother, I think we should find out, if we can, something about his private life, how he has been living. He has been out a good deal of evenings lately. If there is any person, on whom he has been tempted to spend money, if has been gambling, or betting, or any of the things that I read of, this young lady, thanks to the beneficent assistance of certain works of fiction, was tolerably acquainted with the ways of young men and their temptations. It would be a satisfaction to know it at least. The ladies of a family where there is a wild young man do not generally find it easy to get at the facts of his wildness. These remain locked up in the bosoms of his companions. No details could be learned about any wildness, quite the contrary. He seemed, so far as could be learned, to have led a very quiet and regular life. But then said the philosopher of 18, quoting from a novel, men shelter each other. They are all bad together. But, no scandal. Everybody knows that kind of brother or sister by whom all family events are considered with a view to the scandal likely to be caused and the personal injury resulting to himself, all the envy that will follow and the personal advantage accruing from that event. That her brother was perhaps a shameful criminal might be considered by Hilda Arundel later on. At first, she was only capable of perceiving that this horrid fact, unless it could be hidden away and kept secret, might very materially injure herself. Almost naturally, she folded her hands sweetly and laid her comely head a little on one side. It is an attitude of resignation which may be observed in Sefton pictures of saints and holy women. Hilda knew many little attitudes. Also, quite naturally, she glanced at a mirror on the wall and observed that her pose was one of sorrow bomb with Christian resignation. We must blame neither Hilda nor her mother. The case as put by Mr. Doering in the form of plain fact without any comment, did seem very black indeed against Athelstan. In every family the first feeling in such a case, it is the instinct of self-preservation, is to hush up the thing if possible, to avoid a scandal. Such a scandal as the prosecution of a brother for forgery with a verdict of guilty, is a most tmly horrible, deplorable, fatal thing. It takes the respectability out of a family perhaps at a critical moment, when the family is just assuming the robes of respectability. It ruins the chances of the girls, it blights the prospects of the boys, it drives away friends, it is a black spot which all the soaps ever advertised could never wash off. Therefore, while the mother hoped, first of all, that the boy would escape the clutch of the law, Hilda was, first of all, grateful that there would be no scandal. Mr. Doering would not talk about it. The thing would not interfere with her own prospects. It was sad, it was miserable, but yet no scandal. With what a deep, deep sigh of satisfaction did the young lady repeat that there would probably be no scandal. As for Elsie, that child went about for many days with tearful eyes, red cheeks, and a swollen nose. She was rebellious and sharp with her mother. And to her sister she refused to speak. The days went on. They became weeks, months, years. Otherwise they would not have been days. Nothing at all was heard of Athelstan. He sent no letters to anyone, he did not even write for money. They knew not where he was or what he was doing. He disappeared. It was understood that there had been wildness. Now, which was very remarkable, though the forger had had a clear run of 3 weeks, it could not be discovered that any of the notes had been presented. Perhaps they were sent abroad, yet foreign and colonial banks would know the numbers of stopped notes. And towards the discovery of the forger no further step had been taken. The commissionaire who took the cheque had been, as you have seen, easily found. He said he should know the old gentleman who gave him the forged draft to cash. He said, being again interrogated, that Checkley was not in the least like that old gentleman. What could be thought, then? Athelstan must have made up as an old man. He was fond of private theatricals, He could make up very well, of course he had made up. And then, this point being settled, they left off talking about the business. Other things happened, important things, which made the memory of the prodigal son to wax dim. First of all came Hilda's case. She was a graceful young person, with features of great regularity. Her expression was cold, her eyes were hard, and her lips were a little thin, but these things at 19 are hardly perceived. She was that sort of a girl who seems created for the express purpose, first of wearing and beautifying costly raiment, and next of sitting in a splendid vehicle. The finer the dress, the more beautiful she looked. The grander the carriage, the more queenly she seemed. In rags her coldness would be arctic, her hardness would be granitic, in silk and velvet she became a goddess. It was therefore most fitting that she should marry a rich man. Now, to be rich in these days, one must be old. It is the price that one has to pay for wealth. Sometimes one pays the price and gets old, and yet does not get what one has paid for. That seems hardly fair. There was a certain rich man, Mr. Dering's younger brother, Sir Samuel Dering, Knight, one of the most substantial city men, a man who had a house in Kensington Palace Gardens, a yacht, a Countlewye place in Sussex, and piles of papers in a safe, meaning investments. He was a widower without encumbrance. He was 57 years of age, not yet decayed. He wanted a wife to be the mistress of his house, and to look well at his dinner pennies. Of course, when one does want a wife, at any age, one wants her young. Hilda Andal, his brother's ward, looked as if she would discharge the duties required of the position admirably. He suggested the arrangement to his brother, who spoke about it. There was a good deal of taking about it. Mrs. Andal showed that she knew the value of her daughter, but there was no doubt about the conclusion of the matter. There was a grand wedding, at which all the richer Arundels were present, and none of the relations. Mr. Dering, the young lady's guardian, gave her away. Hilda became Lady Dering, and has been perfectly happy ever since. Elsie remained with her mother. Her brother was never spoken of between them. But she remembered him, and she was firm in her conviction that his innocence would be some day established. After 5 years, nothing at all having been heard of the notes, Mr. Dering made application to the Bank of England, and received from them the sum of 7,201. In new crisp notes in the place of those of which he had been robbed, so that the actual loss at 4%. Compound interest amounted to no more than 1,551. 19s93/4d, which is more than one likes to lose, yet is not actually embarrassing to a man whose income is about 10,000 a year. He ceased to think about the business altogether, except as a disagreeable episode of his office. Then Athelstan Arundel became completely forgotten. His old friends, the young men with whom he had played and sported, only remembered him from time to time as a fellow who had come to some unknown grief, and had gone away. There is always some young fellow in every set of young fellows who gets into some scrape, and so leaves the circle, and is no more seen or heard of. We go on just the same without him. Very seldom is such a man remembered long. It is the way of the world. We cannot stop to lament over the fallen, we must push on. Others fall, close up the ranks, push on, time drives, the memory of the fallen swiftly waxes dim. 4 years or so after the mysterious business of Edmund Gray, Mr. Dering received a letter with an American stamp marked private and confidential. He laid this aside until he had got through off the business letters, then he opened it. He thumbed first to the signature. "Ha," he said, "Athelstan Arundel. At last. Now we shall see. We shall see." He expected a full confession of the crime. "We should never expect," says the sage, "what we desire, because we never obtain what we expect." It would have made Mr. Dering more comfortable in his mind had the letter contained a confession. Of course, Athelstan had done it. Nobody else could have done it. Yet when he thought about the business at all, There always arose in his mind an uneasy feeling that perhaps the boy had been treated unwisely. It might have been more prudent to have kept the facts from him, although they pointed so strongly in his direction, until proof positive was obtained. It might, again, have been better had the facts been put before him with a few words of confidence, even though that confidence did not exist. Time only strengthened Mr. Doering's suspicions against the young man. The thing must have been done by Checkley or by him. Now, Checkley was not able, if he had wished, to imitate any handwriting. No. It was done by Athelstan. Why he did it, what he got by it, seeing that those notes had never been presented, no one could explain. But he did it, he did it. That was certain. Mr. Doering therefore began to read the letter with interest. Its commencement was without any opening words of respect or friendliness. And it was not by any means the letter of a wicked man turning away from his wickedness. Not a word of repentance from beginning to end. 4 years ago, Mr. Doering read, you drove me from your place and changed my whole life, by a suspicion, amounting to a charge, of the gravest kind. You assumed, without explanation or examination, that because certain facts seemed to point in a certain direction, I had been guilty of an enormous crime, that I had robbed my father's oldest friend, my mother's trustee, my own guardian, my employer, of a great sum of money. You never asked yourself if this suspicion was justified by any conduct of mine, you jumped at it. Quite wrong. Wilfully wrong, said Mr. Doering. Laid the facts before him. Nothing but the facts. I brought no charge. Dare say that by this time the criminal has been long since detected. Had I remained, I would have brought the thing home to him. For of course it could be none other than your clerk. I have thought over the case thousands of times. The man who forged the cheque must have been one of two, either your clerk, the man Checkley, or myself. It did not take you long, I apprehend, to learn the TNLTH. You would discover it through the presentation of the notes. This is a very crafty letter, said Mr. Doering, when he never presented any of the notes. Very crafty. He resumed the letter, enough said about that. Dare say, however, that I shall some day or other, before you are dead, I hope, write 'em in order to receive some expression of sorrow from you if you can feel shame. Certainly not, said Mr. Doering with decision. Meantime, there is a service which I must ask of you for the sake of me people. There is no one else whom I can ask. It is the reason of my writing this letter. I came away with £10, all I had in the world, in my pocket. Not £720, as you imagined or suspected. £10. With that slender capital I got across the Atlantic. I have now made £12,000. I made it in a very short time by extraordinary good luck. Mr. Doering laid down the letter and considered. £12,000 might be made, perhaps, by great good luck, with a start of 720, but hardly with £10. A silver reef, or more likely a gambling table, or a second crime, or a series of crimes. It will be observed that his opinion of the young man was now very bad indeed, otherwise, he would have reflected that as none of those notes had been presented, none of them had been used. Even if an English £10 note is converted into American dollars, the note comes home before 10 years. Extraordinary good luck. He read the words again, and shook his head. Now, I want you to take charge of this money, to say nothing at all about it, to keep the matter a profound secret, to invest it or put it in some place of safety, where confidential clerks with a taste for forgery cannot get at it, and to give it, on her 21st birthday, to my sister Elsie. Do not tell her or anybody from whom the money comes. Do not tell anybody that you have heard from me. When I came away, she was the only one of all my friends and people who declared that she believed in me. I now strip myself of my whole possessions in order to show this mark of my love and gratitude towards her. In sending you this money I go back to the £10 with which I started. Mr. Doing laid the letter down. The words, somehow, seemed to ring true. Could the boy, after all? He shook his head, and went on. You will give Elsie this money on her 21st birthday, to be settled on her for herself. Athelstan Arundel. The letter was dated, but no address was given. The postmark was Idaho, which, as we all know, belongs to a western state. He looked into the envelope. There fell out a paper, which was a draft on a well-known London firm, payable to his order for £12,050. This is very unbusinesslike, said Mr. Doing. He puts all this money into my hands, and vanishes. These are the ways he learns in America, I suppose. Puts the money blindly in my hands without giving me the means of communicating with him. Then he vanishes. How could he prove that it was a trust? Well, if I could only think, but I cannot, the circumstantial evidence is too strong, that the boy was innocent, I should be very sorry for him. As for Elsie, she must be 18 now, about 18, she will get this windfall in 3 years or so. It will be a wonderful lift for her. Perhaps it may make all the difference in her future. If I could only think that the boy was a clever lad, too, which makes his guilt more probable. But I can't dot either Checkley or that boy, and Checkley couldn't do it. He couldn't if he were to try. What did the boy do it for? And what did he do with the notes? Up the river. Can you not be content, George? Asked the girl sitting in the stern. I think that I want nothing more than this. If we could only go on always, and always, and always, just like this. She had taken off her right-hand glove, and she was dipping her fingers into the cool waters of the river as the boat slowly drifted downstream. Always like this, she repeated softly. With you close to me, so that I could touch you if I wanted to, so that I could feel safe, you know, the sun behind us, warm and splendid, such a sweet and fragrant air about us, trees and gardens and fields and lanes on either side, and both of us always young, George, and nice to look at, and all the world before us. She, for one, was not only young and nice to look upon, but fair, why fair to look upon? Even young persons of her own sex, critics and specialists in the art and science of beauty, rivals as well, had to confess that Elsie was rather pretty. I believe that few such critics ever go farther. She was, to begin with, of sufficient stature, in a time when dumpy women are not considered, and when height is a first necessity of comeliness. She paid, next, such obedience to the laws of figure as becomes the age of 20, and is, with stature, rigorously demanded at this end of the century. Her chief points, perhaps, lay in her eyes, which were of a darker shade of blue than is common. They were soft, yet not languid, they were full of light, they were large, and yet they could be quick. Her face was subject to sudden changes that made it like a springtime sky of shower, rainbow, sunshine, and surprise. Her hair was of a very common brown, neither dark nor light. She was attired, this evening, in a simple grey frock of nun's cloth with a bunch of white roses on her left shoulder. When one says that her companion was a young man, nearly all is said, because the young men of the present day are surprisingly alike. Thousands of young men can be found like George Austen, they are all excellent fellows, of much higher principles, on some subjects, than their fathers before them, not remarkably intellectual, to judge by their school record, yet with intelligence and application enough to get through their examinations moderately. For the most part they do pass them with moderate success. They are not ambitious of obtaining any of the great prizes, which, indeed, they know to be out of their reach, but they always set before themselves and keep always well in sight the ideal suburban villa and the wife. They always work steadily, if not feverishly, with the view of securing these two blessings. They always hope to secure an income that will enable them to maintain that wife, with a possible following of babies, in silk attire, for Sundays, in ease as to household allowance, and in such freedom of general expenditure as may enable her to stand up among her neighbours in church without a blush. The world is quite full of such men. They form the rank and file, the legionaries. Their opinion on the subject of labour is purely scriptural, namely, that it is a curse. They do not particularly love any kind of work. They would prefer, if they had the choice, to do nothing at all. When they get their summer holiday they do nothing all day long. With zeal, they give no more thought to their work than is sufficient for the bread-winning, whether they are professional men or trading men. Their view of professional work is solely that it brings in the money. If such a young man becomes a clerk, he never tries to learn any more after he has left school. He accepts the position. A clerk and a servant he is, a clerk and a servant he will remain. If he is engaged in trade he gives just so much attention to his business as will keep his connection together, that and no more. Others may soar, others may become universal providers. For his part he is contented with his shop and his Sunday feast. If he becomes a professional man he learns no more of his science than is wanted every day. The lawyer passes his exam, and puts away his law. He knows enough for professional purposes. The doctor reads no more. He knows enough for the ordinary needs of the GP. The schoolmaster lays aside his books. Scholarship and science interest him no longer. He has learned enough to teach his boys. The curate makes no farther research into the history and foundations of his church. He has learned enough. In a word, the average young man is without ambition. He is inclined to be lazy. He loves the present far more than the future. Indeed, all his elders unite in letting him know that his own is quite the most enviable time of life. He likes to enjoy whatever he can afford, so that he often eats up all his wages. He does not read too much. He does not think too much. He does not vex his soul too much with the problems of life, greater problems or lesser problems. He accepts the teaching of his newspaper, and agrees with the words and the wisdom of yesterday's leading article. He accepts religion, politics, morals, social systems, constitutions, things present, past, and future, as if, which is perfectly true, he had nothing to do with them, and could not help it whatever was to happen. He never wants to alter anything. He believes that all British institutions are built on the solid rock and fashioned out of the hardest granite. Any exceptions to this rule, he thinks, have come straight down from heaven. Observe, if I please, that this kind of young man confers the greatest possible benefits upon the country. He ought to be made a baronet at least, if honours meant anything. His apparent sluggishness keeps us from the constant changes which trouble some nations. His apparent lack of ambition makes it easy for the restless spirits to rise. Were the country full of aspiring young men we should be forever having civil wars, revolutions, social ups-and-downs, new experiments, new religions, new governments, new divisions of property, every year. Again, it is this young man who by his steady attention to business, his readiness to work as much as is wanted, but no more, his disregard of theories and speculations, his tenacity, his honesty, his loyalty, his courage, and his stout heart, has built up the British name so that there has never been any name like unto it, nor ever will be again, for these solid and substantial virtues. Being, then, just a young man of the time, George Austen was naturally like most young men in dress, in appearance, in language, and in manners. And had it not been for the strange experience which he was to undergo, he would have remained to this day just like other young men. He was better looking than most, having a good figure, a well-shaped head, and regular features, with eyes rather fuller of possibilities than falls to the lot of most young men. In short, a good-looking fellow, showing a capability for something or other in his firm mouth, ample cheek, strong chin, and resolute carriage. He would have made a fine soldier, but perhaps an unsuccessful general, for want of that quality which in poets is called genius. In the same way he would in a lower walk keep a business together, but would fail to achieve a great fortune for lack of the same quality. As for his age, he was 27. Always like this the girl went on. always floating down the stream under a summer sky. Always sweet looks and love and youth. It seems as if we could never be unhappy, never be worried, never want anything, on such an evening as this. She turned and looked up the stream, on which lay the glory of the sinking sun. She sighed. It is good to come out on such an evening only to have a brief dream of what might be. When will the world give up their foolish quarrels, and join together to make the lives of all happy? They had been talking, among other things, of socialism, all out of yesterday's leading article. When George replied, "There is enough of good things to go round, when we invent a way to make all men ready to do their share as well as to devour it, when we find out how to make everybody contented with his share." Elsie shook her head, which was filled with vague ideas, the ideas of a restless and a doubting time. Then she went back to her original proposition. Always like this, George, and never to get tired of it. Time to stand still, nothing to change, never to get tired of it, never to want anything else. That is heaven, I suppose. We are on earth, Elsie said her lover. And on earth everything changes. If we were to go on drifting down the stream, we should get into trouble over the weir. To capsize would be a pretty interruption to your heaven, wouldn't it? And the sun will soon be setting and the river will get misty, and the banks will grow ugly. But the chief thing is that we shall both grow old. And there is such a lot that we have got to do before we grow old. Everything has to be done, said Elsie. I suppose we have done nothing yet. We have got to get married for the first thing, before we grow old. Couldn't you love an old woman, George? Not so well, Elsie, her lover replied, mirthfully. At least, I think not. And oh, Elsie, whenever I do think of the future, my heart goes down into my boots. For the prospect grows darker and darker. Elsie sighed. She knew, already, too well, what was in his mind. Plenty of girls, in these days, know the familiar tale. Darker every day, he repeated. They keep on crowding into the profession by multitudes, as if there was for any number. They don't understand that what with the decay of the landed interest and of the country towns, and the cutting down of the costs, and the work that goes to accountants, there isn't half business to do that there was. There don't seem any partnerships to be had for love or money, because the few people who have got a good thing have got no more than enough for themselves. It is no use for the young fellows to start by themselves, so they have got to take whatever they can get, and they are glad to get even 100 a year to begin with, and I am 27, Elsie, and I'm drawing £200 a year. Patience, George. Something will turn up. You will find a partnership somewhere. My child, you might as well tell Robinson Crusoe that a boiled leg of mutton with caper sauce was going to turn up on his desert island. We must not hope for the impossible. I ought to be grateful, I suppose, considering what other men are doing. I am planted in a good solid house. It won't NM away, so long as the old man lives. And after that? Well, Mr. Doering is 75. But he will not die yet, not for a long time to come. He is made of granite, he is never ill, he never takes a holiday, he works harder than any of his people, and he keeps longer hours. To be sure, if he were to die without taking that case, there would be an end of everything, I suppose. Elsie, here's the position. She knew it already, too well, but it pleased them both to parade the facts as if they were something quite novel. Let us face it, they were always facing it. I am managing clerk to Doering and Son, I get £200 a year, I have no prospect of anything better. I am bound all my life to be a servant. Elsie, it is not a brilliant prospect, I found out at school that it was best not to be too ambitious. But, a servant all my life, I confess that did not enter into my head. If I knew any other trade, I would cut the whole business. If there was any mortal thing in the whole world by which I could keep myself, I would try it. But there's nothing. I have but one trade. I can't write novels, or leading articles, I can't play on any instrument, I can't paint or act or sing or anything, I am only a solicitor, that's all. Only a solicitor who can't get on, a clerk, Elsie. No wonder her ladyship turns up her nose, a clerk. He leaned his chin upon his hands and laughed the conventional laugh of the young man down on his luck. Poor George, she sighed. In such a case there are only two words of consolation. One may say poor George, or one may say patience. There is nothing else to say. Elsie first tried one method and then the other, as a doctor tries first one remedy and then another when nature sulks and refuses to get well. And he went on, piling up the misery, I am in love with the sweetest girl in the whole world, and she is in love with me. Poor George, she repeated with a smile. That is indeed a dreadful misfortune. I am wasting your youth, Elsie, as well as my own. If it is wasted for your sake, George, it is well spent. Some day, perhaps, no, not some day immediately, at once. The young man changed colour and his eyes sparkled. It was not the first time that he had advanced this revolutionary proposal. Let prudence go to the, not there, George, oh. Not there. To the winds, perhaps, or to that famous city of Palestine. But not there. Why, we might never get her back again, poor Prudence. And we shall be sure to want her all our lives, very badly. We will, if you please, ask her to go for a short voyage for the benefit of her health. We will give her 6 months' leave of absence, but we shall want her services again after her holiday, if you think we can do without her for so long. For a whole 12-month, Elsie. Let us brave everything, get married at once, live in a garret, and have a splendid time, for a whole 12-month, on my £200. And am I to give up my painting? Well, dear, you know you have not yet had a commission from Ivory. 6 low, can you say so, George? I have painted you, and my sister, and my mother, and your sisters. I am sure that no studio even of an RA could make a braver show of work. Well, I will give it up, until Prudence returns. Is it to be a garret? A real garret, with sloping walls, where you can only stand upright in the middle. We call it a garret. It will take the form, I suppose, of a tiny house in a cheap quarter. It will have 6 rooms, a garden in front and a garden behind. The rent will be £30. For a whole 12-month it will be a real slice of Eden, Elsie, and you shall be Eve. Elsie laughed. It will be great fun. We will make the Eden last longer than a 12-month. I dare say I shall like it. Of course I shall have to do everything for myself. To clean the doorstep will be equivalent to taking exercise in the fresh air, to sweep the floors will be a kind of afternoon dance or a game of lawn tennis, to wash up the cups and saucers will be only a change of amusement. There is one thing, George, one thing. She became very serious. Suppose you did you ever witness the scouring of a frying pan? I don't think I could do that. And did you ever see beef steaks before they are cooked? They suggest the animal in the most terrible way. I don't really think I could handle those bleeding lumps. You shan't touch a frying pan, and we will have nothing roasted or fried. We will live on cold Australian beef eaten out of its native tin. The potatoes shall be boiled in their skins. And perhaps, I don't know, with £200 a year we could afford a servant, a very little one, just a girl warranted not to eat too much. What shall we do when our clothes are worn out? The little maid will make some more for you, I suppose. We certainly shall not be able to buy new things, not nice things, that is, and you must have nice things, mustn't you? I do like things to be nice, she replied, smoothing her dainty skirts with her dainty hand. George, where shall we find this house, formerly Eve's own country villa before she resigned her tenancy, you know? There are places in London where whole streets are filled with families living on £150 a year. Checkley, the chief's private clerk, lives in such a place, he told me so himself. He says there is nobody in his parish who has got a bigger income than himself. He's a little king among them because he gets £400 a year, besides what he has saved, which is enormous piles. Elsie, my dear, we must give up our present surroundings, and take up with gentility in its cheapest form. Can we not go on living among our own friends? George shook his head wisely. Impossible. Friendship means equality of income. You can't live with people unless you do as they do. People of the same means naturally live together. Next door to Lady Doring is another rich madam, not a clerk's wife. For my own part I shall sell my dress clothes for what they will fetch. You can exchange your evening things for morning things. That won't matter much. Who cares where we live, or how we live, so that we live together? What do you say, Elsie dear? The garret I don't mind, nor the doorsteps, and since you see your way out of the difficulty of the frying pan, you will be of age next week, when you can please yourself. Hilda gives me no peace nor rest. She says that there can be no happiness without money. She has persuaded my mother that I am going to certain starvation. She promises the most splendid establishment if I will only be guided by her. And many a man 50 years older than yourself with one foot already well in, she says she has always been perfectly happy. Well, George, you know all that. Next Wednesday, which is my birthday, I am to have a grand talk with my guardian. My mother hopes that he will bring me to my senses. Hilda says that she trusts entirely to Mr. Doring's good sense. I shall arm myself with all my obstinacy. Perhaps, George, who may persuade him to advance your salary. No, Elsie. Not even you would persuade Mr. Doring to give a managing clerk more than £200 a year. But arm yourself with all you have got, don't forget any piece of that armour, child. The breastplate, there was a damsel once who forgot that and was caught by an appeal to her heart, nor the helmet another damsel was once caught by an appeal to her reason after forgetting the helmet. The shield, of course, you will not forget, and for weapons, my dear, take your sweet eyes and your lovely face and your winning voice, and I swear that you will subdue even Mr. Doring himself, that hardened old parchment. This was the kind of talk which these lovers held together whenever they met. George was poor, the son of a clergyman, whose power of advancing him ceased when he had paid the fees for admission. He was only a clerk, and he saw no chance of being anything else but a clerk. Elsie could bring nothing to the family nest, unless her mother made her an allowance. Of this there could be no hope. The engagement was considered deplorable, marriage, under the circumstances, simple madness. And Hilda had done so well for herself, and could do so much for a sister so pretty, so bright as Elsie. Oh! She was throwing away all her chances. Did one ever hear of anything so lamentable? No regard for the family, no ambition, no sense of what a girl owes to herself, no recognition nor gratitude for the gift of good looks, as if beauty was given for the mere purpose of pleasing a penniless lover. And to go and throw herself away upon a twopenny lawyer's clerk. George, she said seriously, I have thought it all out. If you really mean it, if you really can face poverty, mind, it is harder, much, for a man than a woman. Elle can face everything, with you, Elsie, replied the lover. Would he have been a lover worth having if he had not made that answer? And, indeed, he meant it, as every lover should. Then, George, what in the whole world is there for me unless I can make my dear boy happy? I will marry you as you please, rich or poor, for better for worse, whatever they may say at home. Will that do for you, George? Since man is so constituted that his happiness wholly depends upon the devotion of a woman, I believe that no dear boy ever had a better chance of happiness than George Austen, only a managing clerk, with his Elsie. And so this history begins where many end, with an engagement. In the office. I'll take in your ladyship's name. There is no one with him at this moment. Oh yes, my Lady Checkley smiled superior. We are always busy. We have been busy in this office for 50 years and more. But I am sure he'll see you. Take a chair, my lady. Allow me. Checkley, the old clerk, had other and younger clerks with him, but he kept in his own hands the duty, or the privilege, of going to the private room of the chief. He was 67 when last we saw him. Therefore, he was now 75, a little more bent in the shoulders, a little more feeble, otherwise unaltered. In age we either shrivel or we swell. Those live the longest who shrivel, and those who shrivel presently reach a point when they cease to shrink any more till they reach the 90th year. Checkley was bowed and bent and lean, his face was lined multitudinously, his cheeks were shrunken, but not more so than 8 years before. He wrote down the name of the caller, Lady Doing, on a square piece of paper, and opened the door with an affectation of extreme care not to disturb the chief's nerves by a sharp turn-off handle, stepped in as if it was most important that no one should be able to peep into the room, and closed the door softly behind him. Immediately he reappeared, and held the door wide open, inviting the lady to step in. She was young, of good stature and figure, extremely handsome in face, of what is called the classical type, and richly dressed. Her carriage might have been seen, on looking out of the window, waiting in the square. Lady Doing, sir, said Checkley. Then he swiftly vanished, closing the door softly behind him. I am glad to see you, Hilda. The old lawyer rose, tall and commanding, and bowed, offering his hand with a stately and old-fashioned courtesy which made ladies condone his unmarried condition. Why have you called this morning? You are not come on any business, I trust. Business with ladies who have wealthy husbands generally means trouble of some kind. You are not, for instance, in debt with your dressmaker. No, no. Sir Samuel does not allow of any difficulties or awkwardness of that kind. It is not about myself that I am here, but about my sister, Elsie. Yes? What about her? Sit down, and let me hear. Well, you know Elsie has always been a trouble to us on account of her headstrong and wilful ways. She will not look on things from a reasonable point of view. You know that my mother is not rich, as I have learned to consider rich, though of course she has enough for a simple life and a manservant and a one-horse brougham. Do you know, she added pensively, I have often found it difficult not to repine at a providence which removes a father when he was beginning so well, and actually on the high road to a great fortune. It is certainly difficult to understand the wisdom of these disappointments and disasters. We must accept, Hilda, what we cannot escape or explain. Yes, and my mother had nothing but a poor 1,000 a year, though I am sure that she has greatly bettered her circumstances by her transactions in the city. Well, I have done all I can, by precept and by example, to turn my sister's mind into the right direction. Mr. Doing, by long habit Hilda still called her guardian, now her brother-in-law, by his surname, you would hardly believe the folly that Elsie talks about money. Perhaps because she has none. Those who have no property do not understand it. Young people do not know what it means or what it commands. And whether they have it or not, young people do not know what the acquisition of property means, the industry, the watchfulness, the carefulness, the self-denial. So Elsie talks folly about money. Well, smiled indulgently, we shall see. It is not only that she talks, but she acts. Mr. Doing, we are in despair about her. You know the Rodings? Roding brothers? Everybody knows Roding brothers. Algy Roding, the eldest son of the senior partner, enormously rich, is gone, quite gone, foolish about Elsie. He has been at me a dozen times about her. He has called at the house to see her. He cares nothing at all about her having no money. She refuses even to hear his name mentioned. Between ourselves, he has not been, I believe, a very steady young man, but of course he would settle down. We could entirely trust to a wife's influence in that respect. The past could easily be forgotten. In fact, Elsie need never know it, and the position would be splendid. Even mine would not compare with it. Why does she object to the man? Says he is an ugly little snob. There is a becoming spirit for a girl to receive so rich a lover. But that is not all. She might have him if she chose, snob or not, but she prefers one of your clerks, actually, Mr. Doing, one of your clerks. I'll have learned something of this from your mother. She is engaged, I am told, to young Austin, one of my managing clerks, whose income is £200 a year. Oh! Think of it. She refuses a man with 10,000 a year at the very least, and wants to marry a man with 200. I suppose they do not propose to many on this pittance, this 200 a year. They are engaged, she refuses to break it off, he has no money to buy a partnership, he must therefore continue a clerk on 200. Managing clerks get more, sometimes, but, to be sure, the position is not good, and the income must always be small. My mother will not allow the man in the house. Elsie goes out to meet him. Oh, it is most irregular. I should be ashamed for Sir Samuel to know it. She actually goes out of the house every evening, and they walk about the square garden or in the park till dark. It is exactly like a housemaid going out to meet her young man. It does seem an unusual course, but I am no judge of what is becoming to a young lady. Well, she needn't go on like a housemaid, said her sister. Of course the position of things at home is strained, and I don't know what may happen at any moment. Elsie says that she shall be 21 next week, and that she means to act on her own judgment. She even talks of setting up a studio somewhere and painting portraits for money. That is a pleasant thing for me to contemplate. My own sister earning her own living by painting. How do you think I can interfere in the matter? Lovers' quarrels or lovers' difficulties are not made or settled in this room. Mr. Doing, there is no one in the world of whom she is afraid, except yourself. There is no one of whose opinion she thinks so much. Will you see her? Will you talk with her? Will you admonish her? Why, Hilda, it so happens that I have already invited her to call upon me on her birthday, when she ceases to be my ward. I will talk to her if you please. Perhaps you may be satisfied with the result of my conversation? Shall, I am sure I shall. Let me understand. You desire that your sister shall marry a man who, if he is not already rich, should be at least on the high road to wealth. You cannot force her to accept even the richest young man in London unless she likes him, can you? No. Certainly not. And we can hardly expect her to marry, as I did myself, a man whose wealth is already established. Unless she would take Algy Roding very good. But he must have a certain income, so as to ensure the means of an establishment conducted at a certain level. Yes. She need not live in Palace Gardens, but she ought to be able to live, say in Pembridge Square. Quite so. I suppose, with an income of 1,500 or so to begin with. If I make her understand so much, you will be satisfied. Perfectly. My dear Mr. Doing, I really believe you have got the very young man up your sleeve. But how will you persuade her to give up the present intender? I promise nothing, Hilda, I promise nothing. I will do my best, however. Hilda rose and swept back her dress. I feel an immense sense of relief, she said. The dear child's happiness is all I desire. Perhaps if you were to dismiss the young man immediately, with ignominy, and were to refuse him a written character on the ground of trying to win the affections of a girl infinitely above him in station, it might produce a good effect on Elsie, showing what you think of it, as well as an excellent lesson for himself and his friends. There is no romance about a cast-off clerk. Will you think of this, Mr. Doing? The mere threat of such a thing might make him ready to give her up, and it might make her inclined for his own sake to send him about his business. I will think of it, Hilda. By the way, will you and my brother dine with me on Monday, unless you are engaged? We can talk over this little affair then at leisure. With pleasure. We are only engaged for the evening. Now I won't keep you any longer. Goodbye. She walked away, smiling graciously on the clerks in the outer office, and descended the stairs to the carriage, which waited below. Mr. Doing returned to his papers. He was not changed in the 8 years since the stormy interview with this young lady's brother. His small whiskers were a little whiter, his iron-grey hair was unchanged, his lips were as firm and his nostrils as sharp, his eyes as keen as then. The room looked out pleasantly upon the garden of New Square, where the sunshine lay warm upon the trees with their early summer leaves. Sunshine or rain, all the year round, the solicitor sat in his high-backed chair before his great table. He sat there this morning working steadily until he had got through what he was about. Then he looked at his watch. It was past 2 o'clock. He touched a bell on the table, and his old clerk came in. Though he was the same age as his master, Checkley looked a great deal older. He was bald, save for a small white patch over each ear, he was bent, and his hands trembled. His expression was sharp, foxy, and suspicious. He stood in the unmistakable attitude of a servant, hands hanging in readiness, head a little bent. "The clerks are all gone," I said, Mr. Doing. "All gone. All they think about when they come in the morning is how soon they will get away. As for any pride in their work, they haven't got it. Let them go. Checkley, I have wanted to speak to you for some time." "Anything the matter?" The old clerk spoke with the familiarity of long service which permits the expression of opinions. "The time has come, Checkley, when we must make a change." "A change?" "Why, I do my work as well as ever I did, better than any of the younger men." "A change?" "The change will not affect you." "It must be for you then. Surely you're never going to retire?" "No, I mean to hold on as long as I can." "That will only be for a year or two at most." "I am 75, Checkley." "What of that? So am I. You don't find me grumbling about my work, do you? Besides, you eat hearty. Your health is good." "Yes, my health is good. But I am troubled of late, Checkley, I am troubled about my memory." "So is many a younger man," returned the clerk stoutly. "Sometimes I cannot remember in the morning what I was doing the evening before." "That's nothing." "Nothing at all. Yesterday, I looked at my watch, and found that I had been unconscious for 3 hours. You were asleep. I came in and saw you sound asleep." It was not true, but the clerk's intentions were good. To go asleep in the morning argues a certain decay of strength. Yet I believe that I get through the work as well as ever. The clients do not drop off, Checkley. There are no signs of mistrust, no suspicion of failing powers. They think more Ophir than ever. I believe they do, Checkley. Everybody says you are the top of the profession. I believe I am, Checkley, I believe I am. Certainly, I am the oldest. Nevertheless, 75 is a great age to be continuing work. Things can't last much longer. Some men go on to 80, and even 90. A few only. The lawyer sighed. One may hope, but must not build upon the chance of such merciful prolongation. The older I grow, Checkley, the more I enjoy life, especially the only thing that has ever made life happy for me, this work. I cling to spread his hands over the walrus, I cling to it. I cannot bear to think of leaving it. That, and your savings, echoed the clerk. It seems as if I should be content to go on for 100 years more at the work of which I am never tired. And I must leave it before long, in a year, 2 years, who knows? Life is miserably short, one has no time for half the things one would like to do. Well, he heaved a deep sigh, let us work while we can. However, it is better to climb down than to be pulled down or shot down. I am going to make preparations, Checkley, for the end. What preparations? You're not going to send for a minister, are you? No. Not that kind of preparation. Nor for the doctor either. Nor for a lawyer to make my will. All those things are duly attended to. I have resolved, Checkley, upon taking a partner. You? Take a partner? You? At your time of life? I'm going to take a partner. And you are the first person who has been told of my intention. Keep it a secret for the moment. Take a partner? Divide your beautiful income by 2. Yes, Checkley. I am going to give a share in that beautiful income to a young man. What can a partner do for you that I can't do? Don't I know the whole of the office work? Is there any partner in the world who can draw up a conveyance better than me? You are very useful, Checkley, as you always have been. But you are not a partner, and you never can be, I know that very well. But what's the good of a partner at all? If I have a partner, he will have his own room, and he won't interfere with you. There's no occasion for you to be jealous. As for jealous, well, after more than 60 years' work in this office, it would seem hard to be turned out by some newcomer. But what I say is, what is the good of a partner? The chief good is that the house will be carried on. It is 120 years old. I confess I do not like the thought of its coming to an end when I disappear. That will be to me the most important advantage to be gained by taking a partner. The next advantage will be that I can turn over to him a quantity of work. And thirdly, he will bring young blood and new connections. My mind is quite made up, Checkley. I am going to take a partner. Have you found one yet? I have. But I am not going to tell you who he is till the right time comes. Checkley grumbled inaudibly. If I had been less busy, Mr. Doering went on, I might have married and had sons of my own to put into the house. But somehow, being very much occupied always, and never thinking about such things, I let the time pass by. I was never, even as a young man, greatly attracted to love or to young women. Their charms, such as they are, seem to me to depend upon nothing but a single garment. Take away their frocks, said Checkley, and what are they? All alike, all alike. I've been married myself, women are expensive frauds. Well, things being as they are, Checkley, I am going to take a partner. You'll do as you like, said his servant. Mark my words, however, you've got 10 years more of work in you yet, and all through these 10 years you'll regret having a partner. Out of every £100 his share will have to come. Think of that. It is 8 years, I remember, Mr. Doering went on, since first I thought of taking a partner. 8 years, and for much the same reason as now. I found my memory going. There were gaps in it, days, or bits of days, which I could not recollect. I was greatly terrified. The man whom I first thought of for a partner was that young Arundel, now who forged your name. Lucky you didn't have him. Who ran away in a rage because certain circumstances seemed to connect him with the CNME. Seemed. Did connect him. Then the symptoms disappeared. Now they have resumed, as I told you. I have always regretted the loss of young Arundel. He was clever and a quick worker. He was a forger, said the clerk stoutly. Is there anything more I can do for you? Nothing, thank you. Then I'll go. On Saturday afternoon I collect my little rents. Not much, in your way of thinking. A good deal to me. I hope you'll like your partner when you do get him. I hope I shan't live to see him the master here and you knuckling under. I hope I shan't see him driving away the clients. I hope you will not see any of these distressing consequences. Checkley, good day. The old clerk went away, shutting the outer door after him. Then the lawyer was the sole occupant of the rooms. He was also the sole occupant of the whole house and perhaps of the whole square. It was 3 o'clock. He sat leaning back in his chair, looking through the open window upon the trees in the square garden. Presently there fell upon his face a curious change. It was as if the whole of the intelligence was taken out of it. His eyes gazed steadily into space with no expression whatever in them, the lips slightly parted, his head fell back, the soul and spirit of the man had gone out of him, leaving a machine which breathed. The watch in his pocket ticked audibly. There was no other sound in the room. The old man sat quite motionless. 4 o'clock struck from the tower in the High Court of Justice, from St. Clement's Church, from Westminster, from half a dozen clocks which could be heard in the quiet of the Saturday afternoon. But Mr. Doering heard nothing. Still he sat in his place with idle hands, and a face like a mask for lack of thought. The clocks struck 5. He neither moved nor spoke. The clocks struck. The shades of evening began to gather in the corners of the room as the sun sank lower towards his setting. At twilight in the summer there is never anybody to fear, man, woman, or cat, in the chambers, and at that hour the mice come out. They do not eat parchment or foolscap or red tape, but they eat the luncheon crumbs. Mr. Checkley, for instance, always brought his dinner in a paper parcel in his coat-tail pocket, and ate it when so disposed, sprinkling crumbs lavishly, the only lavishment of which he was ever guilty, on the floor. Junior clerks brought buns and biscuits, or even apples, which they devoured furtively. Mr. Doering himself took his luncheon in his own room, leaving crumbs. There was plenty for a small colony of mice. They came out. Therefore, as usual, they stopped at sight of a man, an unwanted man, in a chair. But he moved not, he was asleep, he was dead. They ran without fear all about the rooms. It was past 9, when the chambers were as dark as at this season of the year they ever are, that Mr. Doering returned to consciousness. He sat up, staring about him. The room was dark. He looked at his watch. 9:30. What is this? He asked. Have I been asleep for 7 hours? 7 hours? I was not asleep when Checkley went away. Why did I fall asleep? I feel as if I had been somewhere, doing something. What? I cannot remember. This strange sensation comes oftener. It is time that I should take a partner before something worse happens. I am old, I am old. He rose and walked across the room erect and with firm step. I am old and worn out and spent. Time to give up the keys, old and spent. The select circle. At 9:30 on this Saturday evening, the parlour of the Salutation Inn, High Holborn, contained most of its customary visitors. They came every evening at 8, and they sat till 11, drinking and talking. In former days every tavern of repute kept such a room for its own select circle, a club, or society, of habitués, who met every evening, for a pipe and a cheerful glass. In this way all respectable burgesses, down to 50 years ago, spent their evenings. Strangers might enter the room, but they were made to feel that they were there on sufferance. They were received with distance and suspicion. Most of the regular visitors knew each other. When they did not, it was tavern politeness not to ask. A case is on record of 4 cronies, who used the Cock in Meat Street for 30 years, not one knowing either the name or the trade of the other 3. Yet when one died, the other 3 pined away. This good old custom is now decayed. The respectable burgess stays at home, which is much more monotonous. Yet there may still be found a parlour here and there with a society meeting every evening all the year round. The parlour of the Salutation was a good-sized room wainscoted and provided with a sanded floor. It was furnished with a dozen wooden chairs, and 3 small round tables, the chairs disposed in a circle so as to prevent comers or cliques in conversation. Sacred is the fraternity, liberty, and equality of the parlour. There was low, and, in the evenings, always hot with its 2 flaming unprotected gas jets. The window was never opened except in the morning, and there was always present a rich perfume of tobacco, beer, and spirits, both that anciently generated and that of the day's creation. Among the were, it must be confessed, a somewhat faded or decayed company, was, to put him first because he was the richest, the great Mr. Robert Hellyer, of Barnard's Inn, usurer or money-lender. Nobody quite likes the profession, one knows not why. Great fortunes have been made in it, the same fortunes have been dissipated by the money-lender's heirs. Such fortunes do not stick, somehow. Mr. Hellyer, for instance, was reputed wealthy beyond the dreams of the wildest desire. It was also said of him, under breath and in whispers and envious murmurs, that should a man borrow a £5 note of him, that borrower would count himself lucky if he escaped with the loss of £75, and might generally expect to lose the whole of his household furniture, and the half of his income, for the rest of his natural life. To be sure, he sometimes had losses, as he said himself, with a groan, as when an unscrupulous client jumped off the embankment, when he had not paid more than £50 on the original 5, or when a wicked man sold off his furniture secretly, in contempt of the bill of sale, and got clean out of the country with his wife and children. But on the whole he did pretty well. It was further said, by old clients, that his heart was a simple piece of round granite, for which he had no use, and that he made money out of it by letting it out at so much an hour for a paving mallet. Mr. Robert Hellyer was not a genial man, or a cheerful or a pleasant man to look upon. He neither loved nor comprehended a jest, he never smiled, he kept his mind always employed on the conduct of his business. Even night, forgive the solitary weakness, he drank as much as he could carry. In appearance, he was red-faced, thick-necked, and stout. His voice was thick even in the morning, when he was under no compulsion to thickness. It was believed by his friends that his education had been imperfect, perhaps because he never gave anybody reason to suppose that he had ever received any education at all. To such men as Mr. Hellyer, who every night take much strong drink, and on no occasion whatever take any exercise, 60 is the grand climacteric. He was, a year ago, just 59. Alas! He has not even reached his grand climacteric. Already he is gone. He was cut off by pneumonia, or apoplexy, last Christmas. Those who saw the melancholy cortege filing out of the narrow gates of Barnard's Inn, mournfully remarked that none of his money was taken with him, and asked what happiness he could possibly find in the next world, which he would begin with nothing, nothing at all, not even credit, an absolute pauper. Mr. Robert Hellyer sat on one side of the empty fireplace. On the opposite side, a great contrast to his coarse and vulgar race, sat an elderly man, tall, thin, dressed in a coat whose sleeves were worn to shininess. His face was dejected, his features were still fine, he was evidently a gentleman. This person was a barrister, decayed and unsuccessful. He lived in a garret in Gray's Inn. There are a good many wrecks at the bar, but few quite so forlorn as this poor old man. He still professed to practice, and picked up a guinea now and then by defending criminals. On these casual fees he managed to live. His clothes were threadbare, it was many years since he had had a great coat, on rainy and cold days he had a thin cape which he wore over his shoulders. Heaven knows how he dined and breakfasted, every evening, except in the hot days of summer. He came to this place for light and warmth. Unless he was very poor indeed, he called for a pint of old and mild and read the day's paper. Sometimes he talked, but not often. Sometimes one or other of the company would offer him a more costly drink, which he always accepted with all that was left to him of courtesy. Outside, he had no friends. They had all forgotten him or died. It is very easy for a poor man to be forgotten. He had no relations. They had all died, emigrated, and dispersed. The relations of the unsuccessful are easily lost. When he talked, he sometimes became animated, and would tell anecdotes of the bar and of the time when he was called, nearly 50 years agone, by the benches of Gray's Inn. What had become of the hopes and ambitions with which that young man entered upon the profession, which was to lead him to the parlour of the Salutation and the company that gathered there, and to the bare and miserable garret of Gray's Inn, forgotten and alone? Another man, also elderly, who sat next to the barrister, was a gentleman who sold an excellent business and retired, in order to betake himself more completely to toping. He drank in 3 taverns during the day. One was in Fleet Street, where he took his chop at 3, one was near Drury Lane Theatre, where he dallied with a little whisky from 5 to 9, and this was the 3rd. He was a quiet, happy, self-respecting, dignified old man. In the evening, he spoke not at all for sufficient reasons, but he benevolently inclined his head if he was addressed. Next to him sat a younger man, a solicitor, whose practice consisted in defending prisoners in the police courts. He had with him 2 friends, and he had a confident swagger, which passed for ability. Next to him and his friends was a house agent, who had been a member for an Irish borough, and there was a gentleman, whose wife sang in music halls, so that this fortunate person could, and did, sit about in taverns all day long. His appearance was that of a debauched city clerk, as he was. Not to mention other members of the company, Checkley was there, occupying the chair next to the money-lender. Here he was called Mr. Checkley. He came every evening at 9 o'clock, Sundays included. Like the money-lender, he wanted his little distractions, and took them in this way. Here, too, he was among those who respected him, not so much on account of his public and private virtues, or for his eminence in the law, as his money. It is not often that a solicitor's clerk becomes a warm man, but then it is not often that one of the calling deliberately proposes to himself early in life to save money, and lives till 75 steadily carrying out his object. If you are good at figures, you will understand how Mr. Checkley succeeded. Between the ages of 18 and 25 he had an income which averaged about £75. He lived upon £50 a year. From 25 to 35 he made an average of £150, he still lived upon £50 a year. At 35 he was induced by prudential considerations to marry. The lady, considerably his senior, had £1,000. She was even more miserly than himself, and in a year or so after marriage, she fell into a decline, owing to insufficient nourishment, and presently expired. On the whole he calculated that he was the better man for the marriage by £1,000. From 35 to 45 his income rose to £200, it then for 25 years stood at £300 a year. At the age of 70 Mr. Doing gave him £400. Therefore, to sum up, he had put by out of his pay the sum of this without counting the compound interest always mounting up from his investments, which were all of a careful kind such as he understood, tenement houses, of which he had a good number, shares in building societies, money lent on bills of sale or on mortgage. At home, Mr. Checkley lived on the ground floor of one of his own houses. He grew more miserly as he grew older. The standard of luxury is not high when £50 a year covers all, but of late he had been toiling to keep below even that humble amount. He conducted his affairs in the evening between his office hours and 9 at his own house, or among the people where his property lay. It was in the district, visited by few, lying east of Gray's Inn Road. His own house was in a certain small square, a good half of the houses in which belonged to him. At 9 o'clock he arrived at the tavern. Here his drinks cost him nothing. A custom had grown up in the course of years for the money-lender to consult him on the many difficult points which arise in the practice of his profession. He was one of those who like to have one foot over the wall erected by the law, but not both. In other words, He was always trying to find out how far the law would allow him to go, and where it called upon him to stop. With this view he schemed perpetually to make his clients sign bonds under the delusion that they meant 100th part of what they really did mean. And as, like all ignorant men, he had the most profound belief in the power and the knowledge and the chicanery of lawyers, he was pleased to obtain check-lease advice in return for check-lease drinks. It was a full gathering. The old clerk arrived late. He was gratified at hearing the ex-MP whispering to his friends that the new arrival was worth his £20,000 if a penny. He swelled with honourable pride. Yes. £20,000. And more. Who would have thought, when he began as an office boy, that he could ever achieve so much? The moneylender, bursting with a new case, real or supposed, took his pipe out of his mouth and communicated it in a hoarse whisper. Suppose, it began. Then, Checkley replied when the case was finished, you would lay yourself open to a criminal prosecution. Don't you go so much as to think of it. There was a case 25 years ago exactly like it. The remarks of the judge were most severe, and the sentence was heavy. All. The usurer's red face grew redder. Then it can't be thought of. Pity, too. There's a house full of furniture and a shop full of stuff. And a young man as it would do good to him just to start fair again. Pity, put a name to it, Mr. Checkley. Rum. Hot. With lemon, replied the sage. You get more taste in your mouth, more upliftin' for your heart, as they say, more strengthenin' for the stomach, better value all round for your money out of rum than any other drink that I know. At this point, and before the waiter could execute the order, voices and steps were heard outside the room. The voices of two men. That of one loud, eager, noisy. That of the other quiet, measured, and calm. Checkley sat upright suddenly and listened. That is young Cambridge, said the old barrister. I thought he would be here, Saturday night and all. He smiled, as if expectant of something, and drank off the rest of his beer at a draught. Most distinguished Cambridge man, whispered the XM.P to his friends. Once a fellow of Cambridge College. Great scholar. Ornament to any circle. Drinks likes an oyster. Son of a bishop too, son of an Irish bishop, talks Greek like English. He'll come in directly. He's taking something outside. He's always half DHMNK to begin, and quite DHMNK to finish. But he only talks the better, being Irish. Most remarkable man. The voice of this distinguished person Checkley knew. But the other voice? That he knew as well. And he could not remember whose voice it was. Very well indeed he remembered the sound of it. Some men never forget a face, some men never forget a shape or figure, some men never forget a voice, some men never forget a handwriting. A voice is the simplest thing, after all, to remember, and the most unchanging. From 80 until 80 a man's voice changes not, save that in volume it decreases during the last decade. The distinguishing quality of the voice remains the same to the end. Have a drink, my dear fellow. That was the voice of the pride of Cambridge. Thanks. I don't want a drink. Whose voice was it? Checkley sat up, eager for the door to be opened, and that doubt to be resolved. It was opened. The two men came in first, the Cambridge man leading the way. He was a good-looking, smooth-faced man of 32 or so, with bright blue eyes, too bright, a fine face, full of delicacy and mobility, a high, narrow forehead, and quick sensitive lips, a man who was obviously in want of someone to take him in hand and control him, one of those men who have no will of their own, and fall naturally before any temptation which assails them. The chief temptation which assailed Freddie Carstone, it seems to stamp the man that his friends all called him Freddie. A Freddie is amiable, weak, beloved, and given to err, slip, fall, and give way, was the temptation to drink. He was really, as the XM.P told his friends, a very fine scholar. He had been a fellow of his college, but never received any appointment or office of lecturer there on account of this weakness of his, which was notorious. When his fellowship expired, he came to London, lived in Gray's Inn, and took pupils. He had the reputation of being an excellent coach if he could be caught sober. He was generally sober in the morning, often a little elevated in the afternoon, and always cheerfully, not stupidly, drunk at night. "You must have a drink," Freddie repeated. "Not want a drink? Hang it, old man, it isn't what you want, it's what you like. If I only took what I wanted, I should be, what should I be? Fellow and tutor of the college, very likely master, most probably archdeacon, certainly bishop. Wasn't my father a bishop? Now, if you take what you like, as well as what you want, what happens? You go easily and comfortably downhill, down, 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 like me. Tobogganing isn't easier, the switchback railway isn't more pleasant. Always take what you like." "No, no, Freddie, thanks." "What? You've got ambitions still? You want to be climbing? Man alive! It's too late. You've stayed away from your friends too long. You can't get up. Better join us at the Salutation Club. Come in with me. I'll introduce you. They'll be glad to have you." Intellectual conversation carried on nightly. Romantic scenery from the back window. Finest parlour in London. Come in and sample the Scotch. Not want a drink? Who ever saw a man who didn't want a drink? The other man followed, reluctantly, and at sight of him Checkley jumped in his chair. Then he snatched the paper from the hands of the ancient barrister, and buried his head in it. The action was most remarkable and unmistakable. He hid himself behind the paper, for the man whom the Cambridge scholar was dragging into the room was none other than Athelstan Arundel, the very man of whom Mr. Doering had been speaking that very afternoon, the very man whose loss he had been regretting, the man accused by himself of forgery. So great was his terror at the sight of this man that he was fain to hide behind the paper. Yes, the same man, well dressed, apparently, and prosperous, in a velvet jacket and a white waistcoat, with a big brown beard, still carrying himself with that old insolent pride, as if he had never forged anything, looking not a day older, in spite of the 8 years that had elapsed. What was he doing here? "Come in, man," said Freddie again. "You shall have one drink at least, and as many more as you like, Robert, 2 Scotch, and we haven't met for 8 long years. Let us sit down and confess our sins for 8 years. Where have you been?" "For the most, Paul, abroad." "You don't look it. He who goes abroad to make his fortune always comes home in rags, with a pistol in his coat tail, and a bowie knife in his belt. At least we are taught so. You wear velvet and fine linen. You haven't been abroad. I don't believe you've been farther than Camberwell. In fact, Camberwell has been your headquarters. You've been living in Camberwell, on Camberwell Green, which is a slice of Eden, with, perhaps, didn't pretty Polly Perkins live on Camberwell Green, for 8 long years? Let me call upon you in your lodgings, where we can talk." "I haven't got any lodgings. I am in chambers, I live all by myself in Gray's Inn. Come and see me. I am always at home in the mornings, to pupils only, and generally at home in the afternoon to pupils and Topus and Lushingtons. Here's your whiskey. Sit down. Let me introduce you to the company. This is a highly intellectual society, not what you would expect of a whole-bomb parlour. It is a club which meets here every evening, a first-class club. Subscription, nothing. Entrance fee, nothing. Order what you like. Don't pretend not to know your brother members. Gentlemen, this is my old friend, Mr. Athelstan Arundel, who has been abroad, on Camberwell Green, for the sake of Polly Perkins for 8 years, and has now returned. The XM.P nudged his friends to call their attention to something good. The rest received the introduction and the remarks which followed in silence. Arundel, the gentleman by the fireplace, he with the pipe, is our Shylark, sometimes called the Lord Shylark. The moneylender looked up with a dull and unintelligent eye. I believe the allusion was entirely above his comprehension. Beside him is Mr. Vulpes, he with his head buried in the paper. You'll see him presently. Mr. Vulpes is advanced in years, but well preserved, and knows every letter of the law. He is, indeed, an ornament of the lower branch. Vulpes will let you a house, he has many most charming residences, or will advance you money on mortgage. He knows the law of landlord and tenant, and the law regarding bills of sale. I recommend Vulpes to your friendly consideration. Here is sine ex bibulus benevolens. The old gentleman kindly inclined his head, being too far gone for speech. Here is a most learned counsel, who ought, had merit prevailed, to have been by this time Lord Chancellor, Chief Justice, Judge or Master of the Rolls, or Queen's Counsel at least. So far he is still a junior, but we hope for his speedy advancement. Sir, I entreat the honour of offering you a goblet of more generous drink. Robert, Irish whiskey and a lemon for this. Pointed to the XM.P, who again nudged his friends and grinned, is our legislator and statesman, the pride of his constituents, the darling of Ballinacuddery till they turned him out. There, he pointed to the debauched clerk, is a member of a great modern profession, a gentleman with whom it is indeed a pride to sit down. He is Monsieur le Marie complaisant et content. Don't know what you mean, said the gentleman indicated. If you want to talk Greek, talk it outside. I cannot stay, said Athelstan, looking about the room with scant respect. I will call upon you at your chambers. Do, my dear fellow. Athelstan shook hands and walked away. Now, there's a man, gentlemen, who might have done anything he might have done. Rowed stroked to his boat. Threw up everything 8 years ago and went away, nobody knew why. Sad to see so much promise wasted. Sad, sad. He hasn't even touched his drink. Then I must, myself. And he did. Observe that there is no such lamentation over the failure of a promising young man as from one who has also failed. For, by a merciful arrangement, the failure seldom suspects himself of having failed. Now, Mr. Checkley, said the barrister, he's gone away and you needn't hide yourself any longer, and you can let me have my paper again. Mr. Checkley spoke no more that evening. He drank up his millimetre and water, and he went away mightily perturbed. That Athelstan Amdal had come back portended that something would happen. And like King Cole's prophet, he could not foretell the nature of the event. A rebellious child. Elsie left her lover at the door. Most accepted suitors accompanied their sweethearts into the very bosom of the family, the gyneceum, the parlour, as it used to be called. Not so George Austen. Since the engagement, the deplorable engagement, it was understood that he was not to presume upon entering the house. Romeo might as well have sent in his card to Juliet's mamma. In fact, that lady could not possibly regard the pretensions of Romeo more unfavourably than Mrs. Arundel did those of George Austen. This not on account of any family inequality, for his people were no more decidedly of the middle class than her own. That is to say, they numbered as many members who were presentable and quite as many who were not. Our great middle class is pretty well alike in this respect. In Evio household there are things which may be paraded and things tacit, members unsuccessful, members disgraceful. All the world knows all the things which must be concealed, we all know that all the world knows them, but still we pretend that there are no such things, and so we maintain the family dignity. Nor could the widow object to George on account of his religious opinions, in which he dutifully followed his forefathers, or of his abilities, manners, morals, culture, accomplishments, or outward appearance, in all of which he was everything that could be expected of a young man who had his own fortune to make. A rich young man has no need of manners, morals, abilities, or accomplishments, a thing too often forgotten by satirists when they depict the children of Sir Midas Georges and his tribe. The lady's objection was simply and most naturally that the young man had nothing and would probably never have anything, that he was a managing clerk without money to buy a partnership in a highly congested profession. To aggravate this objection, he stood in the way of two most desirable suitors who were supposed to be ready should Elsie give them any encouragement. They were a rich old man whose morals could no longer be questioned, and a rich young man whose morals would doubtless improve with marriage, if, that is, they wanted improvement, for on this delicate subject ladies find it difficult to get reliable information. And, again, the exalted position of the elder sister should have been an example and a beacon. Which of you, mesdames, would look on with patience at such a sacrifice, a young and lovely daughter to own away, with all her charms and all her chances, upon a man with £200 a year and no chance of anything much better? Think of it, £200 a year for a gentlewoman. There are some families, many families, with whom the worship of wealth is hereditary. The Arundels have been city people, married with other city people, in trade, for 200 years and more. They are all members of city companies. There have been lord mayors and sheriffs among them. Some of them, for they are now a clan, are rich, some of you are rich, one or two are very, very rich. Those who fail and go bankrupt quickly drop out of sight. All their traditions are of money-getting. They estimate success and worth and respect by the amount a man leaves behind. It is the good old tradition. They talk of money. They are not vulgar or loud or noisy or disagreeable in any way, but they openly and without disguise worship the great god Plutus and believe that he, and none other, is the god of the Christians. They have as much culture as other people, at least to outward show. They furnish their houses as artistically as other people. They buy pictures and books, but ideas do not touch them. If they read new ideas, they are not affected by them, however skillfully they may be put. They go to church and hear the parable about Dives and they wonder how Dives could have been so hard-hearted. Then they go home and talk about money. Elsa's father, a younger son of the richest branch of this family, started with a comfortable little fortune and a junior partnership. He was getting on very well indeed. He had begun to show the stuff of which he was made, a good, stout, tenacious kind of stuff, likely to last and to hold out. He was beginning to increase his fortune. He looked forward to a successful career, and he hoped to leave behind him, after many, many years, perhaps £750,000. He was only 35 years of age, yet he was struck down and had to go. His widow received little more than her husband's original fortune. It was small compared with what she might fairly have expected when she married, but it was large enough for her to live with her 3 children in Pembridge Gardens. What happened to the son, you know? He went away in a royal rage and had never been heard of since. The elder daughter, Hilda, when about 22, as you also know, had the good fortune to attract the admiration of a widower of very considerable wealth, the brother of her guardian. He was 40 years older than herself, but he was rich, nay, very rich indeed. Jute, I believe, on an extensive scale, was the cause of his great fortune. He was knighted on a certain great occasion when warden of his company, so that he offered his bride a title and precedence, as well as a great income, a mansion in Palace Gardens, a handsome settlement, carriages and horses, and everything else that the feminine heart can desire. The widow, soon after her husband died, found the time extremely dull without the daily excitement of the city talk to which she had been accustomed. There was no one with whom she could discuss the money market. Now, all her life, she had been accustomed to talk of shares and stocks and investments and fluctuations and operations and buying in and selling out. She began, therefore, to watch the market on her own account. Then she began to operate. Then she gave her whole time and all her thoughts to the business of studying, watching, reading, and forecasting. Of course, then, she lost her money and fell into difficulties. Nothing of the kind, she made money. There is always plenty of virtuous indignation ready for those foolish persons who dabble in stocks. They are gamblers, they always lose in the long run, we all know that, the copybooks tell us so. If two persons play heads and tails for sovereigns, do they both lose in the long run? If so, who wins? Where does the money go? Even a gambler need not always lose in the long run, as all gamblers know. La Veuve Arundel was not in any sense a gambler. Nor was she a dabbler. She was a serious and calculating operator. She took up one branch of the great money market and confined her attentions to that branch, which she studied with so much care and assiduity that she became a professional, that is to say, she threw into the study all her energies, all her thoughts, and all her intellect. When a young man does this on the stock exchange he may expect to win. Mrs. Arundel was not an ordinary young man, she was a sharp and clever woman. By hard work she had learned all that can be learned, and had acquired some of that prescience which comes of knowledge. The prophet of the future is, after all, he who knows and can discuss the forces and the facts of the present. The Sibyl at the present day would be a journalist. She was clear-headed, quick to see and ready to act, she was of a quick temper as well as a quick perception, and she was resolute. Such qualities in most women make them absolute sovereigns in the household. Mrs. Arundel was not an absolute sovereign partly because she thought little of her household, and partly because her children were distinguished by much the same qualities, and their subjection would have proved difficult if not impossible. This was the last house in London where one might have expected to find a girl who was ready to despise wealth and to find her happiness in a condition of poverty. Elsie was completely out of harmony with all her own people. There is a good deal of opinion going about in favour of the simple life. Many girls have become in so far as they think the amassing of wealth neither desirable nor worthy of respect. Many would rather marry a man of limited means who has a profession than a rich man who has a business. Many girls hold that art is a much finer thing than wealth. Elsie learned these pernicious sentiments at school. They attracted her at first because they were so fresh. She found all the best literature full of these sentiments. She developed in due course a certain natural ability for art. She attended an art school. She set up an easel. She painted in pastel. She called her room a studio. She gave her friends the greatest uneasiness by her opinions. She ended, as you have seen, by becoming engaged to a young man with nothing. How could such a girl be born of such parents? When she got home on Saturday evening she found her mother playing a game of double vigneaune with a certain cousin, one Sidney Arundel. The game is very good for the rapid interchange of coins. You should make it a time game, to end in half an hour, 1 hour, 2 hours, and at the end you will find that you have had a very pretty little gamble. Mrs. Arundel liked nothing better than a game of cards, provided the stakes were high enough to give it excitement. To play cards for love is indeed insipid, it is like a dinner of cold-boiled mutton or like sandwiches of veal. The lady would play anything, piquet, écarté, double dummy, and her daughter Elsie hated the sight of cards. As for the cousin, he was on the stock exchange, he came often to dinner and to talk business after dinner. He was a kind of musical box or barrel organ in conversation, because he could only play one tune. His business as well as his pleasure was in the money market. "So you have come home, Elsie," said Mrs. Arundel coldly. "Yes, I have come home." Elsie seated herself at the window and waited. "Now, Sidney," her mother took up the cards. "My dear, will you take any more?" She was a good-looking woman still, though past 50, her abundant hair had gone pleasantly grey, her features were fine, her brown eyes were quick and bright, her lips were firm, and her chin straight. She was tall and of good figure, she was clad in black silk, with a large gold chain about her neck and good lace upon her shoulders. She wore many rings and a bracelet. She liked, in fact, the appearance of wealth as well as the possession of it. She therefore always appeared in costly raiment. Her house was furnished with a costly solidity, everything, even the bindings of her was good to look at. Her one-man servant looked like the responsible butler of a millionaire, and her one-horse carriage looked as if it belonged to a dozen. The game went on. Presently, the clock struck 10. "Time," said the lady. "We must stop. Now then. Let us see, I make it 73 shillings. Thank you. £3.13, an evening not altogether wasted. And now, Sydney, light your cigar. You know I like it. You shall have your whisky and soda, and we will talk business. There are half a dozen things that I want to consult you about. Heavens! Why cannot I be admitted to the exchange? A few women among you, clever women, like myself, Sydney, would wake you up." They talked business for an hour, the lady making notes in a little book, asking questions and making suggestions. At last the cousin got up, it was 11 o'clock, and went away. Then her mother turned to Elsie. "It is a great pity," she said, "that you take no interest in these things." "I dislike them very much, as you know," said Elsie. "Yes, you dislike them because they are of real importance. Well, never mind. You have been out with the young man, I suppose?" "Yes, we have been on the river together." "I supposed it was something of the kind. So the housemaid keeps company with the potboy without consulting her own people. It is nothing unusual for me to spend an evening with George." "Why not? You will not suffer me to bring him here?" "No," said her mother with firmness. "That young man shall never, under any circumstances, enter this house with my knowledge. For the rest," she added, "do as you please." This was the kind of amiable conversation that had been going on day after day since Elsa's engagement, protestations of ceasing to interfere, and continual interference. There are many ways of considering the subject of injudicious and unequal marriages. You may ridicule, you may cajole, you may argue, you may scold, you may coax, you may represent the naked noth as it is, or you may clothe its limbs with lies. The lies are of woven stuff, strong, and homemade. When you have an obstinate, contumacious, headstrong, wilful, self-contained maiden to deal with, you will waste your breath whatever you do." The mother treated Elsie with scorn, and scorn alone. It was her only weapon. Her elder sister tried other weapons, she laughed at the makeshifts of poverty, she cajoled with soft flattery and golden promises, she argued with logic pitiless, she scolded like a fishwife, she coaxed with tears and kisses, she painted the loveliness of men who are rich, and the power of women who are beautiful. And all in vain. Nothing moved this obstinate, contumacious, headstrong, wilful Elsie. She would stick to her promise, she would wed her lover even if she had to entertain poverty as well all her life. "Are you so infatuated," the mother went on, "that you cannot see that he cares nothing for your happiness? He thinks about nobody but himself. If he thought of you, he would see that he was too poor to make you happy, and he would break it off. As it is, all he wants is to marry you. That is indeed all. He has never disguised the fact, offers you the half of a bare crust. By halving the crust we shall double it. Oh! I have no patience. But there is an end. You know my opinion, and you disregard it. I cannot lock you up, or beat you, for your foolishness. I almost wish I could. I will neither reason with you any more nor try to dissuade you. Go your own way. If you would only understand. We are going to live very simply. We shall put all unhappiness outside the luxuries of life. And we shall get on if we never get rich. I wish I could make you understand our point of view. It makes me very unhappy that you will take such a distorted view. I am glad that you can still feel unhappiness at such a cause as my displeasure. Well, mother, tonight we have come to a final decision. Am I to learn it? Yes, I wish to tell you at once. We have been engaged for 2 years. The engagement has brought me nothing but wretchedness at home. But I should be still more wretched, I should be wretched all my life, if I were to break it off. I shall be of age in a day or two and free to act on my own judgment. You are acting on your own judgment already. I have promised George that I will marry him when he pleases, that is, about the middle of August, when he gets his holiday. Oh! The misery of poverty will begin so soon. I am sorry to hear it. As I said above, I have nothing to say against it, no persuasion or dissuasion, you will do as you please. George has his profession, and he has a good name already. He will get on. Meantime, a little plain living will hurt neither of us. Can't you think that we may begin in a humble way and yet get on? Money, money, money. Oh! Must we think of nothing else? What is there to think of but money? Look round you, silly child. What gives me this house, this furniture, everything? Money. What feeds you and clothes you? Money. What gives position, consideration, power, dignity? Money. Rank without money is contemptible. Life without money is miserable, wretched, intolerable. Who would care to live when the smallest luxury, the least comfort, has to be denied for want of money? Even the art of which you talk so much only becomes respectable when it commands money. You cannot keep off disease without money, you cannot educate your children without money, it will be your worst punishment in the future that your children will sink and become servants. Child, she cried passionately, we must be masters or servants, nay, lords or slaves. You leave the rank of lord and many the rank of slave. It is money that makes the difference, money, 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 that you pretend to despise. It is money that has done everything for you. Your grandfather made it, your father made it, I am making it. Go on in your madness and your folly. In the end, when it is too late, you will long for money, pray for money, be ready to do anything for money, for your husband and your children we shall have, I hope, enough. We shall work for enough, no more. Well, child, her mother resumed quietly, I said that I would say nothing. I have been carried away. Let there be no more said. Do as you please. You know my mind, your sister's mind, your cousins. I do not wish to be guided by my cousins. Very well. You will stay here until your wedding day. When you will leave this house, and me and your sister and all your people. Do not expect any help from me. Do not look forward to any inheritance from me. My money is all my own to deal with as I please. If you wish to be poor you shall be poor. Hilda tells me that you are to see your guardian on Monday. Perhaps he may bring you to your senses. As for me, I shall say no more. With these final words the lady left the room and went to bed. How many times had she declared that she would say no more? The next day being Sunday, the bells began to ring in the morning, and the two ladies sallied forth to attend divine service as usual. They walked side by side, in silence. That sweet and gracious nymph, the Lady Charity, was not with them in their pew. The elder lady, externally cold, was ill of resentment and bitterness, the younger was more than usually troubled by the outbreak of the evening. Yet, she was no nearer surrender. The sermon, by a curious coincidence, turned upon the perishable nature of earthly treasures, and the vanity of the objects desired by that unreasoning person whom they used to call the worldling. The name has perished, but the creature still exists, and is found in countless herds in every great town. The parsons are always trying to shoot him down, but they never succeed. There was just a fiery passage or two directed against the species. Elsie hoped that the words would go home. Not at all. They fell upon her mother's heart like seed upon the she heard them, but heard them not. The worldling, you see, never understands that he is a worldling. Nor does Dives believe himself to be anything more than Lazarus, such is his modesty. The service over, they went home in silence. They took their early dinner in silence, waited on by the solemn manservant. After dinner, Elsie sought the solitude of her studio. And here, nobody looking on, she obeyed the first law of her sex, and had a good cry. Even the most resolute of maidens cannot carry through a great scheme against great opposition without the consolation of a cry. On the table lay a note from Mr. Doing: "My dear Ward, I am reminded that you come of age on Monday. I am also reminded by Hilda that you propose to take a very important step against the wish of your mother. Will you come and see me at 10 o'clock to talk this affectionate guardian?" Not much hope to be got out of that letter. A city note from a dry man. Very little doubt as to the line which he would take. Yet, not an unkind letter. She put it back in her desk and sighed. Another long discussion? No, she would not discuss, she would listen, and then state her intention. She would listen again, and once more state her intention. On the easel stood an almost finished portrait in pastel, executed from a photograph. It was the portrait of her guardian. She had caught, it was not difficult with a face so marked, the set expression, the closed lips, the keen eyes, and the habitual look of caution and watchfulness which become the characteristics of a solicitor in good practice. So far it was a good likeness. But it was an austere face. Elsie, with a few touches of her thumb and the chalk which formed her material, softened the lines of the mouth, communicated to the eyes a more genial light, and to the face an expression of benevolence which certainly had never before been seen upon it. "There," she said. "If you would only look like that tomorrow, instead of like your photograph, I should have no fear at all of what you would say. I would flatter you, and coax you, and cajole you, till you had doubled George's salary and promised to get round my mother. You dear old man! You kind old man! You sweet old man! I could kiss you for your kindness. Something happens. So far a wholly enjoyable Sunday. To sit in church beside her angry mother, both going through the forms of repentance, charity, and forgiveness, and to dine together, going through the ordinary forms of kindliness while one at least was devoured with wrath. Waste of good roast lamb and gooseberry tart. Elsie spent the afternoon in her studio, where she sat undisturbed. People called, but her mother them. Now that the last resolution had been taken, now that she had promised her lover to brave everything and to live the simplest possible life for love's sweet sake, she felt that sinking which falls upon the most courageous when the boats are bummed. Thus love makes loving hearts to suffer. The evening, however, made amends. For then, like the housemaid, who mounted the area stair as Elsie went down the front door steps, she went forth to meet her lover, and in his company forgot all her fears. They went to church together. There they sat side by side, this church not having adopted the barbarous custom of separating the sexes, a custom which belongs to the time when women were monkishly considered unclean creatures, and the cause, to most men, of everlasting suffering, which they themselves would most justly share. This couple sat hand in hand. The service was all of praise and hope and trust, the psalms were exultant, triumphant, jubilant, the sermon was a 10 minutes ejaculation of joy and thanks, there was a procession with banners, to cheer up the hearts of the faithful. What is faith without a procession? Comfort stole back to Elsa's troubled heart, she felt less like an outcast, she came out of the church with renewed confidence. It was still daylight. They walked round and round the nearest square. Jane the housemaid and her young man were doing the same thing. They talked with confidence and joy of the future before them. Presently the rain began to fall, and Elsa's spirits fell. "George," she said, "are we selfish, each of us? Is it right for me to drag and keep you down? You will not. You will raise me and keep me up. Never doubt that, Elsie. I am the selfish one because I make you sacrifice so much. Oh. No, no. It is no sacrifice for me. You must make me brave, George, because I am told every day by Hilda and my mother the most terrible things. I have been miserable all day long. I suppose it is the battle I had with my mother yesterday. Your mother will be all right again as soon as the thing is done. And Hilda will come round too. She will want to show you her new carriage and her newest dress. Nobody admires and envies the rich relation so much as the relation. That is the reason why the poor relation is so much courted and petted in every rich family. We shall be the poor relations, you know, Elsie. I suppose so. We must accept the part and play it properly. She spoke gaily, but with an effort. She will give you some of her old dresses. And she will ask us to some of her crushes, but we won't go. Oh. Hilda will come round. As for your mother, he repressed what he was about to say. As for your mother, Elsie, there is no obstinacy so desperate that it cannot be softened by something or other. The constant dropping, you know. Give her time. If she refuses to, he changed the words in time, dear child, we must make our own happiness for ourselves without our own folk to help us. Yes, we will. At the same time, George, though I am so valiant in talk, I confess that I feel as low as a schoolboy who is going to be punished. My dear Elsie, said George, with a little exasperation, if they will not come round, let them stay flat or square, or sulky, or anything. I can hardly be to feel very anxious for a change of temper in people who have said so many hard things of me. Tomorrow, dear, you shall get through your talk with Mr. Doing. He's as hard as nails, but he's a just man, and he is sensible. In the evening, I will call for you at 9, and you shall tell me what he said. In 6 weeks we can be married. I will see about the banns. We will find a lodging somewhere, pack up our things, get married, and move in. We can't afford a honeymoon, I am afraid. That shall come afterwards when the ship comes home. Yes. When I am with you I fear nothing. It is when you are gone, when I sit by myself in my own room, and know that in the next room my mother is brooding over her wrath and keeping it warm, that I feel so guilty. Tonight, it is not that I feel guilty at all, it is quite the contrary, but I feel as if something was going to happen. Something is going to happen, dear. I am going to put a wedding ring round this pretty finger. When one says something in the language of superstition, one means something bad, something dreadful, something that shall stand between us and force us apart. Something unexpected. My child, said her lover, all the powers of all the devils shall not force us apart. A daring and comprehensive boast. She laughed a little, lightened by words so brave. Here we are, dear, she said, as they arrived at the house. I think the rain means to come down in earnest. You had better make haste home. Tomorrow evening at 9, I will expect you. She ran lightly up the steps and rang the bell. The door was opened, she turned her head, laughed, waved her hand to her lover, and ran in. There was standing on the curb beneath the street lamp a man apparently engaged in lighting a cigar. When the girl turned, the light of the lamp fell full upon her face. The man stared at her, forgetting his cigar light, which fell burning from his hand into the gutter. When the door shut upon her, he stared at George, who, for his part, his mistress having vanished, stared at the door. All this staring occupied a period of at least half a minute. Then George turned and walked away. The man struck another light, lit his cigar, and strode away too, but in the same direction. Presently he caught up George and laid a hand upon his shoulder. Here, you sir, he said gruffly, I want a word with you before we go any further. George turned upon him savagely. Nobody likes a heavy hand laid upon the shoulder. In the old days it generally meant a writ and Whitecross Street and other unpleasant things. "Who the devil are you?" he asked. "That is the question I was going." He stopped. "And see now. I don't want to ask it. You are George Austen, are you not?" "That is my name." "But who are you, and what do you want with me?" The man was a stranger to him. He was dressed in a velvet coat and a white waistcoat. He wore a soft felt hat, and with the velvet jacket, the felt hat, and a full beard, he looked like an artist of some kind. At the end of June it is still light at 9:30. George saw that the man was a gentleman. His features, strongly marked and clear-cut, reminded him of something, but vaguely. They gave him the common feeling of having been seen or known at some remote period. The man looked about 30, the time when the physical man is at his best. He was of good height, well set up, and robust. Something, no doubt, in the art world, or something that desired to appear as if belonging to the art world. Because, you see, the artists themselves are not so picturesque as those who would be artists if they could. The unsuccessful artist, certainly, is sometimes a most picturesque creature. So is the model. The rags and duds sound three-barity too often enter largely into the picturesque. So with the ploughboy's dinner under the hedge, or the cotter's Saturday night. And the village beer shop may make a very fine picture, but the artist himself does not partake in those simple joys. "Well, sir, who are you?" George repeated as the other man made no reply. "Do you not remember me? I am waiting to give you a chance." "No, certainly not." "Consider. That house into which you have just taken a young lady, does it not connect itself with me?" "No." "Why should it? Then I suppose that I am completely forgotten. It is very strange. I seem to recall your voice. I will tell you who I am by another question. George Austen, what in thunder are you doing with my sister?" "Your sister?" George jumped up and stared. "Your sister? Are you Athelstan come home again?" "Really and truly, Athelstan?" "I am really and truly Athelstan. I have been back in England about a fortnight." "You are Athelstan?" George looked at him curiously. When the reputed black sheep comes home again, it is generally in rags with a long stow of fortune's persecutions. This man was not in the least ragged. On the contrary, he looked prosperous. What had he been doing? For, although Elsie continued passionate in her belief in her brother's innocence, everybody else believed that he had run away to escape consequences, and George among the number had accepted that belief. "Your beard alters you greatly. I should not have known you. To be sure it is 8 years since I saw you last, and I was only just beginning my articles when you left us." He was on the point of saying "when you ran away." "There is a good deal to talk about. Will you come with me to my rooms? I am putting up in Half Moon Street." Athelstan hailed a passing hansom and they drove off. "You have been a fortnight in London," said George, "and yet you have not been to see your own people. I have been 8 years away, and yet I have not written a single letter to my own people." George asked no more questions. Arrived at the lodging, they went in and sat down. Athelstan produced soda and whiskey and cigars. "Why have I not called upon my own people?" Athelstan took up the question again. "Because, when I left home, I swore that I would never return until they came to beg forgiveness. That is why. Every evening I have been walking outside the house, in the hope of seeing some of them without their seeing me. For, you see, I should like to go home again, but I will not go as I went away, under a shameful cloud. That has got to be lifted first. Presently I shall know whether it is lifted. Then I shall know how to act. Tonight, I was rewarded by the sight of my sister Elsie, walking home with you. I knew her at once. She is taller than I thought she would become when I went away. Her face hasn't changed much, though. She always had the gift of sweet looks, which isn't quite the same thing as beauty. My sister Hilda, for instance, was always called a handsome girl, but she never had Elsa's sweet looks. She has the sweetest looks in the world. What are you doing with her, George Austen? I ask again. We are engaged to be married. Married? Elsie married? Why, well, I suppose she must be grown up by this. Elsie is very nearly 21. She will be 21 tomorrow. Elsie going to be married? It seems absurd. 21 tomorrow. All. He sat up eagerly. Tell me, is she any richer? Has she had any legacies or things? No. How should she? Her dot is her sweet self, which is enough for any man. And you, Austen? I remember you were an articled clerk of 18 or 19 when I went away. Are you rich? Austen blushed. No, he said, I'm not. I am a managing clerk at your old office. I get 200 a year, and we are going to marry on that. Athelstan nodded. A bold thing to do. However, 21 tomorrow, we shall see. And I am sorry to say there is the greatest opposition, on the part of your mother and your other sister. I am not allowed in the house, and Elsie is treated as a rebel. Oh. Well. If you see your way, my boy, get married, and have a happy life, and leave them to come round at their leisure. Elsie has a heart of gold. She can believe in a man. She is the only one of my people who stood up for me when they accused me without a shadow of proof of, the only one, the only one. It is impossible for me to forget that, and difficult, he added, to forgive the other thing. Ls my sister Hilda's still at home. No. She is married to Sir Samuel, brother of your Mr. Doing. He is a great deal older than his wife, but he is very rich. Oh, and my mother. I believe she continues in good health. I am not allowed the privilege of calling upon her. And my old chief. He also continues well. And now, since we have cleared the ground so far, let us come to business. How about that robbery? What robbery? Oh, the old business had taken place when George was a lad just entering upon his articles. He had ceased to think of it. What robbery? Man sprang to his feet. There is only one robbery to me in the whole history of the world since men and robberies began. What robbery? Look here, Master George Austen, when a man is murdered, there is for that man only one murder in the whole history of the world. All the other murders, even that of Abel himself, are of no concern at all, not one bit. He isn't interested in them. They don't matter to him a red cent. That's my case. The robbery of 8 years ago, which took a few £100 from a rich man, changed my whole life. It drove me out into the world, it forced me for a time to live among the prodigals and the swine and the husks. It handed me over to 1,000 devils, and you ask me what robbery? I'm very sorry. It is now a forgotten thing. Nobody remembers it any more. I doubt whether Mr. Doing himself ever thinks of it. Well, what was discovered after all? Who did it? Nothing at all has been discovered. No one knows to this day who did it. Nothing. I'm disappointed. Hasn't old Checkley done time for it? Nothing found out. Nothing. The notes were stopped in time, and were never presented. After 5 or 6 years the Bank of England gave Mr. Doing notes in the place of those stolen. And that is all there is to tell. Nothing discovered. And the notes never presented? What good did the fellow get by it, then? I don't know. But nothing was discovered. Nothing discovered. Athelstan repeated. Why, I took it for granted that the TNRTH had come out long since. I was making up my mind to call upon old Doing. I don't think I shall go now. And my sister Hilda will not be coming here to express her contrition. I am disappointed. You can see Elsie if you like. Yes, I can see her. He returned to the old subject. Do you know the exact particulars of that robbery? There was a forged cheque, and the bank paid it across the counter. The cheque, Athelstan explained, was made payable to the order of a certain unknown person named Edmund Gray. It was endorsed by that name. To prove that forgery, they should have got the cheque and examined the endorsement. That was the first thing, certainly. I wonder how they began. I do not know. It was while I was in my articles, and all we heard was a vague report. You ought not to have gone away. You should have stayed to fight it out. El was right to give up my berth after what the chief said. How could I remain drawing his pay and doing his work, when he had calmly given me to understand that the forgery lay between two hands, and that he strongly suspected mine? Did Mr. Doering really say so? Did he go so far as that? So I walked out of the place. I should have stayed at home and waited for the clearing up of the thing, but for my own people, who, well, you know, so I went away in a rage. And have you come back, as you went, in a rage? Well, you see, that is the kind of fire that keeps alight of its own accord. El believed that some sort of a search was made for this Edmund Gray, but I do not know how long it lasted or who was employed. Detectives are no good. Perhaps the chief didn't care to press the business. Perhaps he learned enough to be satisfied that Checkley was the man. Perhaps he was unwilling to lose an old servant. Perhaps the villain confessed the thing. It all comes back to me fresh and clear, though for 8 long years I have not talked with a soul about it. Tell me, said George, a little out of sympathy with this dead and buried forgery, tell me where you have been, what you have done, and what you are doing now. Presently, he replied with impatience. I am sure now that I was wrong. I should not have left the country. I should have taken a lodging openly, and waited and looked on. Yes, that would have been better. Then I should have seen that old villain, Checkley, in the dock. Perhaps it is not yet too late. Still, 8 years. Who can expect a commissionaire to remember a single message after 8 years? Well, and now tell me, George asked again, what you have been doing. The black sheep always turns up, doesn't he? You leam at home that he has got a berth in the Rocky Mountains, but he jacks it up and goes to Melbourne, where he falls on his feet, but gets tired, and moves on to New Zealand, and so home again. It's a regular round. You are apparently the black sheep whose wool is dyed white. There are threads of gold in it. You look prosperous. A few years ago I was actually in the possession of money. Then I became poor again. After a good many adventures I became a journalist. The profession is in America the refuge of the educated unsuccessful, and the hope of the uneducated unsuccessful. I am doing as well as journalists in America generally do. I am over here as the representative of a Francisco paper. And I expect to stay for some time, so long as I can be of service to my people. That's all. Well, it might be a great deal worse. And won't you come to Pembridge Crescent with when the cloud is lifted, not before? And, George, not a word about me. Don't tell, yet, even Elsie something more happens. Checkley held the door of the office wide open, and invited Elsie to enter. The aspect of the room, solid of furniture, severe in its fittings, with its vast table covered with papers, struck her with a kind of terror. At the table sat her guardian, austere of countenance. All the way along she had been imagining a dialogue. He would begin with certain words. She would reply, firmly but respectfully, with certain other words. He would go on. She would again reply. And so on. Everybody knows the consolations of imagination in framing dialogues at times of trouble. They never come off. The beginning is never what is expected, and the sequel, therefore, has to be changed on the spot. The conditions of the interview had not been realized by Elsie. Also, the beginning was not what she expected. For her guardian, instead of frowning with a brow of corrugated iron, and holding up a finger of warning, received her more pleasantly than she had imagined it possible for him, bade her sit down, and leaned back, looking at her kindly. And so he said, "You are 21, today. I am no longer your guardian. You are 21. Everything that is past seems to have happened yesterday. So that it is needless to say that you were a baby only yesterday. Yes, I am really 21. I congratulate you. To be 21 is, I believe, for a young lady at least, a pleasant time of life. For my own part, I have almost forgotten the memory of youth. Perhaps I never had the time to be young. Certainly I have never understood why some men regret their youth so passionately. As for your sex, Elsie, I know very little of it except in the way of business. In that way, which does not admit of romance, I must say that I have sometimes found ladies importunate, tenacious, exacting, persistent, and even revengeful." "Oh," said Elsie, with a little winning smile of conciliation. This was only a beginning, a prelude, before the unpleasantness. "That, Elsie, is my unfortunate experience of women, always in the way of business, which of course may bring out the worst qualities. In society, of which I have little experience, they are," he repeated the word, as if he had found an adjective of whose meaning he was not quite clear. "An old bachelor is not expected, at the age of 75, to know much about such a subject. The point before us is that you have this day arrived at the mature age of 21. That is the first thing, and I congratulate you." "The first thing? I wonder," thought Elsie timidly, "when he will begin upon the next thing, the real thing." There lay upon the table before him a paper with notes upon it. He took it up, looked at it, and laid it down again. Then he turned to Elsie and smiled. He actually smiled, he unmistakably smiled. "At 21," he said, "some young ladies who are heiresses come into their property, those who are heiresses. Unhappily, I am not. Come into their property, their property. It must be a beautiful thing for a girl to come into property, unexpectedly, at 21. For a man, a temptation to do nothing and to make no more money. Bad. Bad. But for a girl already engaged, a girl who wants money, a girl who is engaged, to a penniless young solicitor." Elsie turned crimson. This was the thing she expected. Under such circumstances, I say, such a stroke of fortune would be providential and wonderful, would it not? She blushed and turned pale, and blushed again. She also felt a strong disposition to cry, but repressed that disposition. "In your case, for instance, such a windfall would be most welcome. Your case is rather a singular case. You do not belong to a family which has generally disregarded money, quite the reverse. You should inherit the love of money, yet you propose to throw away what I believe are very good prospects, and my only prospect is to marry George Austen. So you think? I have heard from your mother, and I have seen your sister Hilda. They object very strongly to the engagement. 6 know, of course, what they would say. Therefore, I need not repeat it," replied Mr. Doering dryly. "I learn, then, that you are not only engaged to this young gentleman, but that you are also proposing to marry upon the small income which he now possesses." "Yes, we are prepared to begin the world upon that income." Your mother asked me what chance he had in his profession. "In this office he can never rise to a considerable salary as managing clerk. If he had money, he might buy a partnership. But he has none, and his friends have none. And the profession is congested. He may remain all his life in a position not much better than he now occupies. The prospect, Elsie, is not brilliant. No, we are fully aware of that. And yet allow me, my dear child. You are yourself, We will say for the moment, without any means of your own. I have nothing, or any expectations, except from your mother, who is not yet 60. I could not count upon my mother's death. Besides, she says that, if I persist, she will not leave me anything at all. So much I understand from herself. Her present intention is to remove your name from her will, in case you go on with this proposed marriage. My mother will do what she pleases with her property, said Elsie. If she thinks that I will give way to a threat of this kind, she does not know me. Do not let us speak of threats. I am laying before you facts. Here they are plainly. Young Austen has a very small income, he has very little prospect of getting a substantial income, you, so far as you know, have nothing, and, also so far as you know, you have no prospect of anything. These are the facts, are they not? Yes, I suppose these are the facts. We shall be quite poor, very likely, quite poor always. The tears rose to her eyes. But this was not a place for crying. I want you to understand these facts very clearly, Mr. Doering insisted. Believe me, I do not wish to give you pain. All this, said Elsie, with the beginnings of the family obstinacy in her eyes, I clearly understand. I have had them put before me too often. I'll also learn from your sister, Lady Doering, that if you abandon this marriage she is ready to do anything for you that she can. Her house, her carriage, her servants, you can command them all, if you please. This you know. Have you considered the meaning of what you propose? Can you consider it calmly? I'll believe we have on the one side poverty, not what is called a small income. Many people live very well on what is called a small income, but grinding, hard poverty, which exacts real privations and burdens you with unexpected loads. My dear young lady, you have been brought up to a certain amount of plenty and ease, if no to luxury. Do you think you can get along without plenty and ease? If George can, I can. Can you become a servant, cook, housemaid, lady's maid, as well as a wife, a nurse as well as a mother? If George is made happier by my becoming anything, it will only make me happier. Mr. Doering, I am sure you wish me well. You are my father's old friend, you have always advised my mother in her troubles, my brother was articled to you, but she paused, remembering that he had not been her brother's best friend. I mean the best possible for you. Meantime, you are quite fixed in your own mind, you are set upon this thing. That is clear. There is one other way of looking at it. You yourself seem chiefly desirous, I think, to make the man you love happy. So much the better for him. Are you quite satisfied that the other party to the agreement, your lover, will remain happy while he sees you slaving for him, while he feels his own helplessness, and while he gets no relief from the grinding poverty of his household, while, lastly, he sees his sons taking their place on a lower level, and his daughters taking a place below the rank of gentlewomen? I reply by another question. You have had George in your office as articled clerk and managing clerk for 8 years. Is he, or is he not, steadfast, clear-headed, one who knows his own mind, and one who can be trusted in all things? Perhaps, said Mr. Doering, inclining his head. How does that advance him? Then, if you oust him, why should not I trust him? I hust George altogether. If he does not get on, it will be through no fault of his. We shall bear our burden bravely, believe me, Mr. Doering. You will not hear him, or me, complain. Besides, I am full of hope. Oh! It can never be in this country that a man who is a good workman should not be able to get on. Then I can paint a little, not very well, perhaps. But I have thought, you will not laugh at me, that I might paint portraits and get a little money that way. It is quite possible that he may succeed, and that you may increase the family income. Everything is possible. But, remember, you are building on possibilities, and I on facts. Plans very beautiful and easy at the outset often prove most difficult in the carrying out. My experience of marriages is learned by 50 years of work, not imaginative, but practical. I have learned that without adequate means no marriage can be happy. That is to say, I have never come across any case of wedded poverty where the husband or the wife, or both, did not regret the day or when they faced poverty together instead of separately. That, I say, is my experience of such marriages. It is so easy to say that hand-in-hand evils may be met and endured which would be intolerable if one was alone. It isn't only hand-in-hand, Elsie. The hands are wanted for the baby, and the evils will fall on the children yet unborn. Elsie hung her head. Then she replied timidly, I have thought even of that. It only means that we go lower down in the social scale. Only? Yet that is everything. People who are well up the ladder too often deride those who are fighting and struggling to get up higher. It is great folly or great ignorance to laugh. Social position, in such a country as ours, means independence, self-respect, dignity, all kinds of valuable things. You will throw these all away, yet your grandfathers won them for you by hard work. You are yourself a gentlewoman. Why? Because they made their way up in the world, and placed their sons also in the way to climb. That is how families are made, by 3 generations at least of steady work uphill. Elsie shook her head sadly. We can only hope, she murmured. One more word, and I will say no more. Remember, that love or no love, resignation or not, patience or not, physical comfort is the beginning and the foundation of all happiness. If you and your husband can satisfy the demands of physical comfort, you may be happy, or at least resigned. If no, well, Elsie, that is all. I should not have said so much had I not promised your mother and your sister. I am touched, I confess, by your courage and your resolution. We mean never to regret, never to look back, and always to work and hope, said Elsie. You will remain our friend, Mr. Doing? Surely, surely. And now, Elsie rose, El will not keep you any longer. You have said what you wish to say very kindly, and I thank you. No. Sit down again, I haven't done with you yet, child. Sit down again. No more about that young villain, George Austen. He spoke so good-humouredly, that Elsie complied, wondering, but no longer afraid. Nothing more about your engagement. Now, listen carefully, because this is most important. 3 or 4 years ago a person wrote to me. That person informed me that he, for convenience we will call the person a man, wished to place a certain sum of money in my hands in TNLST, for you. For me? Do you mean, in trust? What is trust? He gave me this sum of money to be given to you on your 21st birthday. Oh! Elsie sat up with open eyes. A sum of money, and to me. With a condition or two. The first condition was, that the interest should be invested as it came in, the next, that I was on no account on no account at all, to tell you or any one of the existence of the gift or the name of the donor. You are now 21. I have been careful not to afford you the least suspicion of this happy windfall until the time should arrive. Neither your mother, nor your sister, nor your lover, knows or suspects anything about it. Oh! Elsie said once more. An interjection may be defined as a prolonged monosyllable, generally a vowel, uttered when no words can do justice to the subject. And here, my dear young lady, Elsie cried oh, once more, because, the most curious thing in the world, Mr. Doing's grave face suddenly relaxed and the lines assumed the very benevolence which she had the day before imparted to his portrait, and wished to see upon his my dear young lady. He laid his hand upon a paper, is the list of the investments which I have made of that money. You have, in fact, money in corporation bonds, Newcastle, Nottingham, Wolverhampton. You have water shares, you have gas shares, all good investments, yielding at the price of purchase an average of nearly 2 and 2/3%. Investments? Why, how much money was it, then? I was thinking when you spoke of a sum of money, often pounds, perhaps. No, Elsie, not £10. The money placed in my hands for your use was over £12,000. With accumulations, there is now a little under 13,000. Oh, cried Elsie for the third time and for the same reason. No words could express her astonishment. Yes, it will produce about £480 a year. Perhaps, as some of it has gone up, it might be sold out and placed to better advantage. We may get it up to £500. Do you mean, Mr. Doing, that I have actually got £500 a year, all my own? That is certainly my meaning. You have nearly £500 a year all your own, entirely your own, without any conditions whatever, your own. Oh! She sat in silence, her hands locked. Then the tears came into her eyes. Oh, George, she murmured, you will not be so very poor after all. That is all I have to say to you at present, Elsie, said Mr. Doing. Now you may away and leave me. Come to dinner this evening. Your mother and your sister are coming. I shall ask Austen as well. We may perhaps remove some of those objections. Dinner at 7 sharp, Elsie. And now you can leave me. I said last night, said Elsie, clasping her hands with feminine superstition, that something was going to happen. But I thought it was something horrid. Oh, Mr. Doing, if I only knew how happy you have made me. I don't know what to say. I feel stunned. £500 a year. Oh! It is wonderful. What shall I say? What shall I say? You will say nothing. Go away now. Come to dinner this evening. Go away, my young heiress. Go and make plans how to live on your enlarged income. It will not prove too much. Elsie rose. Then she tummed again. Oh, I had actually forgotten. Won't you tell the man or the woman, who gave you that money for me, that I thank him from my very heart? It isn't that I think so much about money, but oh! The dreadful trouble that there has been at home. George has none, and this will do something to reconcile my mother. Don't you think it will make all the difference? I hope that before the evening you will find that all opposition has been removed, said her guardian cautiously. She walked away in a dream. She found herself in Lincoln's Inn Fields. She walked all round that great square, also in a dream. The spectre of poverty had vanished. She was rich, she had £500 a year. Between them they would have £700 a year. It seemed enormous. £700 a year. £700 a year. She got out into the street called Holborn, and she took the omnibus, this heiress of untold wealth. How much was it? 13 millions? Or 13,000? One seemed as much as the other. 12,000, with accumulations, Asians. The wheels of the vehicle groaned out these musical words all the way. It was in the morning, when the Bayswater omnibus is full of girls going home to lunch after shopping or looking at the shops. Elsie looked at these girls as they sat along the narrow benches. My dears, she longed to say, but did not. Hope you have every one got a brave lover, and that you have all got £12,000 apiece, with accumulations, £12,000, with realizing £480 a year, and perhaps a little more. With accumulations. She ran into the house and up the stairs singing. At the sound of her voice her mother, engaged in calculations of the greatest difficulty, paused wondering. When she understood that it was the voice of her child and not an organ grinder, she became angry. What right had the girl to about singing? Was it insolent bravado? Elsie opened the door of the drawing room and ran in. Her mother's cold face repelled her. She was going to tell the joyful news, but she stopped. "You have seen Mr. Doing?" asked her mother. "Yes, I have seen him." "If he has brought you to reason." "Oh. He has. I am entirely reasonable." Mrs. Arundel was astonished. The girl was flushed of face and bright of eye, her breath was thick, her lips were parted. She looked entirely happy. "My dear mother," she went on, "I am to dine with him tonight." "Hilda is to dine with him tonight." "You are to dine with him tonight. It is to be a family party. He will bring us all to reason, to a bag full of reasons." "Elsie, this seems to me to be mirth misplaced." No, in its right place, reasons all in a row and on 3 shelves, labelled and arranged and classified. You talk in enigmas." "My dear mother," yet that morning the dear mother would not speak to the dear daughter. "I'll talk in enigmas and I sing in conundrums. I feel like an oracle or a Delphic old woman for dark sayings." She ran away, slamming the door after her. Her mother heard her singing in her studio all to herself. "Can she be in her right mind?" she asked anxiously. "To marry a pauper, to receive the admonition of her guardian, and such a guardian, and to come home singing. 'Twould be better to lock her up than let her marry something else happens." Mr. Doing lay back in his chair, gazing at the door, the unromantic office door through which Elsie had just passed. "I suppose that even the driest of old bachelors and lawyers may be touched by the sight of a young girl made suddenly and unexpectedly happy. Perhaps the mere apparition of a lovely girl, dainty and delicate and sweet, daintily and delicately apparelled, so as to look like a goddess or a wood nymph rather than a creature of clay, may have awakened old and long-forgotten thoughts before the instincts of youth were stifled by piles of parchment. It is the peculiar and undisputed privilege of the historian to read thoughts, but it is not always necessary to write them down." He sat up and sighed. "I have not told her all," he murmured. "She shall be happier still." He touched his handbell. "Checkley," he said, "ask Mr. Austen kindly to step this way. A day of surprise, of joyful surprise, for both." It was indeed to be a day of good fortune, as you shall see. He opened a drawer and took out a document rolled and tied, which he laid upon the table before him. George obeyed the summons, not without misgiving, for Elsie, he knew, must by this time have had the dreaded interview, and the call might have some reference to his own share in the great contumacy. To incur the displeasure of his employer in connection with that event might lead to serious consequences. Astonishing thing! Mr. Doing received him with a countenance that seemed transformed. He smiled benevolently upon him. He even laughed. He smiled when George opened the door, he laughed when, in obedience to a gesture of invitation, George took a chair. He actually laughed, not weakly or foolishly, but as a strong man laughs. "I want 10 minutes with you, George Austen." He actually used the Christian name, 10 minutes or a quarter of an hour, or perhaps half an hour. He laughed again. "Now, then," his face assumed its usual judicial expression, but his lips broke into unaccustomed smiles. "Now then, sir, I have just seen my ward, my former ward, for she is now of age, and have there was to hear. I have no doubt, sir, that what you heard from Elsie was the exact TNLTH. I believe so. The questions which I put to her I also put to you. How do you propose to live? On your salary? You have been engaged to my late ward without asking the permission of her guardians, that is, her mother and myself." "That is not quite the case. We found that her mother opposed the engagement, and therefore it was not necessary to ask your permission. We agreed to let the matter rest until she should be of age. Meanwhile, we openly corresponded and saw each other. It is a distinction without a difference. Perhaps what you would call a legal distinction. You now propose to marry. Elsie Arundel is no longer my ward, but, as a friend, I venture to ask you how you propose to live. A wife and a house cost money. Shall you keep house and wife on your salary alone? Have you any other resources? There are several ways of putting these awkward questions. There is especially the way of accusation, by which you charge the guilty young man of being by his own fault one of a very huge family, of having no money and no expectations, nothing at all, unless he can make it for himself. It is the manner generally adopted by parents and guardians. Mr. Doing, however, when he put the question, smiled genially and rubbed his hands, a thing so unusual as to be terrifying in itself, as if he was uttering a joke, a thing he never had done in his life. The question, however, even when put in this, the kindest way, is one most awkward for any young man, and especially to a young man in either branch of the law, and most especially to a young man beginning the ascent of the lower branch. Consider, of all the professions, crowded as they are, there is none so crowded as this branch of the law. What, asks anxious quiverful pair, shall I do with this boy of mine? I will spend £1,000 upon him and make him a solicitor. Once he has passed, the way is clear for him. How, asks the ambitious man of trade, shall I advance my son? I will make him a lawyer. Once passed, he will open an office and get a practice and become rich. He will be a gentleman. And his children will be born gentlemen. Very good, a most laudable custom it is in this realm of Great Britain for the young men still to be pressing upwards, though those who are already high up would fain forget the days of climbing and sneer at those who are making their way. But, applied to this profession, climbing seems no longer practicable. This way of advance will have to be abandoned. Consider, again. Every profession gets rich out of its own mine. There is the mine ecclesiastic, the mine medical, the mine artistic, the mine legal. The last named contains leases, covenants, agreements, wills, bonds, mortgages, actions, partnerships, transfers, conveyances, county courts, and other treasures, all to be had for the digging. But, and this is too often forgotten, there is only a limited quantity to be taken out of mine every year, and there is not enough to go round, except in very minute portions. And since, until we become socialists at heart, we shall all of us continue to desire for our share that which is called the mess of Benjamin, and since all cannot get that mess which Mr. Doing had enjoyed for the whole of his life, or anything like that desirable portion, most young solicitors go in great heaviness of spirit, hang their heads, corrugate their foreheads, write despairing letters to the girls they left behind them, and with grumbling gratitude take the 100 or 200 a year which is offered for their services as managing clerks. Again, the legal mine seems of late years not to yield anything like so much as formerly. There has been a general shrinkage all over the country, and especially in country towns. The boom of building seems to have come to an end. The agricultural depression has dragged down with it an immense number of people who formerly flourished with the lawyers, and, by means of their savings, investments, leases, and partnerships and quarrels, made many a solicitor fat and happy. That is all gone. It used to be easy, if one had a little money, to buy a partnership. Now it is no longer possible, or, at least, no longer easy. Nobody has a business greater than he himself can manage, everybody has got a son coming in. These considerations show why the question was difficult to answer. Said George in reply, but with some confusion, we are prepared to live on little. We are not in the least extravagant, Elsie will rough it. Besides, she has her art out of which she makes at present nothing a year. But she will get on, and I may reasonably hope, some time to make an income larger than my present one. You may hope. But the position is not hopeful. In fact, George Austen, you must marry on 10 times your present income, or not at all. But I assure you, sir, our ideas are usually modest, and we have made up our minds how we can live and pay our way. You think you have. That is to say, you have prepared a table of expenses showing how, with twopence to spare, you can live very well on £200 a year. Of course you put down nothing for the 1,001 little unexpected things which everybody of your education and habits pays for every day. We have provided as far as we can see. Well, it won't do. Of course, I can't forbid the girl to marry you. She is of age. I can't forbid you, but I can make it impossible for you, Master Austin, impossible. He rapped the table. The words were stern, but the voice was kindly, and he smiled again as he spoke. You thought you would do without me, did you? Well, you shall see, you shall see. George received this threat without words, but with a red face, and with rising indignation. Still, when one is a servant, one must endure the reproofs of the master. He said nothing therefore, but waited. I have considered for some time, Mr. Doering continued, how to meet this case in a satisfactory manner. At last, I made up my mind. And if you will read this document, young gentleman, you will find that I have made your foolish proposal to marry on love and nothing else quite impossible, sir. He slapped the table with the paper, and tossed it over to George. George took the paper, and began to read it. Suddenly he jumped out of his chair. He sprang to his feet. What? He cried. Go on, said Mr. Doering benevolently. Partnership? Partnership? George gasped. What does it mean? It is, as you say, a deed of partnership between myself and yourself. The conditions of the partnership are duly set forth. I hope you will see your way to accepting them. A deed of partnership. I do not know within a few hundreds what your share may be, but I believe you may reckon on at least 2,000 for the first year, and more, much more, before long more than 1,000. You have not read the deed through. Call yourself a lawyer? Sit down, and read it word for word. George obeyed, reading it as if it was a paper submitted to him for consideration, a paper belonging to someone else. Well? You have read it? Yes, I have read it through. Observe that the partnership may be dissolved by death, bankruptcy, or mutual consent. I receive 2/3 of the proceeds for life. That, alas, will not be for long. Well, young man, do you accept this offer? Accept? Oh. Accept? What can I do? What can I say, but accept? He walked to the window, and looked out. I suppose he was admiring the trees in the square, which were certainly very beautiful in early July. Then he returned, his eyes humid. Aha! Mr. Doering chuckled. I told you that I would make it impossible for you to marry on £200 a year. I waited till Elsa's birthday. Well? You will now be able to revise that little estimate of living on 200 a year. Mr. Doering, said George, with breaking voice, I cannot believe it, I cannot understand it. I have not deserved it. Shake hands, my partner. The two men shook hands. Now sit down and let us talk a bit, said Mr. Doering. I am old. I am past 70. I have tried to persuade myself that I am still as fit for work as ever. But I have had warnings. I now perceive that they must be taken as warnings. Sometimes it is a little confusion of memory. I am not able to account for little things. I forget what I did yesterday afternoon. I suppose all old men get these reminders of coming decay. It means that I must reduce work and responsibility. I might give up business altogether and retire. I have money enough and to spare, but this is the third generation of a successful house, and I could not bear to close the doors, and to think that the firm would altogether vanish. So I thought I would take a partner, and I began to look about me. Well, in brief, I came to the conclusion that I should find no young man better qualified than yourself for ability and for power of work and for all the qualities necessary for the successful conduct of such a house as this. Especially I considered the essential of good manners. I was early taught by my father that the greatest aid to success is good breeding. Itn one saint that in this respect I have done justice to the teaching of one who was the most courtly of his time. You belong to an age of less ceremony and less respect to rank. But we are not always in a barrack or in a club. We are not all comrades or equals. There are those below to consider as well as those above. There are women, there are old men. You, my partner, have shown me that you can give to each the consideration, the deference, the recognition that he deserves. True breeding is the recognition of the individual. You are careful of the small things which smooth the asperities of business. In no profession, not even that of medicine, is a good manner more useful than in ours. And this you possess. Lt also pleases me, he added after a pause, to think that in making you my partner I am also promoting the happiness of a young lady I have known all her life. George murmured something. He looked more like a guilty schoolboy than a man just raised to a position most enviable. His cheeks were flushed and his hands trembled. Mr. Doering touched his bell. Checkley, he said, when that faithful retainer appeared, I have already told you of my intention to take a partner. This is my new partner. Checkley changed colour. His old eyes, or was George wrong? Flashed with a light of malignity as he raised them. It made him feel uncomfortable, but only for a moment. My partner, Checkley repeated Mr. Doering. Oh. His voice was dry and grating. Since we couldn't go on as before, well, I hope you won't repent it. You shall witness the signing of the deed, Checkley. Call in a clerk. So, there we have it, drawn, signed, and witnessed. Once more, my partner, shake hands. Elsie retired to her own room after the snub administered to her rising spirits. She soon began to sing again, being much too happy to be affected by anything so small. She went on with her portrait, preserving some, but not all, of the softness and benevolence which she had put into it, and thereby producing what is allowed to be an excellent portrait, but somewhat flattering. She herself knows very well that it is not flattering at all, but even lower than the truth, only the other people have never seen the lawyer in an expansive moment. Now while she was thus engaged, her mind going back every other minute to her newly acquired inheritance, a cab drove up to the house, the door flew open, and her lover, her George, flew into her arms. You here, George? Actually in the house? Oh. But you know, I know. But I could not possibly wait till this evening. My dear child, the most wonderful thing, the most extraordinary thing, in the whole world has happened, a thing we could never hope and never ask. Mr. Doering has told you, then. What? Do you know? Mr. Doering told me this morning. Oh, George. Isn't it wonderful? Wonderful? It is like the last chapter of a novel. This he said speaking as a fool, because the only last chapter in life is that in which Azrael crosses the threshold. Oh, have been walking in the air, I have been flying, I have been singing and dancing. I feel as if I had never before known what it was to be happy. Mr. Doering said something about having it settled. Mind, it's all yours, George, yours as well as yes, said George, a little puzzled. I suppose in the eyes of the law it is mine, but then it is yours as well. All that is mine is yours. Oh. Mr. Doering said it was mine in the eyes of the law. What does it matter, George, what the stupid old law says? Nothing, my dear, nothing at all. It will be worth £500 a year very nearly. That, with your £200 a year, will make us actually comfortable after all our anxieties. 500 a year? It will be worth 4 times that, I hope. 4 times? Oh, is impossible. But Mr. Doering told me that he could hardly get so much as 4%. And I have made a sum and worked it out. Rule for simple interest, multiply the principal by the rate %, and again by the time, and divide by 100. It is quite simple. And what makes the sum simpler, you need only take 1 year. What principal, Elsie, by what interest? You are running your little head against rules of arithmetic. Here there is no principal and no interest. It is a case of proceeds, and then division. We will call it proceeds, if you like, George, but he called it interest. Anyhow, it comes to 500 a year, very nearly, and with your 200, I don't know what you mean by your 500 a year. As for my 200, unless I am very much mistaken, that will very soon be 2,000. Your 200 will become? George, we are talking across each other. Yes. What money of yours do you mean? I mean the £12,000 that Mr. Doering holds for me, with accumulations, she began to sing the rhyme of the omnibus wheels, accumulations, ations. £12,000. Is this fairyland? 12,000. I reel, I faint, I sink, I melt away. Take my hands, both my hands, Elsie, kiss me kindly, it's better than brandy, kindly kiss me. £12,000. With accumulations she sung. Never before, George, have I understood the loveliness and the power of money. They were given to Mr. Doering by an anonymous person to be held for me, secretly. No one knows, not even, yet, my mother. Oh! It is altogether too much, too much. Once there was a poor but loving couple, and fortune turned her wheel, and, you don't know, you most unsuspecting ignorant thing, you can't guess, oh, Elsie, I am a partner, Mr. Doering's panner. They caught hands again, then they let go, then they sat down, and gazed upon each other. Elsie said George. George said Elsie. We can now marry like everybody else, but much better. We shall have furniture now. All the furniture we shall want, and a house where we please. No contriving now, no pinching. No self-denying for each other, my dear. That's a pity, isn't George, don't repine. The advantages may counterbalance the drawbacks. I think I see the cottage where we were going to live. It is in Islington, or near it, Bansbury, perhaps. There is a little garden in front, and one at the back. There is always washing hung out to dry. I don't like the smell of suds. For dinner, one has cold Australian tinned meat for economy, not for choice. The rooms are very small, and the furniture is shabby, because it was cheap and bad to begin with. And when you come home, oh, George! She stuck her forefinger in her chalk, and drew 2 or 3 lines on his face. You look like that, so discontented, so grumpy, so gloomy. Oh, my dear, the advantages, they do so greatly outbalance the drawbacks, and George, you will love your wife all the more, I am sure you will, because she can always dress properly and look nice, and give you a dinner that will help to rest you from the work of the day. Once more this foolish couple fell into each other's arms and kissed again with tears and smiles and laughter. Who, asked Mrs. Arundel, ringing the bell upstairs, who is with Miss Elsie below? On hearing that it was Mr. George Austen, whose presence in the house was forbidden, Mrs. Arundel rose solemnly and awfully, and walked down the stairs. She had a clear duty before her. When she threw open the lovers were hand in hand dancing round the room laughing, but the tears were running down Elsie's cheeks. Elsie, said her mother, standing at the open door, perhaps you can explain this. Permit me to explain, said George. This gentleman, Elsie, has been forbidden the house. One moment, he began. Go, sir. She pointed majestically to the window. Oh, cried Elsie. Tell her, George, tell her, I cannot. She fell to laughing and crying together, but still held her lover by the hand. "Elle will have no communication whatever with one who robs me of a daughter," said this Roman matron. "Will you once more leave the house, sir?" "Mother, you must hear him." "Nothing," said Mrs. Arundel, "will ever induce me to speak to him, nothing." "Mother, don't be silly," Elsie cried, "you don't know what has happened. You must not say such things. You will only be sorry for them afterwards." "Never, never. One may forgive such a man, but one can never speak to him, never, whatever happens, never." The lady looked almost heroic as she waved her right hand in the direction of the man. "Elle will go," said George, "but not till you have heard me. I am rich, Elsie is rich, we shall not marry into poverty. The whole situation is entirely changed." "Changed," Elsie repeated, taking George's arm. "My dear George," said Mrs. Arundel, when she had heard the whole story, and by cross-examination persuaded herself that it was true, "you know on what a just basis my objections were founded. Otherwise, I should have been delighted at the outset. Kiss me, Elsie. You have my full consent, children. These remarkable events are providential. On Mr. Dering's death or retirement, you will step into an enormous practice. Follow his example. Take no partner till old age compels you. Keep all the profits for yourself, all. My dear George, you should be a very happy man. Not so rich, perhaps, as my son-in-law, Sir Samuel, but above the ordinary run of common happiness. As for the past, we will now go down to lunch. There is the bell." These emotions are fatiguing in honour of the event. May one dwell upon so simple a thing as a small family dinner party? It is generally undramatic and uneventful, it is not generally marked even by a new dish or a bottle of rare wine. Yet there lingers in the mind of Evie Man the recollection of pleasant dinners. I should like to write a book of dinners, not a book for the gourmet, but a book of memories. It might be a most delightful volume. There would be in it the schoolboys' dinner. I remember a certain dinner at 18p a head, at Richmond, before we had the row in the boat, when we quarrelled and broke the oars over each other's heads, and Vio nearly capsized, a certain undergraduate's dinner, in which 4 men, 3 of whom are now ghosts, joined, the Ramblers' dinner, of lamb chops and bottled ale and mirth and merriment, the Ivory dinner in the private room, a dainty dinner of sweet lamb, sweet bread, sweet peas, sweet looks, sweet moselle, and sweet words. Is it really TME that one never, never, gets young again? Some people do, I am sure, but they are under promise to say nothing about it. I shall, and then that dinner may perhaps, one cannot say, one never knows, and I suppose, if one was young again, that they would be found just as pretty as they ever were. There is the official dinner, stately and cold, the city dinner, which generally comes to a man when his digestion is no longer what it was, the family dinner, in which the intellect plays so small a part, because no one wastes his fine things on his brothers and sisters, the dinner at which one has to make a speech. Indeed, this book of dinners promises to be a most charming volume. I should attempt it, however, with trembling, because, to do it really well, one should be, first of all, a scholar, if only to appreciate things said and spoken, and in order to connect the illustrious past with food and drink. Next, he ought to be still young. He certainly must have a proper feeling for wine, and must certainly understand when and why one should be grateful to good Master Cook. He should be a past or present master in the art of love and a squire of dames. He should be good at conversation. He must, in the old language, be a worshipper of Bacchus, Venus, Phoebus, Apollo, the Muses 9 and the Graces 3. He must be no poor weakling, unable to enjoy the good creatures of flesh, fowl, fish, and wine, no bore, and no log insensible to loveliness. Dinner, which should be a science, has long been treated as one of the fine arts. Now every fine art, as we all know, has its fashions and its caprices. Those who are old enough to remember the dinners of 20, 30, or 40 years ago can remember many of their fashions and caprices. In the 30s, for instance, everything was carved upon the table. It required a man with a strong wrist to give a dinner party. Fortunately, a dinner then consisted of few dishes. They drank sher with dinner, and port Affenvards. The champagne, if there was any, was sweet. The guests were bidden for 6:30, they sat down to dinner before 7. At 8 the ladies went upstairs, at 10:30 the men joined them. Their faces were flushed, their shoulders were inclined to lurch, and their speech was the least bit thick. Wonderful to relate, brandy and water used to be served to these topers in the drawing-room itself. Mr. Doering had altered little in his dinner customs. They mostly belonged to the 60s, with a survival of some belonging to the 30s. Things were carved upon the sideboard. This was in deference to modern custom. Champagne formed an integral part of the meal, but the dinner itself was solid. The cloth after dinner was removed, leaving the dark polished mahogany after the old fashion. The furniture of the room was also in the old style. The chairs were heavy and solid. The walls were hung with a dark crimson paper of velvety texture. The curtains and the carpets were red. There were pictures of game and fruit. The sideboard was as solid as the table. Checkley the clerk, who was invited as a faithful servant of the house, to the celebration of the new partnership, was the first to arrive. Dressed in a hired suit, he looked like an undertaker's assistant. The gloom upon his face heightened the resemblance. Why the partnership caused this appearance of gloom, I know not. Certainly, he could never expect to be made a partner himself. It was perhaps a species of jealousy which filled his soul. He would no longer know so much of the business. George came with the mother-in-law-elect and the fiancé. Forgiveness, peace, amnesty, and charity sat all together upon the brow of the elder lady. She was magnificent in a dark crimson velvet, and she had a good deal of gold about her arms and neck. Jewish ladies are said to show, by the magnificence of their attire, the prosperity of the business. Why not? It is a form of enjoying success. There are many forms. One man buys books, let him buy books. Another collects pictures. Why not? One woman wears crimson velvet. Why not? In this way she enjoys her wealth and proclaims it. Again, why not? It seems to the philosopher a fond and vain thing to deck the person at all times, and especially fond when the person is middle-aged and no longer beautiful. We are not all philosophers. There are many middle-aged men who are extremely happy to put on their uniform and their medals and their glittering helmets. Mrs. Arundel wore her velvet as if she enjoyed the colour of it, the richness of it, the light and shade that lay in its folds, and the soft feel of it. She wore it, too, as an outward sign that this was a great. Her daughter, Lady Doering, came also arrayed in a queenly dress of amber silk with an aigrette of feathers in her hair. To be sure, she was going on somewhere after the dinner. Elsie, for her part, came in a creamy white almost like a bride, but she looked much happier than most brides. Hilda's husband, Sir Samuel, who was some 6 or 7 years younger than his brother, was in appearance a typical man of wealth. The rich man can no longer, as in the days of good old Sir Thomas Gresham, illustrate his riches by costly furs, embroidered doublets, and heavy chains. He has to wear broadcloth and black. Yet there is an air, a carriage, which belongs to the rich man. In appearance, Sir Samuel was tall, like his brother, but not thin like him. He was corpulent, his face was red, he was bald, and he wore large whiskers, dyed black. The late dissensions were completely forgotten. Hilda embraced her sister fondly. "My dear," she whispered, "we have heard all. Everything is changed by these fortunate events. They do you the greatest credit. George," she took his hand and held it tenderly, "cannot tell you how happy this news has made us all. You will be rich in the course of years. Sir Samuel was only saying, as we came along I was saying, young gentleman, the knight intimated, that the most beautiful thing about money is the way it develops character. We do not ask for many virtues, only honesty and diligence, from the poor. When a man acquires wealth we look for his better qualities. Yes, indeed, Hilda murmured. His better qualities begin to show. Elsie, dear, that is a very pretty frock. I don't think I have seen it before. How do you like my dress? George accepted this sudden turn in opinion with smiles. He laughed at it afterwards. For the moment it made him feel almost as if he was being rewarded for some virtuous action. Dinner was announced at 7, such were the old-fashioned manners of this old gentleman. He led in Mrs. Arundel, and placed Elsie on his left. At first, the dinner promised to be a silent feast. The two lovers were not disposed to talk much, they had not yet recovered from the overwhelming and astonishing events of the day. Sir Samuel never talked at the beginning of dinner, besides, there was turtle soup and red mullet and whitebait. It is sinful to divert your attention from these good creatures. His wife never talked at dinner or at any other time more than she could help. Your statuesque beauty seldom does. Talking much involves smiling and even laughing, which distorts the face. A woman must encourage men to talk, this she can do without saying much herself. Presently Mr. Doering roused himself and began to talk, with a visible effort, first to Mrs. Arundel of things casual, then to Elsie, and then to his brother, but always with an effort, as if he was thinking over the things. And a constraint fell upon the party. When the cloth was removed and the wine and fruit placed upon the dark and lustrous board, he filled a glass and made a kind little speech. My partner, he said, I drink to you. May your connection with the house be prosperous. It is a very great good fortune for me to have found such a partner. Elsie, I join you with my partner. I wish you both one happiness. He drained the bumper and sent round the decanters. Then he began to talk, and his discourse was most strange. Had it been, said his brother afterwards, the idle fancies of some crack-brained writing fellow, I could have understood it, but from him, from a steady old solicitor, a man who has never countenanced any kind of nonsense, to be sure he said it was only an illusion. I hope it isn't a softening. 15 ever heard of such a man as that having dreams and illusions? Certainly no one had ever before heard Mr. Doering talk in this new manner. As a rule, he was silent and grave even at the head of his own table. He spoke little and then gravely. Tonight his talk as well as his face was changed. Who would have thought that Mr. Doering should confess to illusions, and should relate dreams, and should be visited by such dreams? Remember that the speaker was 75 years of age, and that he had never before been known so much as to speak of benevolence. Then you will understand something of the bewilderment which fell upon the whole company. He began by raising his head and smiling with a strange and new benignity, but Elsie thought of her portrait. We are all one family here, he said, and I may talk. I want to tell you of a very remarkable thing that has recently happened to me. It has been growing, I now perceive, for some years. But it now holds me strongly, and it is one reason why I am anxious to have the affairs of the house in the hands of a younger man. For it may be a sign of the end. At 75 anything uncommon may be a sign. You look well, Mr. Doering, and as strong as most men of 60, said Mrs. Arundel. Perhaps. I feel well and strong. The fact is that I am troubled, or pleased, or possessed, by an illusion. You with an illusion, said his brother. Myself. An illusion possesses me. It whispers me from time to time that my life is wholly spent in promoting the happiness of other people. Well, said his brother, since you are a first-class solicitor, and manage the affairs of many people very much to their advantage, you certainly do promote their happiness. Yes, I suppose so. My illusion further is that it is done outside my business, without any bill afterwards. Checkley looked up with eyes wide open. I'm made to believe that I am working and living for the good of others. A curious illusion, is it not? The city man shook his head. That any man can possibly live for the good of others is, I take it, always and under all circumstances an illusion. In the present state of society, and a very admirable state it is, he rolled his bald head as he spoke and his voice had a rich roll in it, a man's first duty, his second duty, his third duty, his 100th duty is to himself. In the city it is his business to amass wealth, to roll it up, he expressed the words with feeling, to invest it profitably, to watch it, and to nurse it as it fructifies. Afterwards, when he is rich enough, if ever a man can be rich enough, he may exercise as much charity as he pleases. Charity seems to please some people as a glass of fine wine. He illustrated the comparison, pleases the palate. The lawyer listened politely and inclined his head. There is at least some method in my illusion, he went on. You mentioned it. The solicitor is always occupied with the conduct of other people's affairs. That must be admitted. He is always engaged in considering how best to guide his fellow man through the labyrinthine world. He receives his fellow man at his entrance into the world, as a ward, he receives him grown up, as a client, he advises him all his life at every step and in every emergency. If the client gaze into partnership, or marries, or buys a house, or builds one, or gets into trouble, the solicitor assists and advises him. When the client grows old, the solicitor makes his will. When the client dies, the solicitor becomes his executor and his trustee, and administers his estate for him. It is thus a life, as I said, entirely spent for other people. I know not of any other, unless it be of medicine, that so much can be said. And think what terrors, what anxieties, what disappointments, the solicitor witnesses and alleviates. Think of the family scandals he hushes up and keeps secret. Good heavens! If a solicitor in large practice were to tell what he knows, think of the terrible disclosures. He knows everything. He knows more than a Roman Catholic priest, because his penitents not only reveal their own sins but also those of their wives and sons and friends and partners. And anxiety, I may tell you, makes a man better at confessing than penitence. Sometimes we bring actions at law and issue writs and so forth. Well now, this part of our business, which is disagreeable to us, is actually the most beneficent of any. Because, by means of the cases brought before the High Court of Justice, we remind the world that it must be law-abiding as well as law-worthy. The law, in order to win respect, must first win fear. Force comes before order. The memory of force must be kept up. The presence of force must be felt. For instance, I have a libel case just begun. It is rather a bad libel. My libeller will suffer, he will bleed, but he will bleed for the public good, because thousands who are only anxious to libel and slander, to calumniate and defame their neighbours, will be deterred. Oh! It will be a most beneficent case, far-reaching, striking terror into the hearts of my friends, is my illusion. It is, I suppose, one of the many illusions with which we cheat old age and rob it of its terrors. To everybody else I am a hard-fisted lawyer, exacting his pound of flesh from the unfortunate debtor, and making myself rich at the expense of the creditor. Nonsense about how a man gets rich, said the man of business. He can only get rich if he is capable. Quite right. Let the weak go under. Let the careless and the lazy starve. At the same time, said Elsie softly, it is not all illusion. There are others besides the careless and the lazy. Sometimes the old lawyer went on, this illusion of mine, oh! I know it is only illusion, takes the form of a dream, so vivid that it comes back to me afterwards as a reality. In this dream, which is always the same. I seem to have been engaged in some great scheme of practical benevolence. Practical, what? You engaged in practical benevolence? The city man asked in profound astonishment. The illusion was astonishing enough, but to have his brother talk of practical benevolence was amazing indeed. Practical benevolence, repeated Mr. Doing. His voice dropped. His eyes looked out into space. He seemed as one who narrates a story. It is a curiously persistent dream. It comes at irregular intervals, it pleases me while it lasts. Oh. In the evening after dinner, while one takes a nap in the easy chair, perhaps, it is, as I said, quite vivid. The action of this dream always takes place in the same room, a large room, plainly furnished, and looking out upon an open space. I should know it if I saw it, and it fills me with pleasure, in my dream, just to feel that I am, there is no other word for it, diffusing happiness. How I manage this diffusion, I can never remember, but there it is, good solid happiness, such as, in waking moments, one feels to be impossible. Diffusing happiness, said his brother. A very beautiful dream, said Elsie. But no one dared to look in each other's face. This strange dream of mine, continued Mr. Doing, does not form part of that little illusion, though it seems connected with it. And as I said, mostly it comes in the evening. The other day, however, I had it in the afternoon, went to sleep in my office. You find me asleep, Checkley? It was on Friday. No. On Friday afternoon you went out. All. When I came back, then, I had forgotten that I went out. Did I go out? Strange. Never mind. This continuous dream opens up a world of new ideas and things which are, I perceive, when I am awake, quite unreal and illusory. Yet they please. I see myself, as I said, diffusing happiness with open hands. The world which is thus made happier consists entirely of poor people. I move among them unseen, I listen to them, I see what they do, and I hear what they say. Mind, all this is as real and TNLE to me as if it actually happened. And it fills me with admiration of the blessed state of poverty. In my dream I pity the rich, with all my heart. To get rich, I think, in this dream, they must have practiced so many deceptions, brother. Brother. Sir Samuel held up both hands. In my dream, only in my dream. Those who inherit riches are burdened with the weight of their wealth, which will not suffer them to enter into the arena, will not allow them to develop and to exercise their talents, and afflicts them with the mental and bodily diseases that belong to indolence. The poor, on the other hand, who live from day to day, sometimes out of work for weeks together, practice easily the simple virtues of brotherly love, charity, and mutual helpfulness. They have learned to combine for the good of all rather than to fight, one against another, for selfish gain. It is the only world where all are borrowing and lending, giving and helping. Brother, this dream of yours is like a socialistic tract. It may be. Yet you see how strongly it takes hold of me, that while I see the absurdity of the whole thing, it is not unpleasant to recall the recollection of it. Well, I do not know what set me talking about this dream. The smiles left his face, he became grave again, he ceased to talk. For the rest of the evening he was once more the old solicitor, weighed down with the affairs of other people. Checkley, it was on the doorstep, and Sir Samuel waited while his wife said a few fond things to her sister. What the devil came over my brother tonight? Don't know indeed, Sir Samuel. I never heard him talk like that before. Doing good to M? Serving a writ upon M is more our line. I think he must be upset somewhere in his inside, and it's gone to his head. Practical benevolence. Living for other people. Have you heard him complain of anything? No, Sir Samuel. He never complains. Eats hearty, walks upright and strong, works like he always has good. And the blessedness of being poor. seems most wonderful. Blessedness of being poor. Well, Sir Samuel, I've enjoyed that blessedness myself, and I know what it's like. Any ordinary preachin' chap might talk that nonsense, but for your eminent brother, Sir Samuel, such a lawyer as him, to be talking such stuff, if I may humbly so speak of my learned master's words, it is, Sir Samuel, it really is amazing. He said it was a dream, remember. But I agree with you, Checkley. Lt is amazing. Humph. The blessedness of being poor. And over such a glass of port, too. I thought I should ha' rolled off my chair, I did, indeed. Here's your good lady, Sir Samuel. Elsie, said Mrs. Arundel in the carriage, I think it was high time that Mr. Doering should take a partner. He to dream of practical benevolence. He to be diffusing happiness with open hands. Oh! Most lamentable, I call it. However, the deeds are signed, and we are all right. In case of anything happening, it is a comfort to think that George's position would be only improved at the gates of paradise. Many women have advanced the doctrine that the happiest time of life is that of their engagement. Of course no man can possibly understand this theory, but from a woman's point of view it can be defended, because it is for some girls the most delightful thing in the world to be wooed, and until the church service is actually said and the ring is on the finger, the bride is queen and mistress, afterwards, not always. But the happiness of it depends upon its being a courtship without obstacles. Now, in the case of the young couple whose fortunes we are following, there was plenty of love with excellent wooing, but the engagement had been opposed by the whole tribe of Amdals, so that every time she met her lover it was in open rebellion against her mother. To go home from a walk with him only to find the silence of resentment at home was not pleasant. Again, we have seen how they were looking forward to a life of poverty, even of privation. Dame Penury with her pinching ways and shrewish tongue was going to be their constant lodger. Then the young man could not choose but ask himself whether he was not a selfish beast to take a girl out of plenty into privation. And the girl could not choose but ask herself whether she was not selfish in laying this great burden the back of her lover. No one can be indifferent to such a prospect, no one can contemplate with pleasure the cheese parings, the savings, the management of such a life. No one can like having to make a penny do the work of sixpence, no one can rejoice as one steps down the social ladder, no one can anticipate with satisfaction the loss of gentlehood for the daughters, and the loss of an adequate education for the sons. You will make me happy, said the lover, at the cost of everything that makes life happy for yourself. If I make you happy, said the girl, I ask for nothing more. But oh! I am laying a heavy burden upon you. Can you bear it? Will you never blame me if the burden is greater than you can bear? And now all the trouble vanished like a cloud from the morning sky, vanished so completely that there was not a trace of it left anywhere. The accusing figure of her mother was changed into a smiling face of pleased and satisfied maternity, reproaches were turned into words of endearment, angry looks to presents and caresses. And as for her sister, you might have thought that all this good fortune was actually achieved and conquered by Elsie, otherwise, how could one just die for the praise and flattery that Hilda now lavished upon her? She gave a great dinner as a kind of official reception of the bridegroom into the family, she also gave a dance, at which she herself was the most beautiful woman, she stood in a conspicuous place all the evening, magnificently dressed, statuesque, wonderful, and Elsie was the prettiest girl at the party, but between the most beautiful woman and the prettiest girl was a difference. There is nothing like good fortune to bring out a girl's good qualities. Elsie had always had friends, now she might have numbered them by hundreds. Good fortune breeds friends as the sunshine creates the flowers. She was congratulated, caressed, and flattered enough to turn her head. Now, girls are so constituted that they love admiration, which is a kind of affection, even when it takes the form of flattery, and their heads may be easily turned, but they are as easily turned back again. And the house, the widow's house, which for so many years had been so dull and quiet a place, was transformed into a place of entertainment. It only wanted coloured lamps to make it another Vauxhall. It was crowded eve one night with the younger friends of bride and bridegroom. George had many friends. He was gregarious by nature, he was a rowing man on the athletic side, he had a healthy love and a light hand for things like billiards, shooting, and fishing. They are tastes which assist in the creation of friendships. These friends, young fellows of like mind, came to the house in multitudes to rally round the man about to desert their ranks. Young men are forgiving. George would row no more among them, he would be lost to the billiard table, and to the club itself, yet they forgave him, and accepted his invitation and went to see the bride. They found her with the friends of her own age. Heavens! How the daring of one man in taking away a maiden from the band encourages others. There are 6 love stories at least, all rising out of these evenings, and all of surpassing interest, had one the time to write them. They are both grave and gay, there are tears in every one. The course of true love in no case ran smooth except in the story of the 2 stupids. Love's enemies can never effect aught against a stupid, and so these 2 stupids became engaged without opposition, and were married with acclamations, but they are too stupid, perhaps, to know their own happiness. All this went on for 3 weeks. It was arranged that the happy pair should be married in the middle of August. They had resolved to spend their honeymoon in France, staying a few days in Paris, and then going on to see the towns and the country along the Loire, with the old city of Tours for their centre. They proposed to live entirely upon fruit and wine and kisses. No place in the world like Touraine for those who are so young, and so much in love, and so perfectly satisfied with so simple a diet. Even for those who take a cutlet with the fruit and the wine, there is no place equal to Touraine. Meantime, against the homecoming, a desirable flat was secured, not one of your little economical flats, all drawing room with 2 or 3 rabbit hutches for bedrooms, but a large and highly decorated flat with all the newest appliances, large rooms, and a lift and plenty of space for the dinner parties and receptions which Elsie would have to give. The servants were engaged. The furniture was ordered, all in the advanced taste of day, carpets, curtains, pictures, overmantels, cabinets, screens. Elsie went every day to her new home and found something omitted, and sat down in it to wonder what it would be like, this new life she was entering upon. Oh! It was a busy time. Then there was her trousseau. Everybody knows the amount of thought and care required for a trousseau. This was approaching completion. Evie or Body knows the happiness, peculiar, and unlike any other kind of happiness, with which a girl contemplates a heap of things, all her own. I suppose that it is only at her wedding that she can enjoy this happiness, for afterwards, the things are not her own, but the things of the family. The bride's dress, another thing of supreme importance, had been tried on, though as yet it was very, very far from being finished. The bridesmaids, 2 of George's sisters, had also already tried on their dresses. They came every day, 2 very sweet girls, who have both to do with those 6 love stories which will never, I fear, be told, to talk over the events and to see the presents. These came in daily, and were laid out in a room by themselves, looking then splendid. Their splendour proved the wealth and the position of the pair, because rich presents are only given to rich people. In a word, everybody was heartily, loyally sympathetic, as if to make up for the previous harshness and coldness. For 4 weeks this happiness lasted. It was on Monday, the 29th of June, that the golden shower descended upon them. It was on Monday, the 20th of July, that the rain of gold ceased, and another kind of cloud came up which speedily changed into a driving storm of rain and sleet and hail and ice and snow. Look at them on Sunday. Before the storm there is generally a brief time of sunshine, warm and fine. After the storm, the calm that follows is a time of dismay, speechless and tearless. Sunday was the day before the storm. It was a day of sunshine without and within. The lovers spent the whole day together, hand in hand. They went to church together, they sat side by side, they warbled off the same hymn book. The service proved, as the preacher used to say, a season of refreshment, for never doth religion so uplift the soul as when it is entirely happy. The voices of the choir chanting the psalms filled them with joy, and would have done so even if they had been penitential miners, and the lamentation of a sinner. Their hearts rose higher and higher as the preacher exhorted, and would have flown upwards just as much whether he had brandished the terrors of the law or held out the gracious promise of the gospel. For you see, at such a time as this, whatever was said or done only led this faithful pair farther and deeper into the shady glades and fragrant lawns and flowery dells of love's paradise. Every church, at every service, and especially in the evening, contains many such lovers. You may know them by certain infallible signs. They sit very close together, they sing off the same book, their faces betray by the rigidity of their attitude, which is that of pretended attention, the faraway expression of their eyes, and the absence of any external sign of emotion or sympathy with the preacher, that their hands, beneath some folds of the feminine gabardine, are closely clasped. It has sometimes pleased the philosopher and relieved the tedium of a dull sermon to look round the congregation and to pick out the lovers, here a pair and there a pair. Even in the church, you see, love is conqueror and king. These lovers, therefore, went to church in a frame of mind truly heavenly. Nobody in the whole congregation felt more deeply pious, every response was an act of praise, every prayer an act of gratitude, every hymn a personal thank-offering. But beneath those seemingly calm faces was flying and rushing a whirlwind of hopes, memories, plans, projects, and gratitudes. He who looks back upon the days immediately before his wedding day, most men no more remember their own emotions than a child remembers yesterday's earache, will wonder how he lived through that time of change, when all that he prayed for was granted, but on the condition of a turning upside down of all his habits, customs, and petted ways. All round them sat the people, no doubt with minds wholly attuned to the service of prayer and praise. Well, the sheep in a flock to outward seeming are all alike, yet every animal has his own desires and small ambitions for himself. So I suppose with the congregation. As Evio man shuts the street door behind him and trudges along the way to church, the Via Sacra, with wife and children, he carries in his waistcoat pocket, close to his heart, a little packet of business cares to think upon during the sermon. And if all the thoughts of all the people could be collected after the sermon instead of the offertory, they would make a salutary oblation indeed. George, said Elsie, as they came out, let us go into the gardens and sit under a tree and talk. Let us get away from everybody for half an hour. Kensington Gardens were filled with the customary throng of those who, like themselves, had been to church. The carping philosopher says unkind things about church, and gardens, and fashion. As if church would ever keep like from congregating with like. There were shoals of beautiful girls, dressed as well as they knew or could afford, dozens of young fellows, and with them the no longer quite so young, the no longer young, the no longer young at all, the middle-aged, the elderly and the old, not to speak of the children. Elsie looked up and down the walk. We are never so much alone as in a crowd, she said, with the air that some girls assume of saying an original thing which no woman ever did say yet, unless by accident. They joined the stream. Presently George led the girl out of the road and across the grass to a place where 2 or 3 chairs were set under the trees. They sat down. Then occurred the miracle wrought in these gardens every day and all day long. Out of the ground sprang a man, for such he seemed, though doubtless a spirit messenger, who demanded 2pence. This paid, he vanished straightway. After this ceremony they talked. George, said the girl, every day now, wherever I am, even at church, I feel as if I should like to jump up and sing and dance. This morning I should have liked a service all to ourselves, you to read and I to sing, you to pray and I to praise. I kept wondering if there was any girl in the place so happy as myself, or so unhappy as I was 3 short weeks ago. Elsie, said George, a simple thing to say, but it had 1,000 meanings. We have not deserved it. Indeed, indeed, we have not. Why are we singled out for such joy? We already had the greatest thing of all, we had love. That is happiness enough for some women. We only wanted a little more money, and now we have all this great fortune. It is wonderful, Elsie. She laid her hand on his and spoke in her sweet low voice, gazing upwards. George. I am so happy, that I want everybody else to be happy as well. The angels, I am sure, must lose some of their joy in wishing that all were with them. I pity all those poor girls who have no lovers, all those poor married people who are lying in poverty, all those creatures who are toiling for what they cannot get, all those who are weeping outside the gates of heaven. George, it is a beautiful world, and it should be such a happy world. There should be nothing but joy all through life. There is such an abundance of happiness possible in it. Sadness is only a passing cloud, anxiety is only a touch of east wind, evil and pain are only fleeting shadows. She sighed and clasped her hands, and the tears rose to her eyes. We shall grow old together, George, she went on, murmuring rather than speaking. Amid her lover's interruptions and interjections. You will always love me, long after my beauty, you know you will call it beauty, George, is past and gone, even when I am a poor old crone doubled up in my armchair, you will always love me. My life will be full of love. Perhaps, here her face flushed, and she stopped. We shall have no trouble about money, we shall go on always learning more and more, growing wiser and wiser and wiser. You will be a wise and good man, thinking and working all your life for other people, just as Mr. Doering imagined, 3 weeks ago. Everybody will love and respect you. Then you will grow grey-headed, you poor, dear boy, and all the world will say how wise and strong you are, and I shall be prouder of my old husband than even I was of my young lover. The life that others have dreamed, we shall live. Every day shall come laden with its own joy, so that we would not, if we could help it, suffer it to go away. She struck a deeper note, and her voice trembled and sank and her eyes filled with tears. Life shall be all happiness, as God intended for us. Even death will be little sorrow, for the separation will be so short. Once more she laid her hand on his. Even to the most frivolous, the prospect of the wedded life awakens grave and solemn thoughts. For those who have eyes to see and ears to hear and brains to understand, there is no prospect so charged with chances and possibilities, where even life itself may become a death in life. When George left her in the evening, he drove to see Athelstan. So he said, "You have been courting all day, I suppose. You ought to have had enough of it. Sit down and have something, a pipe, a cigar. Well, you are going to be very jolly, I suppose. Elsa's little fortune will help a bit, won't it?" "I should think so, indeed. Yes, I've been very glad, ever since you told me that the child had had this stroke of luck. I wonder who gave her the money? To be sure, there is plenty of money knocking about among the Arundels. Most of us have had a sort of instinct for making money. Put us down anywhere among a lot of men in a city, and we begin to transfer the contents of their pockets to our own. Meanwhile, give up this old resentment. Come back to your own people. Come to our wedding. I cannot possibly, unless you will tell me who forged that check. How could I go back to people who still believe me guilty? When you are married, I will go and see Elsie, which I can do with a light heart. You have not told anyone about my return?" "Certainly not. No one suspects, and no one talks or thinks about you." Athelstan laughed a little. "That is a doubtful piece of information. Am I to rejoice or to weep, because I am completely forgotten and out of mind? It is rather humiliating, isn't you are not forgotten at all? That is a different thing. Only they do not speak of you. Well, George, never mind that now. I am glad you came tonight, because I have some news for you. I have found the commissionaire who took the check to the bank, actually found the man. No. After all these years. I wrote out the particulars of the case, briefly. Yesterday I took the paper to the commissionnaire's barrack in the Strand and offered a reward for the recovery of the man who had cashed the cheque. That same evening the man presented himself and claimed the reward. He remembered the thing very well. For this reason, the gentleman who employed him first sent him with a bag to a parcel delivery office. He did not look at the address. The gentleman was staying at the Cecil Hotel. Now the commissionaire was a one-armed man. Because he had only one arm, the gentleman, who was a pleasant-spoken gentleman, gave him 10 shillings for his trouble, which was 9 shillings more than his proper pay. The gentleman sent him to the bank with this cheque to cash, and he returned with £720 in £10 notes. Then it was that the gentleman who seems to have been a free-handed gentleman gave him the 10 shillings. The man says that he would know that gentleman anywhere. He was old, and had grey hair. He says that he should know him wherever he saw him. What do you think of that? Well, it is something, if you could find that old man. Why, of course it was Checkley, grey-haired Checkley. We'll catch that old fox, yet. Beware of Checkley. He's a fox. He's a worm. He's a creeping centipede. When the old man goes, you must make Checkley pack. A mysterious discovery. On Monday morning the unexpected happened. It came with more than common malignity. In fact, nothing more true-eating to the persons chiefly concerned in the calamity could have happened, though at first they were happily spared the comprehension of its real significance. There is a widespread superstition, so wide that it must be that at those rare moments when one feels foolishly happy, at peace with all the world, at peace with one's own conscience, all injuries forgiven, the future stretched out before like a sunlit peaceful lake, some disaster, great or small, is certainly imminent. Don't feel too happy, says experience universal. The gods resent the happiness of man. Affect a little anxiety. Assume a certain sadness. Restrain that dancing leg. If you must shake it, do so as if by accident, or as if in terror for choice, shake it over an open grave in the churchyard. Stop singing that song of joy, try the lamentation of a sinner instead. So will the gods be deceived. Above all, never allow yourself to believe that the devil is dead. He is not even asleep. By carefully observing these precautions, a great many misfortunes may be averted. If, for instance, George had gone home soberly on Sunday night instead of carrying on like a schoolboy in playtime, obviously happy, and so inviting calamity, perhaps he would never have been connected, as he afterwards became, with this disaster. You have heard that Mr. Doering was a man of method. Every morning he arrived at his office at 10:15. He hung up his coat and hat in a recess behind the door. He then opened his safe with his own hand. Checkley had already laid out the table with a clean blotting pad, pens, and letter paper. He had also placed the letters of the day upon the pad. The reading of the letters began the day's work. The lawyer read them, made notes upon them, rang for his shorthand clerk, and dictated answers. These dispatched, he turned to the standing business. This morning, with the usual routine, he was plodding through the letters of the day, taking up one after the other, and reading half mechanically. Presently he opened one, and looked at the heading. Ellis and Northcote, he said. What do they want? Then he suddenly stopped short and started. Then he began the letter again, and again he stopped short. It was from his brokers in the city, and it recommended a certain advantageous investment. That was not in itself very extraordinary. But it contained the following remarkable passage: You have made such great transfers and so many sales during the last few months that you have probably more profitable uses for money in your own business. But if you should have a few thousands available at the present moment, it is a most favourable opportunity. Great transfers and many sales, asked Mr. Doing, bewildered. What transfers? What sales does he mean? He thumbed over the pages of his diary. He could find no transactions of the kind at all. Then he reflected again. I can remember no transfers, he murmured. Is this another trick of memory? Finally, he touched the bell upon his table. Checkly, said Mr. Doing, on the appearance of the ancient clerk, I have got a letter that I don't understand at all. I told you that my memory was going. Now you see. Here is a letter about transfers and sales of stock. What transfers? I don't understand one word of it. My memory is not only going, it is gone. Memory going? Nonsense, the old man shook his head. No, no, your memory is all right. Mine is as clear as a bell. So's yours. You eat hearty, so do I. You sleep well. So do I. We're both as hale and healthy as ever. No, no. My memory is not what it was. I've told you so a dozen times. I lose myself sometimes. Yesterday, when the clock struck 12, I thought it was only 10. I had lost 2 hours. And sometimes when I walk home, I lose recollection of the walk afterwards. Tut, tut, nobody of your age is such a young man as you. Why, you walk like 25. And you eat hearty, you eat very hearty. His words were encouraging, but he looked anxiously at his master. Truly, there was no apparent decay in Mr. Doing. He sat as upright, he looked as keen, he spoke as clearly as ever. Well, about this letter. My friend Ellis, of Ellis and Northcote, writes to me about something or other, and speaks of my effecting great transfers and sales of stock lately. What does he mean? You haven't bought or sold any stock lately, that I know of. Well, you would have known. Have we had to make any investments for clients of late? There was the Dalton Smith estate. That was 11 months ago. Suppose he must mean that, he can't mean anything else. Yes, that is it. Well, I've got a partner now, so that it matters less than it would have done, had my memory played me tricks with no other responsible man in the place. You didn't want a partner, said Checkley jealously. You had me. He must mean that, Mr. Doing repeated. He can't mean anything else. However, has my bank book been made up lately? Here it is. Made up last Friday, nothing been in or out since. Mr. Doing had not looked at his book for 3 or 4 months. He was well served, his people took care of his bank book. Now he opened it, and began to run his finger up and down the pages. Checkley, he said, what has happened to Newcastle Corporation stock? The dividends were due some weeks ago. They are not paid yet. Is the town gone bankrupt? And, where is Wolverhampton? And, he turned over the paper quickly. Checkley, there is something wrong with the book. Not a single dividend of anything entered for the last 4 months. There ought to have been about £600 in that time. Queer mistake, said Checkley. I'll take the book round to the bank, and have it corrected. A very gross and careless mistake, I call it. Tell the manager I said so. Let it be set right at once, Checkley, at once, and while you wait. And bring it back to me. The bank was in Chancery Lane, close to the office. The old clerk went off on his errand. A very careless mistake, the lawyer repeated. Any clerk of mine who committed such a mistake should be dismissed at once. In fact, the certainty of full and speedy justice kept Mr. Doing's clerks always at a high level of efficiency. He returned to the letters, apparently with no further uneasiness. After 10 minutes, Checkly taking longer than he expected, Mr. Doering became aware that his attention was wandering. Great transfers and many sales, he repeated. After all, he must mean the investment of that Dalton Smith money. Yet that was only a single transaction. What can he mean? He must have made a mistake. He must be thinking of another client. It's his memory, not mine, that is confused. That's it, his memory. The large open safe in the corner was filled with stacks of paper tied up and endorsed. These papers contained, among other things, the securities for the whole of Mr. Doering's private fortune, which was now very considerable. Even the greatest city magnate would feel for Mr. Doering the respect due to wealth if he knew the amount represented by the contents of that safe. There they were, the leases, agreements, mortgages, deeds, bonds, conveyances, shares, all the legal documents by which the wicked man is prevented from seizing and appropriating the rich man's savings. Formerly the rich man kept his money in a box with iron bands. He locked up the box and put it in a recess in the cellar contrived in the stone wall. If he was only a bourgeois, it was but a little box, and he put it in a secret place, but everybody knew the secret, at the head of his bed. If he were a peasant, he tied his money up in a clout and put it under the hearthstone. In any case, thieves broke in and stole those riches. Now, grown wiser, he has no box of treasures at all, he lends it all in various directions and to various associations and companies. Every rich man is a money-lender, he is either Shylock the Great or Shylock the Less, according to the amount he lends. Thieves can steal nothing but paper which is no use to them. As we grow wiser still, we shall have nothing at all in any house that can be of any use to any thief, because everything in the least valuable will have its papers, without the production of which nothing of value will be bought or sold. And all the gold and silver, whether forks or mugs, will be lodged in the bank. Then everybody will become honest, and the eighth commandment will be forgotten. Among Mr. Doering's papers were share certificates, bonds, and scrip of various kinds, amounting in all to a great many thousands. Of this money a sum of nearly £13,000 belonged to Elsie, but was still in her guardian's name. This, of course, was the fortune which had fallen so unexpectedly into the girl's hands. The rest, amounting to about £25,000, was his own money. It represented of course only a part, only a small PMT, of his very respectable fortune. Mr. Doering, whose memory, if it was decaying, was certainly clear on some points, looked across the room at the open safe, and began to think of the papers representing their investments. He remembered perfectly all the different corporation stock. All the water, gas, railway shares, the Indian and the colonial stock, the debenture companies and the trading companies. He was foolish, he thought, to be disturbed by a mere mistake of the broker. His recent lapses of memory had made him nervous. There could be nothing wrong, but that clerk at the bank ought to be dismissed for carelessness. There could be nothing wrong, for the sake of assurance he would turn out the papers, but there could be nothing wrong. He knew very well where they were, everything in his office had its place, they were all tied up together in a bulky parcel, bestowed upon a certain shelf or compartment of the safe. He pushed back his chair, got up, and walked over to the safe. Strange. The papers were not in their place. Again he felt the former irritation at having forgotten something. It was always refilming, every day he seemed to be forgetting something. But the certificates must be in the safe. He stood irresolutely looking at the piles of papers, trying to think how they could have been displaced. While he was thus wondering and gazing, Checkly came back, bank book in hand. "There is something wrong," he said. "No dividends at all have been paid to your account for the last 3 months. There is no mistake at the bank. I've seen the manager, and he's looked into it, and says there can't be any mistake about the entries. No dividends. What is the meaning of it, Checkly? No dividends? Why, There's £38,000 worth of stock. The certificates are kept here in the safe, only, for some reason or other, I can't find them at the moment. They must be in the safe somewhere. Just help me to find them, will you? He began to search among the papers, at first a little anxiously, then nervously, then feverishly. Where are they? He cried, tossing over the bundles. They must be here. They must be here. Let us turn out the whole contents of the safe. We must find them. They have never been kept in any other place. Nobody has touched them or seen them except myself. The old clerk pulled out all the papers in the safe and laid them in a great pile on the table. When there was nothing left in the safe, they began systematically to go through the whole. When they had finished, they looked at each other blankly. Everything was there except the certificates and scrip representing the investment of £38,000. These alone could not be found. They examined every packet, they opened every bundle of papers, they looked into every folded sheet of parchment or foolscap. The certificates were not in the safe. Well, said the clerk at last, they are not here, you see. Now then. In the midst of their perplexity happened a thing almost as surprising and quite as unexpected as the loss of the certificates. Among the papers was a small round parcel tied up with red tape. Checkley opened it. Banknotes, he said, and laid it aside. They were not at the moment looking for banknotes, but for certificates. When he was satisfied that these were not in the safe, and had thrown, so to speak, the responsibility of finding out the cause of their absence upon his master, he took up once more this bundle. It was, as he had said, a bundle of banknotes rolled up and tied round. He untied the knot and laid them flat, turning up the corners and counting. Curious, he said, they are all £10 notes, all £10 notes, there must be more than 50 of them. And the outside one is covered with dust. What are they? How should I know, said Mr. Doering irritably. Give them to me. Banknotes? There are no banknotes in my safe. Forgotten, the clerk murmured. Client's money, perhaps. But the client would have asked for it. £500 or £600. How can £500 be forgotten? Even a Rothschild would remember £500. Forgotten. He glanced suspiciously at his master, and shook his head, fumbling among the papers. Mr. Doering snatched the bundle from his clerk. TNLLY, they were banknotes, £10 banknotes, and they had been forgotten. The clerk was right. There is no firm in the world where a bundle worth £500 could be forgotten and no inquiry made after it. Mr. Doering stared blankly at them. Notes, he cried, notes. £10 notes. What notes, Checkley? How did these notes come here? If you don't know, the clerk replied, nobody knows. You've got the key of the safe. Good heavens! If Mr. Doering had been 20 years younger, he would have jumped. Men of 75 are not allowed to jump. The dignity of age does not allow of jumping. This is most wonderful. Checkley, this is most mysterious. What is it? These notes, the devil is in the safe today, I do believe. First the certificates are lost, that is, they can't be found, and next these notes turn up. What notes are they, then? They are nothing else than the banknotes paid across the counter for that forged cheque of 8 years ago. Oh! There is no doubt of it, none whatever. I remember the numbers, the consecutive numbers, 72 of them, £720. How did they get here? Who put them in? Checkley, I say, how did these notes get here? He held the notes in his hand and asked these questions in pure bewilderment, and not in the expectation of receiving any reply. The notes paid to that young gentleman when he forged the cheque, said Checkley, must have been put back in the safe by him. There's no other way to account for it. He was afraid to present them. He heard you say they were stopped, and he put them back. I think I see him doing it. While he was flaring out, he done it, I'm sure I see him doing it. Mr. Doering received this suggestion without remark. He laid down the notes and stared at his clerk. The two old men stared blankly at each other. Perhaps Checkley's countenance, of the two, expressed the greater astonishment. How did those notes get into the safe? The lawyer repeated. This is even a more wonderful thing than the mislaying of the certificates. You took them out. Show me exactly where they were lying. They were behind these books. See. The outside note is covered with dust. They must have been lying there all these years. In my safe. The very notes paid across the counter to the forger's messenger. In my safe. What does this mean? I feel as if I was going mad. I say, what does all this mean, Checkley? The clerk made answer slowly, repeating his former suggestion. Since young Arundel forged the cheque, young Arundel got the notes. Since young Arundel got the notes, young Arundel must have put them back. No one else could. When young Arundel put them back, he done it because he was afraid of your finding out. He put them back unseen by you that day when you charged him with the crime. I did not charge him. I have charged no one. I charged him, then, and you did not contradict. I'd charge him again if he was here. Any man may charge anything upon any other man. There was no proof whatever, and none has ever come to light. You're always for proofs that will convict a man. I only said that nobody else could do the thing. As for putting the notes back again in the safe, now I come to think of it, his face became cunning and malignant. I do remember, yes, oh. Yes, I clearly remember, I quite clearly remember, I see it as plain as if it was before me. He got sidling nearer and nearer the safe while we were talking, he got quite close, so, he chucked a bundle in when he thought I wasn't looking. I almost think I could swear to it. Nonsense, said the lawyer. Your memory is too clear. Tie up the notes, Checkley, and put them back. They may help, perhaps, sometime, to find out the man. Meantime, let us go back to our search. Let us find these certificates. They had now examined every packet in the safe, they had looked at Ivory paper, they had opened every book and searched through all the leaves. There was no doubt left, the certificates were not there. Checkley began to tie up the bundles again. His master sat down trying to remember something, everything, that could account for their disappearance. A mysterious discovery. The safe disposed of, there remained a cupboard, 2 tables FFLL of drawers, 20 or 30 tin boxes. Checkley examined every one of these receptacles. In vain. There was not anywhere any trace of the certificates. Yet, said Mr. Doering, they must be somewhere. We have been hunting all the morning, and we have not found them. They are not in this room. Yet they must be somewhere. Certificates and such things don't fly away. They are of no use to anyone. People don't steal certificates. I must have done something with them. Did you take them home with you? Why should I do that? I have no safe or strong room at home. Did you send them to the bank for greater safety? To be sure, they would be no more safe there than here. Go and ask. See the manager. Ask him if he holds any certificates of mine. The clerk turned to obey. No, Mr. Doering stopped him. What's the good? If he held the things, there would have been dividends. Yet what can I do? For the first time in his life the lawyer felt the emotion that he had often observed in clients at times of real disaster. He felt as if there was nothing certain, not even property, as if the law itself, actually the law, was of no use. His brain reeled, the ground was slipping under his feet, and he was falling forward through the table, and the floor and the foundation, forward and down, down, down. "What can I do?" he repeated. "Checkley, go. See the manager. There may be something to find out. I can't think properly. Go." When the clerk left him, he laid his head upon his hands and tried to put things quite clearly before himself. "Where can the certificates be?" he asked himself, repeating this question 20 times. He was quite conscious that if he had been consulted on such a point by a client he would have replied with the greatest readiness, suggesting the one really practical thing to do. For himself he could advise nothing. Where can the certificates be? Nobody steals corporation stock and gas companies' shares. They are no good if you do steal them. They can't be sold without the authority of the owner. He has got to sign transfer papers. If they were stolen, the dividends would go on being paid to the owner just the same. Besides, somewhere about this point he bethought him of the bank book. If the stock had been sold, the money would appear to his credit. He snatched the book and looked at it. No, there was no entry which could possibly represent the sale of stock. He knew what every entry meant, and when the amount was paid in, his memory was perfectly clear upon this point. Checkley's suggestion occurred to him. Had he taken the certificates home with him? He might have done for some reason which he had now forgotten. Yes, that was the one possible explanation. He must have done. For a moment he breathed again, only for a moment, because he immediately reflected that he could not possibly do such a thing as take those securities to a house where he never transacted any business at all. Then he returned to his former bewilderment and terror. What had become of them? Why had he taken them out of the safe? Where had he bestowed them? And why were there no dividends paid to him on these stocks? Why? He turned white with terror when he realized that if he got no more dividends, he could have no more during a long professional career of 50 years. Mr. Doering had never made a mistake, at least he thought so. If he had not always invested his money to the greatest profit, he had invested it safely. He did not get the interest that some city men expect, but he made no losses. He looked upon himself, therefore, as a man of great sagacity, whereas in such matters he was only a man of great prudence. Also, during this long period he was always in the enjoyment of a considerable income. Therefore he had never known the least anxiety about money. Yet all his life he had been counseling other people in their anxieties. It was exactly as if a specialist in some mortal disease should be himself attacked by it. Or it was as if the boatswain, whose duty it is to superintend the flogging, should be himself tied up. Nothing came to him, no glimmer of light, not the least recollection of anything. Then he thought desperately, that perhaps if he were to imagine how it would be if some else, not himself at all, were to come to himself and lay the story before him as a solicitor, for advice. Or how it would be if he himself were to go to himself as a solicitor and put the case. When Checkley came back, he found his master leaning back in his chair, his eyes wide open and staring at him as he opened the door, yet they saw nothing. Checkley stood under the gaze of those eyes, which saw him not. "Good Lord," he murmured. "Is the time come? Is he going to die?" His face was white. He seemed to be listening anxiously, his lips were parted. He's in a fit of some kind, thought the old clerk. He stood watching. He ought, perhaps, to have called for assistance. He did not think of it. He stood and watched, his face as pale as his master's. Was it the end? If so, we all think of ourselves first. What about his beng and salary? Suddenly his master's eyes closed, he dropped his head, he heaved a deep sigh, he moved his head and opened his eyes. He was restored to himself. The fit, whatever it was, had passed. "Checkley," he said, "T've been trying to put the thing to myself as if some other man, a client, was putting his case to me. I began very well. The other man came, that is, I myself called upon myself. I sat and heard my own story. I forgot, somehow, what the story was. He shook his head impatiently. Forget, I always forget. But I remember that it wasn't the story I wanted him to tell. It was another story altogether. He didn't tell me what I wanted to know. That is, what has become of the certificates. I'm no nearer than I was. He made out that I was actually selling the certificates myself. You're wandering a bit, said Checkley, anxiously watching him. That's all. You'll be all right presently. You've been shook up a bit, with the certificates and the notes and all. If I were you, I'd have a glass of something stiff. No, I shall come round presently. Yes, that's it. I'm a good deal upset by this business. Somehow, I don't seem able to think clearly about it. Let me see, he sighed heavily. I'll think you went somewhere for me, before the other man came. For Lord's sake, don't talk about the other man. There's no such person. Yes, I did go for you. I went to ask the manager of the bank whether he held any stock for you. The manager of the bank? True. Well, and does he hold anything? Not a scrap. Never had any. Then, Checkley, Mr. Doering dropped his hands helplessly. What is to be done? I don't know, I'm sure, the clerk replied with equal helplessness. I never heard of such a thing before in all my life. £38,000. It can't be. Nobody ever heard of such a thing before. Perhaps they are about the place somewhere. Let's have another search. No. It is useless. Why, I have had no dividends. The shares were all transferred, and nothing has been paid for them. The shares have been stolen. Checkley, I can't think. For the first time in my life, I can't think. I want someone to advise me. I must put the case in somebody's hands. There's your young partner, a chance for him to show that he's worth his pay. Why don't you consult him, and then come back to the old plan of you and me? We're knocked a bit silly just at first, but the case will come to us in the long run. You would have a partner. Nothing would do but a partner. The boy's in his own room now, I suppose, with a crown upon his head and the clerks kneeling around as grand as you please. Send for him. Mr. Doering nodded. The partner, when he arrived a few minutes later, found the chief walking about the room in uncontrollable agitation. On the table lay piled the whole contents of the safe. In front of it stood the ancient clerk, trembling and shaking head, hands, knees, and shoulders, following the movements of his master with eyes all of anxiety and terror. This strange fit, this forgetfulness, this rambling talk about another man, this new restlessness, frightened him. You are come at last. Mr. Doering stopped and threw himself into his chair. Now, my partner, hear the case and resolve the difficulty for us. If you can tell him, Checkley, or, stay, no, I will tell it myself. Either I have lost my reason and my memory, or I have been robbed. George stood at the table and listened. Something of the utmost gravity had happened. Never before had he seen his chief in the least degree shaken out of his accustomed frigidity of calm. Now he was excited, his eyes were restless, he talked fast, he talked badly. He made half a dozen attempts to begin, he marshalled his facts in a slovenly and disorderly manner, quite unlike his usual clear arrangement. For 50 years he had been marshalling facts and drawing up cases, and at his own he broke down. "I think I understand the whole," said George, when his chief paused and Checkley ceased to correct and to add. "You had certificates representing investments to the amount of 38,0001, these are gone, unaccountably gone, no dividends have been paid for some months, and your broker speaks of large transfers." "That's not all," said Checkley. "Tell him about the notes." "Yes. The fact may have some bearing upon the case." While we were looking for the certificates, and in order, I suppose, to complicate things and to bewilder me the more, we found in the safe the very notes, give me the bundle, checkly, there they are, that were paid over the bank counter to the man who forged my name 8 years ago. What? The case in which Athelstan Andal was accused. The same. There they are, you hold them in your hand, the very notes. Strange. On the very day when I am threatened with another and a worse robbery. Yes, yes, the very notes, the very notes. This is wonderful. Who put them there? How can I know? Well, but in any case one thing is certain. Athelstan's name is cleared at last. You will tell his mother that. Not at all, said Checkley. Why shouldn't he put M in himself? I saw him edging up towards the safe, saw him edging, stuff and nonsense. His name is cleared. This will be joyful news to his mother and sisters. Austin, get me back my certificates, said Mr. Doing, never mind those notes now. Never mind the joyful news. Never mind Athelstan's name, that can wait. The thought of him and the old forgery only bewilders my brain at this juncture. I cannot act. I cannot think. I feel as if I was blinded and stupefied. Act for me, think for me, work for me. Be my solicitor, George, as well as my partner. I will do my best. It is difficult at first to understand, for what has happened. You cannot find, you have mislaid, certain papers. Certain dividends which were due do not appear to have been paid, and your brokers, Ellis and Northcote, have used a phrase in a letter which you do not understand. Would it not be well to get them here, or shall I go into the city and ask them exactly what they meant and what has been done? If I could remember any transactions with them during the last 6 months. But I cannot, except a small purchase of corporation stock last month, a few hundreds. And here are the papers belonging to that. Which of the partners do you deal with? The old man, Ellis, he's always acted for me. He has been my friend for close on 50 years. Well, I will send for him, and tell him to come as soon as possible, and to bring along with him all the letters and papers he has. Good, good, said Mr. Doing, more cheerfully. That is practical. I ought to have thought of that at the very outset. Now we shall get along. The first thing is to arrive at the facts, then we can act. If it was another man's case, I should have known what to do. But when it is your own, and to lose the certificates, and when a sum of nearly £40,000 is at stake, it looks like losing the money itself, and the feeling of uncertainty, all taken together, becomes rather overwhelming. Of course I should like to see the letter book, and we must NM through the letters to see if they throw any light upon the business. Perhaps the papers themselves may be found among them. The presence of this young man, cheerful, decided, taking practical measures at once, cheered up the lawyer, and steadied his shattered nerves. But Checkley the clerk looked on gloomily. He replaced the Paulus in the safe, and stood beside it, as if to guard it. He followed the movements of the new partner with watchful, suspicious eyes, and he muttered sullenly between his teeth. First George sent a telegram to the city for the broker. Then, while the old clerk still stood beside the safe, and Mr. Doing continued to show signs of agitation uncontrollable, sometimes walking about and sometimes sitting at his table, sometimes looking into the empty shelves of the safe, he began to look through the copied letters, those, that is, which had gone out of Mr. Doing's office. He searched for 6 months, working backwards. Nothing for 6 months, he said. Checkley, give me the letters. He went through these. They were the letters received at the office, all filed, endorsed, and dated. There was not one during the letters of 6 months which he examined which had anything to do with the sales of stocks and shares. If he said, you had written to Ellis and Northcote, a copy of your letter would be here in this book. If they had written to you, these letters would be among these bundles. Very well. Since no such letters are here, it is clear that no such letters were written. Therefore, no sales. Then said Mr. Doing, where are my certificates? Where are my dividends? That we shall see. At present, we are only getting at the facts. Then Mr. Ellis, senior partner of Ellis and Northcote, arrived, bearing a small packet of papers. Everybody knew Mr. Ellis, of Ellis and Northcote, one of the most respectable stockbrokers in London, Citizen and Lorimer. He belonged eminently to the class called worthy, an old gentleman, carefully dressed, of smooth and polished appearance, pleasing manners, and great integrity. Nobody could look more truly into Jovite than Mr. Ellis. Nor did his private practice belie his reputation and his appearance. His chin and lips looked as if they could not possibly endure the burden of beard or moustache. His sentiments, one observed at a glance, would certainly be such as one expects from a citizen of his respectability. "Here I am, dear sir," he said cheerfully, "here I am, in immediate obedience to your summons. I hope that there is nothing wrong, though your request that I would bring with me certain papers certainly made me a little apprehensive. There is, I fear, a good deal wrong," said Mr. Doing. "Sit down, my old friend. Give Mr. Ellis a chair. Checkley. Austin, you will tell him what he wants to know. You wrote to Mr. Doing yesterday recommending a certain investment." "I certainly did. A very favourable opportunity it is, and a capital thing it will prove. You mentioned in your letter certain transfers and sales which, according to your letter, he had recently effected." "Certainly. What sales were they?" Mr. Ellis looked at his papers. "February last, sale of various stock, all duly enumerated here, to the value of 6,500 /. March last, sale of various stock, also all duly enumerated, to the value of 12,0001. Odd. April last, sale of to the value of 20,004 /. More or less, realizing, you note the dates and amounts, Austin," said Mr. Doing. "Certainly, we will, however, get the dates and the amounts more exactly in a moment. Now, Mr. Ellis, of course you received instructions with the papers themselves. Were they in writing or by word of mouth?" "In writing. By letters written by Mr. Doing himself." "Have you got these letters with you?" "Everything is here, and in proper order." He laid his hand upon the papers. "Here, for instance, is the first letter, dated the 14th of February, relating to these transactions. You will no doubt remember it, Mr. Doing." He took up a letter, and read it aloud. "My dear Ellis, I enclose a bundle of certificates and shares. They amount to somewhere about 6,500 /. At current price. Will you have these transferred to the name of Edmund Gray, gentleman, of 22 South Square, Gray's Inn? Mr. Edmund Gray is a client, and I will have the amount paid to my account by him. Send me, therefore, the transfer papers and the account showing the amount due to me by him, together with your commission. Very sincerely yours, Edward New." That is the letter. The proceeding is not usual, yet not irregular. If, for instance, we had been instructed to buy stock for Mr. Doing, but of course you know. "Pardon me," said George. "I am not so much accustomed to buy stock as my partner. Will you go on?" We should have done so, and sent our client the bill for the amount with our commission. If we had been instructed to sell, we should have paid into Mr. Doing's bank the amount realized less our commission. A transfer is another kind of work. Mr. Doing transferred this stock to Edmund Gray, his client. It was therefore for him to settle with his client the charges for the transfer and the value of the stock. We therefore sent a bill for these charges. It was sent by hand, and a cheque was received by return of the messenger. George received the letter from him, examined it, and laid it before his partner. Mr. Doing read the letter, held it to the Checkley. If anybody knows my handwriting, he said, it ought to be you. Whose writing is that? It looks like yours. But there is a trembling in the letters. It is not so firm as the most of your work. I should call it yours, but I see by your face that it is not. No, it is not my writing. I did not write that letter. This is the first I have heard of the contents of that letter. Look at the signature, Checkley. 2 clots are wanting after the word doing, and the flourish after the last N is curtailed of half its usual dimensions. Did you ever know me to alter my signature by a single curve? Never, Checkley replied. 2 clots wanting and half a flourish. Go on, sir, I've just thought of something. But go on. You don't mean to say that this letter is a forgery? Asked Mr. Ellis. Why, then, oh. It is impossible. It must then be the beginning of a whole series of forgeries. It's quite impossible to credit it. The letter came from this office, the postmark shows it was posted in this district, the answer was sent here. The transfers, consider, the transfers were posted to this office. They came back duly signed and witnessed, from this office. I forwarded the certificate made out in the name of Edmund Gray, to this office, and I got an acknowledgement, from this office. I sent the account of the transaction with my commission charges, to this office, and got a cheque for the latter, from this office. How can such a complicated business as this, only the first of these transactions, be a forgery? Why, you want a dozen confederates at least for such a job as this. I do not quite understand yet, said George, inexperienced in the transfer of stocks and shares. Well, I cannot sell stock without the owner's authority, he must sign a transfer. But if I receive a commission from a lawyer to transfer his stock to a client, it is not my business to ask whether he receives the money or not. Yes, yes. And is there nothing to show for the sale of this 6,000 worth of paper? George asked Mr. Doing. Nothing at all. The letters and everything are a forgery. And you, Mr. Ellis, received a cheque for your commission? Certainly. Get me the old cheques and the cheque-book, said Mr. Doing. The cheque was drawn, as the letter was written, in Mr. Doing's handwriting, but with the slight difference he had pointed out in the signature. You are quite sure, asked George, that you did not sign that cheque? I am perfectly certain that I did not. Then as for this Edmund Gray of 22 South Square, Gray's Inn, what do you know about him? Nothing at all, absolutely nothing. I know something, said Checkley. But go on, may be a non-existent person, for what you know. Certainly. I know nothing about any Edmund Gray. Wait a bit, murmured Checkley. Well, but, Mr. Ellis went on, this was only a beginning. In March you wrote to me again, that is to say, I received a letter purporting to be from you. In this letter, here it is, you instructed me to transfer certain stock, the papers of which you enclosed, amounting to about Edmund Gray aforesaid. In the same way as before the transfer papers were sent to you for signature, in the same way as before they were signed and returned, and in the same way as before the commission was charged to you and paid by you. It was exactly the same transaction as before, only for double the sum involved in the February business. Mr. Doing took the second letter and looked at it with a kind of patient resignation. I'll know nothing about it, he said. Nothing at all. There was a third and last transaction, said the broker, this time in April. Here is the letter written by you with instructions exactly the same as in the previous cases, but dealing with the stock to the amount of 19,000 which we duly carried out, and for which we received your cheque, for commission. Every one of these letters, every signature of mine to transfer papers and to cheques, was a forgery, said Mr. Doing slowly. I have no client named Edmund Gray, I know no one of the name, I never received any money from the transfers, these investments are stolen. Let me look at the letters again, said George. He examined them carefully, comparing them with each other. They are so wonderfully forged that they would deceive the most careful. I should not hesitate, myself, to swear to the handwriting. It has already been explained that Mr. Doering's handwriting was of a kind which is not uncommon with those who write a good deal. The unimportant words were conveyed by a curve, with or without a tail, while the really important words were clearly written. The signature, however, was large, distinct, and florid, the signature of the house, which had been flourishing for 100 years and more, a signature which had never varied. "Look at it," said George again. "Who would not swear to this writing?" "I would for one," said Mr. Ellis. "And I have known it for 40 years and more. Well, that is not your own writing, Doering, it is the very finest imitation ever made. I don't think my memory can be quite gone. Checkley, have we ever had a client named Edmund Gray?" "No, never." "But you've forgotten one thing. That forgery 8 years ago, the cheque of $7,201, was payable to the order of Edmund Gray." "Ah. So it was. This seems important." "Most important," said George. "The forger could not possibly by accident choose the same name. This cannot be coincidence." "Have you the forged cheque?" "I'll have always kept it," Mr. Doering replied, "on the chance of using it to prove the crime and convict the criminal." "You will find it, Checkley, in the right-hand drawer of the safe." "Thank you. Here it is. Pay to the order of Edmund Gray, and here is his endorsement. So we have his handwriting at any rate." George took it. "Strange," he said. "I should without any hesitation swear to your handwriting here as well. And look, the signature to the cheque is exactly the same as that of these letters. The 2 dots missing after the name, and the flourish after the last N curtailed. It was so. The handwriting of the cheque and of the letters was the same, the signatures were slightly, but systematically, altered in exactly the same way in both letters and cheque." "This again," said George, "can hardly be coincidence. It seems to me that the man who wrote that cheque also wrote those letters. The endorsement was in a hand which might also be taken for Mr. Doering's own. Nothing to be got out of the endorsement." "But about the transfer papers," said George. "They would have to be witnessed as well as signed." "They were witnessed," said the broker, "by a clerk named Loney." "Yes, we have such a man in our office. Checkley, send for Laurie." Laurie was a clerk employed in Mr. Doering's outer office. Being interrogated, he said that he had no recollection of witnessing a signature for a transfer paper. He had witnessed many signatures, but was not informed what the papers were. Asked if he remembered especially witnessing any signature in February, March, or April, he replied that he could not remember any, but that he had witnessed a great many signatures, that sometimes Mr. Doering wanted him to witness his own signature, sometimes those of clients. If he were shown his signature he might remember. Laurie, therefore, was allowed to depart to his own place. "There can be no longer any doubt," said George, "that an attempt has been made at a robbery on a very large scale." "An attempt only?" Mr. Doering asked. "Where are my certificates?" "I'll say attempt, because you can't really steal stock. Dividends are only paid to those who lawfully possess it. This Edmund Gray we can find, if he exists. I take it, however, that he does not. It is probably a name assumed by the forger. And I suppose that he has made haste to sell his stock. Whether or no, you will certainly recover your property. People may as well steal a field as steal stocks and shares." "We can easily find out for you," said Mr. Ellis, "what has become of your paper. If the thieves have kept it," George went on, "all they could make would be the dividends for 5 months. That, however, is only because the bank book was not examined for so long. They could not reckon upon such an unusual stroke of luck. It seems almost certain that they must get rid of the stock as quickly as they could. Suppose that they have realized the whole amount. It is an immense sum of money. It would have to be paid by check into a bank. The holder could only draw out the money gradually. He might, to be sure, go to America and have the whole amount transferred, but that would not help him much unless he could draw it out in small sums payable to Confederates. In fact, the robbery seems to me hedged about with difficulties almost impossible. It is the most extraordinary attempt at rob-one that ever was, said Mr. Ellis. £38,000 in shares. Well, I will find out for you if they have been sold and to whom. Meantime, my old friend, don't you be downhearted about it. As Mr. Austen says, you will certainly get your property back again. What? We live in a civilized country. We cannot have large sums like 40,000 / stolen bodily. Property isn't kept any longer in bags of gold. Bank notes, banks, investments, all tend to make great robberies impossible. Courage, you will get back your property. Mr. Doering shook his head doubtfully. There is another chance, George suggested. One has heard of robberies effected with the view of blackmail afterwards. Suppose we were to get a letter offering the whole to be returned for a certain sum? No, no. It is now 4 months since the thing was done. They have sold out the stock and disappeared, gone to America, as you suggested. Why, the things may have been sold a dozen times over in the interval. That is the danger. Suppose they have been sold a dozen times over. Consider. Here is a share in the Great Western. I transfer it from her to be very good. The share now belongs to B, and stands in his name whether honestly come by or not. B sends it to another broker, who sells it to C. He, again, to D. Every transaction is right and in form except the first. You can trace the share from owner to owner. B has vanished. A says to C, you bought that share of a thief. C says, very sorry. How was I to know? D has got it now. D says that it is his, and he will stick to it. We go to law about the share. What is going to happen? Upon my word, I don't know. Well, but this is only conjecture. Let me first find out what has become of the shares. Of course there is a record, to which I have only to refer. I will let you know by tomorrow morning, if I can. When Mr. Ellis was gone, George began to sum up, for the clearing of his own mind, the ascertained facts of the case, so far as they had got. First he said, the letters to Ellis and Northcote were written on our headed paper. Clearly, therefore, the writer must have had access to the office. Next, he knew and could copy your handwriting. Third, he was able to intercept the delivery of letters, and to prevent your getting any he wished to stop, because the correspondence was conducted openly through the post. That seems to be a very important point. Fourth, the letters were all, apparently, in your handwriting, very skillfully imitated, instead of being dictated and then signed. Fifth, he must at least have known of the last forgery, or how did he arrive at the name of Edmund Gray? And was it out of devilry and mockery, because that forgery escaped detection, that he used the name again? Sixth, he must have had access to the safe where the checkbook, as well as the certificates, was kept. Seventh, he must have known the office pretty well, or how did he find out the names of your brokers? Eighth, the handwriting appeared to be exactly the same as that of the former forgery. It is the same as last time, said Checkley. That forgery was done in the office, if ever a thing was done here. Same with this, same with this. Well, time will show. Same with this. He glared from under his great eyebrows at the young partner, as if he suspected that the young gentleman could throw some light upon that mystery if he wished. We have given time long enough to discover the author of the last business, said Mr. Doering, but he has not chosen to do so as yet. The loss of property, he groaned, the loss of close on £40,000. I don't believe it is lost, said George. It can't be lost. It is a bit of a railway, part of a reservoir, a corner of the gas works. You can't lose these things, unless, indeed, the difficulty suggested by Mr. Ellis here. Mr. Doering pushed back his chair and began again to walk about the room in restless agitation. He was no longer the grave and serious lawyer, he became one of his own clients, lamenting, as they had so often lamented in that room, the greatness of his misfortune. He uttered the actual commonplaces of men in distress. There is a dreadful sameness about the lamentations of ill luck. We all know them, the hardness of the thing, the injustice of it, the impossibility of warding it off, his own sagacity in taking every precaution, the dreadfulness of being singled out of a whole generation for exceptional misfortune. Mr. Doering himself, the grave, calm, reserved old lawyer, who seemed made of granite, broke down under the blow and became an ordinary human creature. In the lower walks, they weep. Checkley would have wept. Mr. Doering became eloquent, wrathful, sarcastic. No retired general who has ruined himself by gambling in stocks could so bemoan his luck. George listened, saying nothing. It was an experience. No man so strong but has his weak point. No man is completely armoured against the arrows of fate. Presently he grew a little more calm, and sat down. "Forgive me, George," he said gently, "forgive this outbreak. There is more in the business than you know of. I feel as if I know something about it, but can't bring it out. I am growing so forgetful, I forget whole days, I am filled with the feeling that I ought to know about it. As for the loss, what I have said is TNLE. You do not yet feel as I do about property. You are too young, you have not got any property yet. Wait a few years, then you will be able to agree with me that there is nothing in the world so hard as to lose your property, the property that you have made, by your own exertions, for yourself." "Now you talk like yourself," said Checkley. "That's sense. Nothing so dreadful as to lose property. It's enough to kill people, it has killed many people. Property means one new thing. You understand that the more the older you get." "You do," echoed Checkley. "There's nothing in the world worth considering except property. It means, remember, all the virtues, prudence, courage, quick sight, self-restraint, tenacity, all the fighting qualities. We do well to honour rich men. I hope to receive honour myself as a rich man. When you have put together a few thousands, by the exercise of these finer qualities, so that the thought of this gives you dignity, ah," cried Checkley, straightening himself. "To feel that they are gone, 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 it is cruel. George, you don't understand it. You are young, as yet you have no money. Checkley, you have saved me. Oh, a trifle, a trifle." But he covered his mouth with his hand to conceal the smile of satisfaction. "You are reputed rich." "Not rich. My chances have been few. I have not let them go. But rich? No, no. How would you regard the loss, the robbery of your property, Checkley?" The old clerk shook his head. He had no words adequate to the question. "Apart from the loss," Mr. Doering went on, "there is the sense of insecurity. I felt it once before when the other forgery took place. There seems no safety anywhere. Papers that I keep in my private safe, to which no one has a key but myself, which I never leave open if I leave the room even to go into another room, are taken. Checkbooks which I keep there are taken out and checks stolen. Finally, things are put in, the bundle of knots, for instance. I say that I feel a sense of helplessness, as if everything might be taken from me and I should be powerless to resist." "Let us first get back the certificates," said George, "and we will find out and defeat this gang, if it is a gang, of Confederates." "Yes, it is as you say, the ground itself seems sinking beneath one's feet, when one's own investments are sold for nothing by a letter so like your own writing that it would deceive anybody. Done in the office, Checkley murmured in the office. Same as last time. Well, we shall find him, we shall find him. He began to bundle the papers back into the safe, murmuring, same as last time, clone in the office, we shall find him, we shall find him. We found him before, and we'll find him now. The first find. Yes, said George thoughtfully, a day or two ought to unravel this matter. We must first, however, before going to the police, find out as much as we can ourselves. Let me take up the case by myself for a bit. No, no, Checkley bled. Police first. Catch the man first. Put aside everything, said the chief, everything, George. Forget everything until you have found out the mystery of the conspiracy. It looks to me like a long firm, George went on, a long firm with a sham name and a respectable address. Of course there is no such person, really, as Edmund Gray. It is not only the loss, perhaps, let us hope, Mr. Doering sighed, only a temporary loss, if a real loss, then a most terrible blow, not only that, but it is the sense of insecurity. No one ever found out about that check, and here are the notes in the safe all the time. He put them in, said Checkley. This is the second time, and the same name still, Edmund Gray. It fills me with uneasiness, I am terrified, George. I know not what may be the next blow, what may be taken from me, my mortgages, my houses, my land, everything. Go. I can do the work of the office, all the work, by myself. But this work I cannot do. I am not able to think about it. These thoughts overpower me and cloud my reason. Well, said George, I will do what I can. I don't suppose there is any Edmund Gray at all, but one must try to find out. There can be no harm in paying a visit to Gray's Inn. If the thing had been done yesterday, it would be necessary to strike at once with a warrant for the arrest of the said Edmund Gray. As it is 4 months since the last robbery, there can be small harm in the delay of a day or two. I will go and inquire a little. Nothing easier than to inquire. There was the man's address, everybody knows Gray's Inn, everybody knows South Square. The place is only 10 minutes' walk from Lincoln's Inn. George took his hat, walked over and proceeded straight to No. 22, expecting to find no such name on the doorposts. On the contrary, there it was. Second floor, Mr. Edmund Gray among the other occupants of the staircase. He mounted the stairs. On the second floor right was the name over the door, Mr. Edmund Gray. But the outer door was closed. That is a sign that the tenant of chambers is either not at home or not visible. On the first floor were the offices of a firm of solicitors. He sent in his card. The name of Doering and Son commands the respectful attention of every solicitor in London. One of the partners received him. The firm of Doering and Son was anxious to see Mr. Edmund Gray, who had the chambers overhead. At what hours was Mr. Edmund Gray generally in his rooms? Nobody knew, not either of the partners, not any of the clerks. He might have been met going up and down the stairs, but nobody knew him by sight or anything about him. This at first sight seemed suspicious. Afterwards George reflected that men may live for years on the same staircase and never know anything about each other. Men who live in Gray's Inn do not visit each other. There is little neighbourly spirit among men in chambers, but rather an unspoken distrust. But said the partner, I can tell you who is his landlord. He does not take the rooms of the inn direct, but as we do, from one who has several sets on a long lease, and sublets the rooms. They may know something about the man at the steward's office across the square. If not, the landlord will certainly know. George asked if Edmund Gray was newly arrived. No. It appeared that he had been in the inn for a long time. But then his informant added, He may have been here 100 years for all we know. We never think of our neighbours in chambers. Opposite is a man whose name has been over the door as long as I can remember anything. I don't know who he is or what is his business. I don't even know him by sight. So with Mr. Edmund Gray. If I were to meet him on the stairs, I should not be any the wiser. You see, I am only here in the daytime. Now, the other man on the second floor I do know something about, because he is a coach and was a fellow of my college. And the man in the garrets I hear about occasionally, because he is an old barrister who sometimes defends a prisoner. At the steward's office George put the same question. I'm a solicitor, he said. Here is my card. I am most anxious to see Mr. Edmund Gray, of number 22. Could you save me time by letting me know at what hour he is in his chambers? They could tell him nothing. Mr. Gray was not a tenant of the inn. Very likely he was a residential tenant who came home in the evenings after business. Everything learned is a step gained. Whether Edmund Gray was a man or a long firm, the name had been on the door for many years. But many a confederacy of swindlers go on for many years, especially if they undertook such mighty schemes for plunder as this business. Next he went to the address of the landlord. He was a house agent in Bloomsbury, and apparently a person of respectability. If you could tell me, George began with the same question, at what hours I could find your tenant in his chambers, or if you could give me his business address, we should be very greatly obliged. We want to find him at once, today, if possible, on very important business. Well, I am sorry, very sorry, but, in fact, I don't know anything about my tenant's hours, nor can I give you his place of business. I believe he has no business. Oh. But you took him as a tenant? You must have had some references. Certainly. And upon that I can satisfy you VO shortly. He opened a great book and turned over the pages. Here it is, to number 22 South Square, Gray's Inn, second floor, north side, Edmund Gray, gentleman. Rent £401 a year. Date of taking the rooms, February, 1882, at the half-quarter. Reference, Messrs. Doering and Son, Solicitors, New Square, Lincoln's Inn. Why, you mean that he referred to us, to Messrs. Doering and Son, in the year 1882? That is so. Would you like to see the letter which we received on application? Wait a moment. He rang the bell, and a clerk appeared, to whom he gave instructions. I am bound to say, the landlord went on, that a more satisfactory tenant than Mr. Gray does not exist. He pays his rent regularly by post office order EVO quarter, on the day before quarter day. Oh. I wonder, but he stopped, because to begin wondering is always futile, especially at so early a stage. When there are already accumulated facts to go upon, and not till then, wondering becomes the putting together of the puzzle. Well, here is the letter. House agent, read the letter received on application to the reference LN. Reply to your letter of the 13th. We beg to inform you that Mr. Edmund Gray is a client of ours, a gentleman of independent means, and that he is quite able to pay any reasonable rent for residence or chambers. Your obedient servants, Deri New and Son. I suppose, he added, that a man doesn't want a better reference than your own. No, certainly not. George looked at the letter. It presented as to handwriting exactly the same points of likeness and of difference as all the other letters in this strange case, the body of the letter apparently written in the hand of Mr. Doering, that is, so as to deceive everybody, the signature, with one or two small omissions. Certainly not, he repeated. With such a reference, of course, you did not hesitate. Did you ever see Mr. Gray? Certainly. I have seen him often. First when he was getting his rooms furnished, and afterwards on various occasions. What kind of a man is he to look at? Elderly. Not exactly the kind of man you'd expect to have chambers. Mostly, they are young ones who like the freedom. An elderly gentleman, pleasant in his manners, smiling and affable, grey-haired. Oh. Then there was a real Edmund Grey, often years standing in the inn, who lived or had chambers at the number stated in the forged letters. I suppose, said the house agent, that my respectable tenant has not done anything bad. No, not to my knowledge. His name occurs in rather a disagreeable case. Would you be so very kind as to let him know, in case you should meet him, but of course we shall write to him, that we are most anxious to see him. This the landlord readily promised. There is another person, he said, who can tell you a great deal more than anybody else. That is his laundress. I don't know who looks after him, but you can find out at the inn. The policeman will know. Go and ask him. In the game of battledore and shuttlecock, the latter has no chance except to take the thing coolly, without temper. George was the shuttlecock. He was hit back into Gray's Inn, this time into the arms of the policeman. Well, sir, said the guardian of the peace, I do not know anything about the gentleman myself. If he was one of the noisy ones, I should know him. But he isn't, and therefore I have never heard of him. But if he lives at number 22, I can tell you who does his rooms, and it's old Mrs. Cripps, and she lives in Leather Lane. This street, which is now, comparatively speaking, purged and cleansed, is not yet quite the ideal spot for one who would have pure air and cleanliness combined with godliness of conversation. However, individual liberty is nowhere more absolutely free and uncontrolled than in Leather Lane. Mrs. Cripps lived on the top floor, nearest to heaven, of which she ought to be thinking because she was now old and near her end. She was so old that she was quite past her work, and only kept on Mr. Gray's rooms because he never slept there, and they gave her no trouble except to go to them in the morning with a duster and to drop asleep for an hour or so. That her one gentleman gave her, moreover, was all she had to live upon. Though the morning was warm, she was sitting over the fire watching a small pan, in which she was stewing a savoury mess, consisting of a block ornament with onions, carrots, and turnips. Perhaps she was thinking, the poor old soul, of the days gone by for 50 years, when she was young and wore a feather in her hat. Old ladies of her class do not think much about vanished beauty, but they think a good deal about vanished feathers and vanished hats. They remember the old free carriage in the streets with the young friends, and the careless laugh, and the ready jest. It is the ancient gentlewoman who remembers the vanished beauty, and thinks of what she was 50 years ago. Mrs. Cripps heard a step on the narrow stair leading to her room, a manly step. It mounted higher and more slowly, because the stairs were dark as well as narrow. Then the visitor's hat knocked against the door. He opened it, and stood there looking in. A gentleman. Not a district visitor or a sister trying to persuade her to early church, nor yet the clergyman, a young gentleman. You are Mrs. Cripps? He asked. The policeman at Gray's Inn directed me here. You are laundress, I believe, to Mr. Edmund Gray of number 22. Suppose I am, sir, she replied suspiciously. A laundress is like the hall porter of a club, you must not ask her about any of her gentlemen. I have called to see Mr. Edmund Gray on very important business. I found his door shut. Will you kindly tell me at what hours he is generally in his chambers? She shook her head, but she held out her hand. The young gentleman placed half a sovereign in her palm. Her fingers closed over the coin. She clutched it, and she hid it away in some secret fold of her ragged dress. There is no woman so ragged, so dropping to pieces with shreds and streamers and tatters, but she can find a safe hiding place, somewhere in her rags, for a coin or for anything else that is small or precious. I'll never tell tales about my gentlemen, she said, especially when they are young and handsome, like you. A poor laundress has eyes and ears and hands, but she hasn't got a tongue. If she had, there might be terrible, terrible trouble. Oh dear, yes. But Mr. Gray isn't a young gentleman. He's old, and it isn't the same thing. Then said George, how and when can I find him? Elle was coming to that. You can't find him. Sometimes he comes, and sometimes he doesn't come. Oh. He doesn't live in the rooms, then? No. He doesn't live in the rooms. He uses the rooms sometimes. What does he use them for? How should I know? All the gentlemen do things with pens and paper. How should I know what they do? They make their money with their pens and paper. I don't know how they do it. I suppose Mr. Grey is making his money like the rest of them. Oh. He goes to the chambers and writes. Sometimes it's weeks and weeks and months before he comes at all. But always my money regular and beforehand sent in an envelope and a postal order. Well, what is his private address? I suppose he lives in the country. I don't know where he lives. I know nothing about him. I go there every morning, and I do the room. That's all I know. There was no more information to be obtained. Sometimes he came to the inn, sometimes he stayed away for weeks and weeks, and for months and months. I might ha told you more, young gentleman, murmured the old woman, and I might ha told you less. P'raps you'll come again. He went back to Lincoln's Inn, and set down his facts. First, there was a forgery in the year 1882, in which the name of Edmund Grey was used. Next, in the series of forgeries just discovered, not only was the name of Edmund Grey used throughout, but the handwriting of the letters and cheques was exactly the same as that of the first cheque, with the same peculiarities in the signature. This could hardly be a coincidence. The same man must have written the whole. Then, who was Edmund Grey? He was a real personage, a living man, not a firm, one known to the landlord of the chambers, and to the laundress, if to nobody else. He did not live in the chambers, but he used them for some business purposes. He sometimes called there and wrote. What did he write? Where was he, and what was he doing, when he was not at the chambers? He might be one, leader or follower, of some secret gang. One has read of such gangs, especially in French novels, where the leaders are noble dukes of the first rank, and princesses, young, lovely, of the highest fashion. Why should there not be such a gang in London? Clever conspirators could go a very long way before they were even suspected. In this civilization of checks and registered shares and official transfers, property is so much defended that it is difficult to break through the armor. But there must be weak places in that armor. It must be possible for the wit of man to devise some plan by means of which property can be attacked successfully. Had he struck such a conspiracy, thus: a man calling himself Edmund Grey gets a lease of chambers by means of a forged letter in answer to a reference. It is convenient for snine conspirators, hereinafter called the company, to have an address, though it may never be used. The conspiracy begins by forging a cheque to his order for 7,201. That was at the outset, when the conspirators were young. It was found dangerous, and the notes were therefore replaced in the safe. Note that the company, through one or other of its members, has access to that safe. This might perhaps be by means of a key in the evening, after office hours, or by someone who was about the place all day. Very good. The continued connection of some member of the firm with Doering and Son is proved by the subsequent proceedings. After 8 years, the company having matured their machinery, and perhaps worked out with success other enterprises, return to their first quarry, where they have the advantage of access to the letters, and can look over their disposition. They are thus enabled to conduct their successive coups, each bigger than the one before. And for 4 months the thing remains undiscovered. Having the certificates in their hands, what was to prevent them from selling the whole and dividing the proceeds? Nothing. Yet, in such a case they would disappear, and here was Edmund Grey still fearlessly at large. Why had he not got clear away long before? Again, all the correspondence concerning Edmund Gray was carried on between the office and the brokers. There were no letters from Edmund Gray at all. It should be found impossible to connect Edmund Gray with the transactions carried on in his name. Suppose the real Edmund Gray were to deny any knowledge at all of the transactions. Suppose he were to say that 10 years before he had brought a letter of introduction to Mr. Doing, and knew nothing more about him. Well, but the certificates themselves, what about them? Their possession would have to be accounted for. So he turned the matter over and arrived at nothing, not even the next step to take. He went back to the chief and reported what he had discovered, the existence of an Edmund Gray, the letter of recommendation to the landlord. Another forgery, groaned Mr. Doing. It is done in the office, said George. It is all done in the everything. The office, Checkley repeated. No doubt about it. Give up everything else, George, said Mr. Doing eagerly. Everything else. Find out, find out. Employ detectives. Spend money as much as you please. I am on a volcano, I know not what may be taken from me next. Only find out, my partner, my dear partner, find out. When George was gone, Checkley went after him and opened the door mysteriously, to assure himself that no one was listening. What are you going on like that for, Checkley? Asked his master irritably. Is it another forgery? It rains forgeries. No, no. Look here. Don't trouble too much about it. Don't try to think how it was done. Don't talk about the other man. Look here. You've sent that young gentleman to find out this business. Well, mark me words, he won't. He won't, I say. He'll make a splash, but he won't find anything. Who found out the last job? You said you did. But nothing was proved. I found that out. Plenty of proof there was. Look here, his small eyes twinkled under his shaggy eyebrows. I'll find out this job as well, see if I don't. Why, he rubbed his hands. Ho! Ho! I have found out. Don't ask me, don't put a single question. But, I've got M.O. I've got M. I've got M for you, as they say, on toast. Things more remarkable. After such a prodigious event as the discovery of these unparalleled forgeries, anything might happen without being regarded. People's minds are open at such times to see, hear, and accept everything. After the earthquake, ghosts walk, solid things fly away of their own accord, good men commit murder, rich men go empty away, and nobody is in the least surprised. See what happened, the very next day, at the office in New Square. When George arrived in the morning, he found that the senior partner had not yet appeared. He was late. For the first time for 50 years and more, he was late. He went to his place, and the empty chair gave an air of bereavement to the room. Checkley was laying out the table, that is, he had done so a quarter of an hour before, but he could not leave off doing it. He was 10th to leave the table before the master came. He took up the blotting pad and laid it down again, he arranged the pens, he lingered over the job. Not come yet? George cried, astonished. Do you think that yesterday's shock has been too much for him? I believe it's killed him, said the old clerk. Killed him? That's what it has done, and he went on muttering and mumbling. Don't, he cried, when George took up the letters. Praps, he isn't dead yet, you haven't stepped into his shoes just yet. Let them letters alone. Not dead yet. I hope not. George began to open the letters, regardless of the surly and disrespectful words. One may forgive a good deal to fidelity. He will go on for a good many years after we have got the money back for him. After some of us, Checkley corrected him, have got his money back for him. He turned to go back to his own office, then turned again and came back to the table. He laid both hands upon it, leaned forward, shaking his head, and said with trembling voice, "Did you never think, Mr. Austen, of the black ingratitude of the thing? Him that done it you know, him that eat his bread and took his money." When Checkley was greatly moved, his grammar went back to the early days before he was confidential clerk. "I'll dare say it was ungrateful. I have been thinking, hitherto, of stronger adjectives. Well, we've agreed, all of us, haven't we, that it was done in this office, someone in the office done it with the help of someone out, someone who knows his ways." He pointed to the empty chair, "someone who'd known all his ways for a long time, 10 years at least." "Things certainly seem to point that way, and they point to you," he would have added, but refrained. The old man shook his head again and went on. "They've eaten his bread and done his work, and, don't you call it, Mr. Austen, I ask you plain, don't you call it black ingratitude? I am sure it is. I have no doubt whatever about the ingratitude. But, you see, Checkley, that vice is not one which the courts recognise. It is not one denounced in the Decalogue. There is a good deal to consider, in fact, before we get to the ingratitude. It is probably a criminal conspiracy, it is a felony, it is a thing to be punished by a long term of penal servitude. When we have worried through all this and got our conspirators under lock and key, we will proceed to consider their ingratitude. There is also the bad form of it and the absence of proper feeling of it, and the want of consideration of the trouble they give. Patience. We shall have to consider the business from your point of view presently. I wouldn't scoff and snigger at it, Mr. Austen, if I were you. Scoff and sniggering might bring bad luck. Because, you know, there's others besides yourself determined to bring this thing to a right issue." George put down his papers and looked at this importunate person. What did he mean? The old man shrunk and shriveled and grew small. He trembled all over. But he remained standing with his hands on the table, leaning forward. 8 years ago, he went on, when that other business happened, when Mr. Arundel cut his lucky, I will have nothing said against Mr. Arundel. Go to your own room. One word, I will speak it. If he's dead I shall not stay long here. But I shall stay so long as he's alive, though you are his partner. Only one word, sir. If Mr. Arundel hadn't run away, he'd have been a partner instead of you. Well, sir, suppose he'd been found out after he was made a partner, instead of before. George pointed to the door. The old man seemed off his head. Was it with terror? Checkley obeyed. But at the door he turned his head and grinned. Quite a theatrical grin. It expressed malignity and the pleasure of anticipation. What was the matter with the old man? Surely, terror. Who, in the office, except himself, had the control of the letters? Who drew that quarterly cheque? Surely, terror. It was not until 11:30 that Mr. Doing arrived at the office. He usually passed through the clerk's office outside his own. This morning he entered by his own private, which opened on the stairs. No one had the key except himself. He generally proceeded in an orderly and methodical manner to hang up his hat and coat, take off his gloves, place his umbrella in the stand, throw open the safe, sit down in his chair, adjusted at a certain distance of 3 inches or so, to put on his glasses, and then, without either haste or dawdling, to begin the work of the day. It is certain that to approach work always in exactly the same way saves the nerves. The unmethodical workman gets to his office at a varying hour, travels by different routes, now on an omnibus, now on foot, does nothing today in the same way that he did it yesterday. He brills up early. At 60 he talks of retiring, at 70 he is past his work. This morning, Mr. Doing did nothing in its proper order. First, he was nearly 2 hours late. Next, he came in by his private door. George rose to greet him, but stopped because, a most wonderful thing, his partner made as if he did not observe his presence. His eyes went to off George in creepy and ghostly fashion. The junior partner stood still, silent, in bewilderment. Saw one ever the like, that a man should at noontide walk in his sleep. His appearance, too, was strange. His hat, pushed a little back, gave a touch of recklessness, actually recklessness, to the austere old laviour. His eyes glowed pleasantly, and on his face, that grave and sober face, there was a pleased and satisfied smile. He looked happy, interested, benevolent, but not Mr. Edward Doing. Again, his coat, always tightly buttoned, was now hanging loose. Outside, it had been swinging in the breeze, to the wonder of Lincoln's Inn, and he wore no gloves, a thing most remarkable. He looked about the room, nodded his head, and shut the door behind him. His somnambulating George murmured, "Or else I am invisible, I must have eaten fern seed without knowing it." Mr. Doing, still smiling pleasantly, walked across the room to the safe and it. He had in his hand a brown paper parcel tied with red tape. This he deposited in the safe, locked it up, and dropped the keys in his pocket. The window beside the safe was open. He sat down, looking out into the square. At this moment Checkley opened the door softly, after his wont, to bring in more letters. He stopped short, seeing his master thus seated, head in hand, at the window. He recognized the symptoms of yesterday, the rapt look, the open eyes that saw nothing. He crept on tiptoe across the room. "Hush," he whispered. "Don't move. Don't speak. He went like this yesterday. Don't make the least noise. He'll come round presently. What is it? Kind of fit, it is. Trouble done it. Yah. Ingratitude." He would have hissed the word, but it has no sibilant. You can't hiss without the materials. Yesterday's trouble. That's what's done it. They stood watching in silence for about 10 minutes. The office was like the court of the sleeping princess. Then Checkley sneezed. Mr. Doing probably mistook the sneeze for a kiss, for he closed his eyes for a moment, opened them again, and arose once more himself, grave and austere. He nodded cheerfully, took off his hat, hung it on its peg, buttoned his coat, and threw open the safe. Evidently he remembered nothing of what had just passed. "You are early, George," he said. "You are before me, which is unusual. However, the early bird, we know. Before you for once. Are you quite well this morning? None the worse for yesterday's trouble?" "He's always well," said Checkley, with cheerfulness assumed. "Nobody ever sees him ill. He get ill? Not him. Eats as hearty as 25 and walks as upright. I am perfectly well, to the best of my knowledge. Yesterday's business upset me for the time, but it did not keep me awake. Yet it is certainly a very great trouble. You have no news, I suppose, that brought you here earlier than usual? Nothing new since yesterday. And you feel pretty confident? I feel like a sleuth hound. I understand the pleasures of the chase. I long to be on the scent again. As for Edmund Gray, he's as good as in prison already." Good. I was for the moment shaken out of myself. I was bewildered. I was unable to look at the facts of the case calmly. For the first time in my life I wanted advice. Well, I now understand what a great thing it is that our profession exists for the assistance of men in trouble. How would the world get along at all without solicitors? He took his usual place at the table and thumbed over his letters. "This morning," he went on, "I feel more assured, my mind is clear again. I can talk about the case. Now then. Let us see, Edmund Gray is no shadow but a man. He has made me recommend him to his landlord. He is a clever man and a bold man. Don't be in a hurry about putting your hands upon him. Complete your case before you strike. But make no delay, there shall be none. And you shall hear everything from day to day, or from hour to hour. Left alone, Mr. Doering returned to his papers and his work. At 1:30, Checkley looked in. Not going to take lunch this morning? Lunch? I have only just. Mr. Doering looked at his watch. Bless me. Most extraordinary. This morning has slipped away. I thought I had only just sat down. It seems not more than half an hour since Mr. Austen left me. Why, I should have forgotten all about it and let the time go by. Nothing worse for a man of my years than irregular feeding. It's lucky you've got me, said his clerk. Half a dozen partners wouldn't look after your meal times. As his master went upstairs to the room where he always had his luncheon laid out, he's clean forgotten. Some of these days, walking about wrapped up in his thoughts, he'll be run over. Clean forgotten it, he has. Sits down in a dream, walks about in a dream. Some of these days he'll do something in a dream. Then there will be trouble. He closed the door and returned to his own desk, where he was alone, the juniors having gone out to dinner. His own dinner was in his coat pocket. It consisted of a saveloy cut in thin slices and laid in bread with butter and mustard, a tasty meal. He slowly devoured the whole to the last crumb. Then, Mr. Doering having by this time finished his lunch and descended again, Checkley went upstairs and finished the pint of claret of which his master had taken one glass. It's sour stuff, he said. It don't behave as wine in a man's inside ought to behave. It don't make him a bit joyfuller. But it's pleasant too. Why they can't drink port wine, which is real wine, when they can afford it, I don't know. It was past 3 in the afternoon when George resumed, not quite so confident in his bearing, yet full of news. If you are quite ready to listen, he said, I've got a good deal to tell. First of all, I thought I would have another shot at Gray's Inn. I went to the chambers. The outer door was open, which looked as if the man was at home. I knocked at the inner door, which was opened by the laundress, the old woman whom I saw yesterday. Well, sir, she said, you are unlucky. The master has been here this very morning. And he hasn't been long gone. You've only missed him by half an hour or so. I asked her if he would return that day, but she knew nothing. Then I asked her if she would let me write and leave a note for him. To this she consented, rather unwillingly. I went in therefore, and wrote my note at Mr. Gray's table. I asked him to call here on important business, and I marked the note urgent. I think there can be no harm in that. Then I looked about the room. It is one of those old wainscoted rooms, furnished simply, but everything solid, and long table, nearly as large as this one of yours, solid chairs, a solid sofa. 3 or 4 pictures on the wall, and a bookcase full of books. No signs of occupation, no letters, no flowers. Everything covered with dust, although the old woman was there. I could have wished to examine the papers on the table, but the presence of the old woman forbade that dishonourable act. I did, however, look at the books. And I made a most curious discovery. Mr. Edmund Gray is a socialist. All his books are on socialism. They are in French, German, and English, all books of socialism. And the pictures on the wall are portraits of distinguished socialists. Isn't that wonderful? Did one ever hear before of socialism and forgery going together? Not too fast. We haven't yet connected Edmund Gray with the forgery. At present, we only know that his name was used. Wait a bit. I am coming to that. After leaving the chambers, I went into the city and saw Mr. Ellis. First of all, none of the stock has been sold. Oh. They have had 3 months, and they have not disposed of it. They must have met with unforeseen difficulties. Let me see. Mr. Doering was now thoroughly alert. The weakness of the morning had completely passed away. What difficulties? Upon my word, I cannot understand that there could have been any. They have got the Paulus from a respectable solicitor through a respectable broker. No, no. Their course was perfectly plain. But rogues often break down through their inability to see the strength of their own case. Next, Mr. Ellis has ascertained that some of the dividends are received by your bank. I therefore called on the manager. Now, be prepared for another surprise. Another forgery. Yes, another forgery. It is 9 or 10 years since you sent a letter to the manager. I saw it, introducing your client Edmund Gray, gentleman, who was desirous of opening a private account. He paid in a small sum of money, which has been lying to his credit ever since, and has not been touched. In February last he received another letter from you, and again in March and April, forwarding certificates, and requesting him to receive the dividends. With your own hand you placed the papers in the bank. I saw the letters. I would swear to your handwriting. These people are as clever as they are audacious. At every point a letter from you, a letter which the ablest expert would tell was your handwriting. Your name covers and vouches for everything. Did you tell the manager what has happened? Certainly, I told him everything. And this is in substance the line he takes. Your partner, he says, alleges that those papers have been procured by forgery. He says that the letter of introduction is a forgery. Very good. It may be so. But I have opened this account for a customer who brought me an introduction from the best solicitor in London, whose handwriting I know well, and recognise in the letter. Such an allegation would not be enough in itself for me to take action. Until a civil or criminal action is brought, until it is concluded, I could not refuse to treat the customer like all the rest. At the same time I will take what steps I can to inquire into my customer's antecedents. Quite right, said Mr. Doing. I asked him next, what he would do if the customer sent for the papers. He said that if an action were brought, he would probably be served with a subpoena duces tecum, making him keep and produce these papers as forming part of the documents in the case. Certainly, certainly, the manager knows his law. And he went on, as regards checks, I shall pay them or receive them until restrained. In other words, he said what we expect Heckle. For our own action now. We might apply to a judge in chambers for an attachment or a gamishee order. That must be pendent light, an interlocutory proceeding, in the action. As yet, we have not brought an action at all. My partner, Mr. Doing, rubbed his hands cheerfully. I think we have done very well so far. These are clumsy scoundrels, after all. They thought to divert suspicion by using my name. They thought to cover themselves with my name. But they should have sold and realized without the least delay. Very good. We have now got our hands upon the papers. It would have complicated matters horribly had the stock been sold and transferred. So far we are safe. Because, you see, after what they have heard, the bank would certainly not give them up without letting us know. They would warn us, they would put the man off, they would ask him awkward questions about himself. Oh! I think we are safe, quite safe. Mr. Doing drew a long breath. I was thinking last night, he continued, of the trouble we might have if those certificates had changed hands. They might have been bought and sold a dozen times in 4 months, they might have been sold in separate small lots, and an order of the court necessary for every transaction. We have now nothing but the simple question before us, how did the man Edmund Gray get possession of this property? He sat in silence for a few minutes. Then he went on quietly. To lose this money would be a heavy blow for me, not all my fortune, nor a quarter, but a large sum. I have plenty left. I have no hungry and expectant heirs, my people are all wealthy. But yet a very heavy loss. And then, to be robbed. I have always wondered why we left off hanging robbers. They ought to be hanged, every one. He who invades the sacred right of property should be killed, killed without hope of mercy. He spoke with the earnestness of sincerity. To lose this property would not be ruin to me, yet it would be terrible. It would take so many years out of my past life. Every year means so much money saved. £40,000 means 10 years of my past, not taken away so that I should be 10 years younger, but 10 years of work annihilated. Could I forgive the man who would so injure me? Never. I understand, said George. Fortunately, we shall get the papers back. The fact of their possession must connect the possessor with the fraud. Who is he? Can he be warned already? Yet who should tell him? Who knows that we have discovered the business? You, your friend Mr. Ellis, the manager of the bank, no one else. Yes, there is also Checkley, he repeated. He could not yet express his suspicions as to the old and faithful servant. Checkley also knows. At this point Checkley himself opened the door and brought in a card, that of the bank manager. I have called, said the visitor hurriedly, to tell you of something important that happened this morning. I did not know it when we were talking over this business, Mr. Austin. It happened at 10 o'clock, as soon as the doors were open. A letter was brought by hand from Mr. Doing, another forgery. When will they stop? Asking for those certificates to be given to the bearer, Mr. Edmund Gray's certificates. This was done. They are no longer at the bank. Oh. Then they have been warned, cried George. Who was the messenger? He was a boy. Looked like an office boy. I will inquire directly if it was one for boys. Go on. That settles the difficulty as to our action in case the papers are wanted by you. We no longer hold them. As to the dividends, we shall continue to receive them to the account of Mr. Edmund Gray until we get an order or an injunction. The difficulty, said George, is to connect the case with Mr. Edmund Gray bodily. At present, we have nothing but the letters to go upon. Suppose the real Edmund Gray says that he knows nothing about it. What are we to do? You remember receiving the dividends for him? Has he drawn a cheque? No, we have never paid any cheque at all for him. Have you seen him? No, I have never seen him. It is a most wonderful puzzle. After all, the withdrawal of the papers can only mean a resolution to sell them. He must instruct somebody. He must appear in the matter. May instruct somebody as he instructed me, in the name of Mr. Doing. Another forgery. Yes, said George. We must watch and find out this mysterious Edmund Gray. After all, it will not help us to say that a forged letter gave certain instructions to do certain things for a certain person, say the Queen, unless you can establish the complicity of that person. And that, so far, we certainly have not done. Meantime, what next? Obviously, the next thing was to find out if any of the office boys had taken that letter to the bank. No one had been sent on that errand. Checkley's case. That evening Mr. Checkley was not in his customary place at the salutation, where his presence was greatly desired. He arrived late, when it wanted only 11:15. The faded barrister was left alone in the room, lingering over the day's paper with his empty glass beside him. Mr. Checkley entered with an air of triumph, and something like the elastic spring of a victor in his aged step. He called Robert, and ordered at his own expense, for himself, a costly drink, a compound of Jamaica rum, hot water, sugar and lemon, although it was an evening in July and, for the time of year, almost pleasantly warm. Nor did he stop here, for with the manner of a man who just for once, to mark a joyful occasion plunges, he rattled his money in his pocket and ordered another for the barrister. For he said, "This evening I have done a good work, and I will mark the day." When the glasses were brought, he lifted his and cried, "Come, let us drink to the confusion of all rogues, great and small. Down with them!" Your toast, Mr. Checkley, replied the barrister, would make my profession useless. If there were no rogues, there would be no law. That, however, would injure me less than many of my brethren. I drink, therefore, confusion to rogues, great and small. Down with M. This is excellent grog. Down with M. So saying, he finished his glass and departed to his garret, where, thanks to the grog, he slept nobly, and dreamed that he was a master in chancery. The reason of this unaccustomed mirth was as follows. Checkley by this time had fully established in his own mind the conclusion that the prime mover in the deed, the act, the thing, was none other than the new partner, the young upstart, whom he hated with a hatred unextinguishable. He was as certain about him as he had been certain about Athelstan Arundel, and for much the same reasons. Very well. As yet he had not dared to speak. King Pharaoh's chief scribe would have had the same hesitation at proffering any theory concerning Joseph. Tonight, however, but you shall hear. Everybody was out of the office at 7:30, when he left it. He walked round the empty rooms, looking into unlocked drawers. One knows not what he expected to find. He looked into Mr. Austen's room and shook his fist and grinned at the empty chair. "Tii, have you yet?" he said. "Oh, Fox! Fox! I'll have you, if I wait for 30 years. It adds an additional pang to old age when one feels that if the end comes prematurely, when one is only 90 or so, there may be a revenge unfinished. I have always envied the dying hero who had no enemies to forgive because he had killed them all." When Checkley left the place he walked across the inn and so into Chancery Lane, where he crossed over and entered Gray's Inn by the Holborn Archway. He lingered in South Square, he walked all round it twice, he read the names on the doorposts, keeping all the time an eye on number 22. Presently, he was rewarded. A figure which he knew, tall and well-proportioned, head flung back, walked into the inn and made straight for number 22. It was none other than Athelstan Arundel. The old man crept into the entrance, where he was partly hidden. He could see across the square, himself unseen. Athelstan walked into the house and up the stairs. The place was quiet. Checkley could hear his steps on the wooden stairs. He heard him knock at a door. He heard the door open and the voices of men talking. "Ah," said Checkley, "now we've got M." Well, but this was not all. For presently there came into the inn young Austen himself. "Oh," said Checkley, finishing his sentence, "on toast. Here's the other, here they are, both." In fact, George, too, entered the house known as number 22 and walked up the stairs. Checkley waited for no more. He ran out of the inn and he called a cab. If he had waited a little longer, he would have seen the new partner come out of the house and walk away. If he had followed him up the stairs, he would have seen him knocking at the closed outer door of Mr. Edmund Gray. If he had knocked at the door opposite, he would have found Mr. Athelstan Arundel in the room with his own acquaintance, Mr. Freddie Carstone, the Cambridge scholar and the ornament of their circle at the salutation. But being in a hurry, he jumped to a conclusion and called a cab. He drove to Palace Gardens, where Sir Samuel had his town house. Sir Samuel was still at dinner. He sat down in the hall, meekly waiting. After a while the service condescended to ask if he wished a message to be taken in to Sir Samuel. "From his brothers, from Mr. Dering's office, please tell him." From his brother's office, on most important business, most important, say. Sir Samuel received him kindly, made him sit down, and gave him a glass of wine. "Now," he said, "tell me what it all means. My brother has had a robbery, papers and certificates and things, of course they are stopped. He won't lose anything. But it is a great nuisance, this kind of thing. He has already lost 4 months' dividends, 4 months, sir, on £38,000. And do you really think that he will get back his papers? Certainly, or others. They are, after all, only vouchers. How is my brother? Well, Sir Samuel, better than you'd think likely. This morning, to be sure, he stopped, being tenth to tell how his master had lost consciousness. Well, sir, I've been thinking that the property was gone, and from what I know of them as had to do with the job, I thought there was mighty little chance of getting it back. It kept me awake. Oh, it's an awhile sum. Close upon £40,000. He can stand that and double that again, said Sir Samuel. I should hope so. Certainly, sir. But it's a blow, I can feel for him. I'm only a clerk, but I've saved a bit and put out a bit, Sir Samuel. Cheese parings, you'd say, but I've enjoyed saving it up, oh. I've enjoyed it. I don't think there is any pleasure in life like saving up, watching it grow and grow and grow. It grows like a pretty flower, doesn't it, and adding to it. Ah, he sighed, and drank his glass of wine. Sir Samuel, if I was to lose my little savings, it would break my heart. I'm an old man, and so is he. It would break me up, it would indeed. Ever since yesterday morning, I've been thinking whether anything could happen to make me lose my money. There's death in the thought. Sir Samuel, for an old man, and a small man, like me, there's death in the thought. Don't tell anybody where your investments are, and lock up the papers, Checkley. Now, what do you want me to do for you? I'll want you to listen to me for half an hour, Sir Samuel, and to give me your advice, for the business is too much for me. Go on, then. I am listening. Very well. Now, sir, I don't know if I shall be able to make my case clear, but I will try. I haven't been about Mr. Doering for 50 years for nothing, I hope. The case is this. 9 years ago, a man calling himself Edmund Gray took chambers in South Square, Gray's Inn, £40 a year. He is represented as being an elderly man. He has paid his rent regularly, but he visits his chambers at irregular intervals. 8 years ago there was a forgery at your brother's. The cheque was payable to the order of Edmund Gray, mark that. The money was paid, I'll remember. Athelstan Arundel was accused or suspected of the thing he was. And he ran away to avoid being arrested. Remember that. And he's never been heard of since. Well, the series or forgeries by which the shares and stocks belonging to Mr. Doering have been stolen are all written in the same handwriting as the first, and are all carried on in the name and for the order of Edmund Gray. That you would acknowledge in a moment if you saw the papers. There are the same lines and curves of the letters underscore, which proves, I should say, that Athelstan never did it. Wait a minute. Don't let's be in a hurry. The forgers by themselves could do nothing. They wanted someone in the office, someone always about the place, someone who could get at the safe, someone who could get from the office what the man outside wanted, someone to intercept the letters well. That person, Sir Samuel, I have found. Sir Samuel sat up. You have found him? I have. And here's my difficulty. Because, Sir Samuel, he's your brother's new partner, and unless we lodge him in the jug before many days, he will be your own brother-in-law. Sir Samuel changed colour, and got up to see that the door behind the screen was shut. This is a very serious thing to say, Checkley, a very serious thing. Oh. I will make it quite plain. First, as to opportunities, next, as to motives, third, as to facts. For opportunities, then. Latterly, for the last 6 months, he's been working in the chief's office nearly all day long. There he sat, at the little table between the windows, just half turned round to catch the light, with the open safe within easy reach of his hand when the chief wasn't looking, or when, because he doesn't always touch the bell, Mr. Doering would bring papers into my office and leave him alone, alone, with the safe. That's for opportunities. Now for motives. He's been engaged for 2 years, I understand, to a young lady, to Lady Doring's sister. Just so, sir. And I believe, until the unexpected luck of his partnership, against the wish of Lady Doring's family. That is true. He had 200 a year. And he had nothing else, no prospects and no chances. So I think you will acknowledge that there's sufficient motive here for him to try anything. Well, if poverty is a motive, no doubt he had one. Poverty was the motive. You couldn't have a stronger motive. There isn't in the whole world a stronger motive, though, I admit, some young men who are poor may keep honest. I did. Mr. Austen, I take it, is one of those that don't keep honest. That's for motive. Now for facts. Mr. Austen had nothing to do with the forgery 8 years ago, he was only an articled clerk beginning. But he knew young Emdal who did the thing, remember. That cheque was written by young Emdal, who ran away. The letters of this year are written by the same hand, by your brother-in-law, Sir Samuel, by Mr. Athelstan Arundel. But he is gone, he has disappeared, nobody knows where he is. Checkley laughed. This was a moment of triumph. He is back again, Sir Samuel. I have seen him. Where? Athelstan back again? I will tell you. All these forgeries use the name of Edmund Gray, of 22 South Square, Gray's Inn. I have told you that before. When the thing is discovered, young Austen gaze off and makes himself mighty busy tracking and following up, hunting down, doing detective work, and so on. Oh! Who's so busy as he? Found out that Edmund Gray was an old man, if you please, and this morning again, so cheerful and lively that it does your heart good, going to settle it all in a day or two. Yah! As if I couldn't see through his cunning. Why? I'm 75 years old. I'm up to every kind of dodge. What will happen next, unless you cut in? First, we shall hear that Mr. Edmund Gray has gone abroad, or has vanished, or something. When he's quite out of way, we shall find out that he did the whole thing, him and nobody else. And then if there's no more money to be made by keeping the papers, they will all come back, from Edmund Gray, penitent, oh! I know. But about Athelstan Arundel. To be sure. I'm an old man, Sir Samuel, and I talk too much. Well, I go most nights to a parlour in Holborn, the Salutation it is, where the company is select and the liquor good. There I saw him a week ago. He was brought in by one of the company. I knew him at once, and he wasn't in hiding. Used his own name. But he didn't see me. No, no, thinks ill. We won't give this away. I hid my face behind a newspaper. He's been staying in Camberwell for the last 8 years, I believe, all the time. In Camberwell? Why in Camberwell? In bad company, as I was given to understand. In Prodigal Son's company. You don't mean this, Checkley? Is it really Hugh? It is perfectly TNLE, Sir Samuel. I have seen him. He was dressed like a prince, velvet jacket and crimson tie and white waistcoat. And he walked in with just his old insolence, nose up, head back, looking round as if we were not fit to be in the same room with him, just as he used to do. By Jove, said Sir Samuel, thrusting his hands into his pockets. What will Hilda say, I mean, Lady Doring, say, when she hears it? There is more to hear, Sir Samuel, not much more. But it drives the nail home, a nail in their coffin, I hope and hust. Go on. Let me hear all. You've caught on, have you, to all I said about Edmund Gray of 22 South Square, him as was mentioned 8 years ago, and about the handwriting being the same now as then? Yes. So that the same hand which forged the cheque then has forged the letters now. Quite so. I said then, and I say now, that young Arundel forged that cheque. I say now that he is the forger of these letters, and that Austen stood in with him and was his confidant. What do you think of this? Tonight, after office, I thought I would go and have a look at 22 South Square. So I walked up and down on the other side. My eyes are pretty good still. I thought I should perhaps see something presently over the way. So I did. Who should come into the square, marching along as if the old place, benches and all, belonged to him, but Mr. Athelstan Arundel. He pulled up at number 22, mind, Edmund Gray's number. He walked upstairs, I heard him, to the second floor, Edmund Gray's floor. Good Lord, cried Sir Samuel. This is suspicious with a vengeance. Oh! But I haven't done. I stayed where I was, wondering if he would come down, and whether I should meet him and ask him what he was doing with Edmund Gray. And then, I was richly rewarded. Oh! Rich was the reward, for who should come into the square but young Austen himself. He, too, went up the stairs of number 22. And there I left them both, and came to put the case into your hands. What do you want me to do? I want you to advise me. What shall I do? There is my case complete. I don't suppose you want a more complete case, for any court of justice. Well, as for that, I'm not a lawyer. As a city man, if a clerk of mine was in such a suspicious position as young Austen, I should ask him for all explanations. You've got no actual proof, you see, that he, or Athelstan either, did the thing. I beg your pardon, Sir Samuel. I'm only a clerk, and you're a great city knight, but I don't know what better proof you want. Don't I see young Austen pretending not to know who Edmund Gray is, and then going up to his chambers to meet his pal Athelstan Arundel? Ain't that proof? Don't I tell you that the same hand had been at work in both forgeries? Isn't that hand young Arundel's? Checkley, I see that you are greatly interested in this matter. I would give, £20, yes, 20 hard-earned pounds to see those two young gentlemen in the dock, where they shall be, he repeated. His trembling voice, cracked with old age, seemed unequally wedded to the malignity of his words and his expression. One of these young gentlemen, said Sir Samuel, is my brother-in-law. The other, unless this business prevents, will be my brother-in-law before many days. You will, therefore, understand that my endeavours will be to keep them both out of dock. The job will be only half complete without, but still, to see young Austen drove out of the place, with disgrace, same as the other one was, why, that should be something to think about afterwards. Checkley went away. Sir Samuel sat thinking what was best to be done. Like everybody else, he quite believed in Athelstan's guilt. Granted that fact, he saw clearly that there was another very black-looking case against him and against George Austen. What should be done? He would consult his wife. He did so. What will Elsie say? She asked. Yet, sooner or later, she must be told. I suppose that will be my task. But she can wait a little. Do you go tomorrow morning to Mr. Doering and tell him? The sooner he knows the better. You now understand why Mr. Checkley was so joyous when he arrived at the salutation, and why he proposed that toast. In the morning Sir Samuel saw his brother and whispered in his ear the whole of the case, as prepared and drawn up by Checkley. What do you say? He asked when he had concluded. I say nothing. Mr. Doering had heard all the points brought out one after the other without the least emotion. There is nothing to be said. But, my dear brother, the evidence. There is no evidence. It is all supposition. If Athelstan committed the first forgery, There is no evidence to show that he did if he has been living all these years a life of profligacy in England. I have evidence to the contrary in my own possession. If he was tempted by poverty, if young Austen was also tempted by poverty, if the two together, or either separately, could undertake, under temptation, risks so terrible, you see, the whole case is built upon an if. Yet it holds together at every point. It is a perfect case. Who else could do it? Checkley certainly could not. That old man, that old servant. I agree with you, Checkley could not do it. Not because he is too old, age has nothing to do with crime, nor because he is an old servant. He could not do it because he is not clever enough. This kind of thing wants grasp and vision. Checkley hasn't got either. He might be a Confederate. He may have stopped the letters. He is miserly, he might be tempted by money. Yet I do not think it possible. No, I cannot believe that, said Sir Samuel. Yet it is quite as difficult to believe such a thing of young Austen. Oh! I know everything is possible. He belongs to a good family, he has his own people to think of, he is engaged, he has always led a blameless life. Yet, everything is possible. I have known cases in the city where the blameless seeming was only a pretence and a cloak, most deplorable cases, I assure you, the cloak to hide a profligate life. I'll think if that were so, I should not be deceived. Outward signs in such cases are not wanting. I know the face of the profligate, open or concealed. Young Austen presents no sign of anything but a regular and blameless life. For all these reasons, I say, we ought to believe him incapable of any dishonourable action. But I have been in practice for 50 years, during this long period I know not how many cases, what are called family cases, have been in my hands. I have had in this room the trembling old profligate of 70, ready to pay any price rather than let the thing be known to his old wife, who believes in him, and his daughters, who worship him. I have had the middle-aged man of standing in the city imploring me to buy back the paper, at any price, which would stamp him with infamy. I have had the young man on his knees begging me never to let his father know the forgery, the theft, the villainy, the seduction, what not. And I have had women of every age sitting in that chair confessing their wickedness, which they do for the most part with hard faces and cold eyes, not like the men, with shame and tears. The men fall being tempted by want of money, which means loss of pride and self-respect, and position, and comfort. There ought to have been a clause in the litany, from want of money at all ages and on all, good Lord, deliver true, most TME, said Sir Samuel. From want of shall say this next time I go to want of money at all ages, and particularly when one is getting on in years, and has a title to keep up, good Lord, deliver us. Very good indeed, brother. I shall quote this in the city. Tomorrow, I have to make a speech at the Helmet Makers' Company. I shall quote this very remarkable saying of yours. Mr. Doering smiled gravely. A simple saying, indeed. The greatest temptation of any is the want of money. Why, there is nothing that the average man will not do rather than be without money. He is helpless, he is a slave, he is in contempt, without money. Austen, you tell me, was tempted by want of money. I think not. He was poor, he had enough to keep him, he was frugal, he had simple wants, he had never felt the want of money. No, I do not think that he was tempted by poverty. Everything is possible, this is possible. But, brother, silence. If you speak about this, you may injure the young man, supposing him to be innocent. If he is guilty, you will put him on his guard. And, mind, I shall show no foolish mercy, none, when we find the guilty parties. All the more reason, therefore, for silence. Sir Samuel promised. But he had parted with the secret, he had given it into the keeping of a woman. Who is Edmund Grey? Athelstan laughed on the first hearing of the thing. It was on the Tuesday evening, the day after the discovery, and George was dining with him. He laughed both loud and long and with some of the old bitter mess. So the notes were in the safe all along, were they? Who put them there? I, says old Checkley, with my pretty fingers, I put them there. As soon as this other business is over, the chief must tell your mother, Athelstan. It ought to come from him. I shall say nothing to Elsie just yet. She shall learn that you are home again, and that your name is clear again, at the same moment. I confess that I should be pleased to make them all confess that their suspicions were hasty and unfounded. At the same time I did wrong to go away, I ought to have stuck to my post. As for this other business, one thinks with something like satisfaction of the wise old lawyer losing £40,000. It made him sit up, did it? For such a man to sit up indicates the presence of deep emotion. Lost £40,000. And he who holds so strongly to the sanctity of property. £40,000. Well, but we shall recover the certificates, or get new ones in their place. I'll suppose so. Shares can't be lost or stolen, really, can they? Meantime, there may be difficulty, and you must try to find the forger. Has it yet occurred to you that Checkley is the only man who has had control of letters and access at all times to the office? It has. Checkley is not exactly a fox, he is a jackal, therefore he does somebody's dirty work for him at a wage. That is the way with the jackal, you know. 8 years ago he tried to make a little pile by a little forgery. He did not commit the forgery, I am sure, but he did the jackal, only he forgot that notes are numbered, so when he remembered that, he put them back. Now, his friend the forger, who is no doubt a begging letter writer, has devised an elaborate scheme for getting hold of shares, ignorant that they are of no value. Well, he has drawn the dividends for 4 months. That is something, you see, but he hoped to get hold of £38,000. It is the same hand at work, you infer from the writing. You are quite sure of that. There can be no doubt of it. How could 2 different hands present exactly the same curious singularities? And all the letters, cheques, and transfers for the same person. What is his name? One Edmund Gray, resident at 22 South Square, Gray's Inn. Number 22. Oh. That is where Freddie Carstone lives. Do you know anything about the nom Edmund Gray? I have been in search of information about him. He is described by the landlord of the rooms and by his laundress as an elderly gentleman. Elderly. Checkley is elderly. Yes, I thought of Checkley, of course. But somehow the indications don't fit. My informants speak of a gentleman. Nobody at his kindliest and most benevolent mood could possibly call Checkley a gentleman. The word gentleman, said Athelstan, is elastic. It stretches with the employer or the consumer of it. It is like the word truth to a politician. It varies from man to man. You cannot lay down any definition of word gentleman. Do you know nothing more about him? A little. He has held this set of chambers for 9 years, and he pays his rent regularly before the day it falls due. Also I called upon him the other day when his laundress was at work and wrote a note to him at his table. The room is full of socialist books and pamphlets. He is therefore, presumably, a socialist leader. I'll know all their leaders, said Athelstan the journalist. I've made the acquaintance of most for business purposes. I've had to read up the literature and to make the acquaintance of their chiefs. There is no Edmund Gray among them. Stay, there is a socialist letter in the Times of today, surely, waited. They were dining at the club where Athelstan was a temporary member. Let me have the Times of today. Yes, I thought so. Here is a letter from the socialist point of view, signed by Edmund Gray, and yes, look here, it is most curious, with the same address, 22 South Square, a long letter, in small print, and put in the supplement, but it's there. See, signed Edmund Gray. What do you think of that, for impudence in a forger? George read the letter through carefully. It was a whole column long, and it was in advocacy of socialism pure and simple. One was surprised that the editor had allowed it to appear. Probably he was influenced by the tone of it, which was generous, cheerful, and optimistic. There was not the slightest ring of bitterness about it. We who look, it said, toward the coming disappearance of propriety, not by violence and revolution, but by a rapid process of decay and wasting away, regard the present position of the holders of property with the greatest satisfaction. Everywhere there are encouraging signs. Money which formerly obtained 5%, now yields no more than half that rate. Shares which were formerly paying 10, 12, and 20%, are now falling steadily. Companies started every day in the despairing hope of the old great gains, fail and are wound up. Land, which the old wars forced up to an extraordinary value, has now sunk so enormously that many landlords have lost 3/4 and even more of their income. All those enterprises which require the employment of many hands, as docks, railways, printing houses, manufactories of all kinds, are rapidly falling into the condition of being able to pay no dividend at all, because the pay of the men and the maintenance of the plant absorb all. When that point is reached, the whole capital, the millions, embarked in these enterprises will be lost forever. The stock cannot be sold because it produces nothing, it has vanished. In other words, sir, what I desire to point out to your readers is that while you are discussing or denouncing socialism, the one condition which makes socialism possible and necessary is actually coming upon the world, namely, the destruction of capital. Why have not men in all ages combined to work for themselves? Because capital has prevented them. When there is no capital left to employ them, to bully them, to make laws against their combinations, or to bribe them, they will then have to work with and for themselves or starve. The thing will be forced upon them. Work will be a necessity for everybody, there will be no more a privileged class, all who work will be paid at equal rates for their work, those who refuse to work will be suffered to starve. The letter went on to give illustrations of the enormous losses in capital during the last 15 years, when the shrinkage began. It concluded, for my own part, I confess that the prospect of the future fills me with satisfaction. No more young men idle, middle-aged men pampered, and old men looking back to a wasted life, nobody trying to save, because the future of the old, the widows, the children, the decayed, and the helpless, will be a charge upon the strong and the young, that is, upon the Jews, the workers of the state. No more robbery, no more unproductive classes. Do not think that there will no more men of science and of learning. These, too, will be considered workers. Or no more poets, dramatists, artists, novelists. These, too, will be considered workers. And do not fear the coming of that time. It is stealing upon us as surely, as certainly, as the decay of the powers in old age. Doubt not that when it comes we shall have become well prepared for it. Those of us who are old may lament that we shall not live to see the day when the last shred of property is cast into the common hoard. Those of us who are young have all the more reason to rejoice in their youth, because they may live to see the great day of humanity dawn at last. Edmund Gray, 22 South Square, Gray's Inn. You have read this? Asked George. Yes, I read it this morning before I knew the significance of the signature. Letter of a dreamer. He sees what might happen, and thinks that it will happen. Capital is too strong yet. Is this the letter of a forger, a conspirator, a thief? It does not strike me in that light. Yet many great thieves are most amiable in their private lives. There is no reason why this dreamer of dreams should not be also a forger and a thief. Still, the case would be remarkable, I admit. Can there be two Edmund Grays, father and son? Can there be a clerk to Edmund Gray, impudently using his master's name, and ready to open any letter that may come? Consider, Clark is a friend of old Checkley. Clark invents the scheme. Checkley does his share. However, we can easily find out something more about the man, because my old friend, Freddie Carstone, has chambers on the same floor. We will walk over after dinner, and if Freddie happens to be sober he is about this time pleasantly, not stupidly, chunk, as a rule, he will tell us what he knows about his neighbor. I ought to see Elsie this evening, but this is more important. Much more. Send her a telegram. Waiter, we will take coffee here. So. You have got the conduct of case in your own hands. What has Checkley got? Nothing. I believe he is jealous of me. I don't know why. But it does not matter what an old man like that thinks. Even an old man can strike a match and light a fire. Checkley is a malignant old man. He is quite capable of charging you with the job. I wonder he hasn't done it by this time. Remember my case, old man. Athelstan's face darkened at the recollection. Dirt sticks sometimes. Look at me. I am smirched all over. Tlis' manner was very odd this morning, insolent and strange. He began to talk mysteriously of the ingratitude of the forger. Why, he's actually going to do it. Don't you see, he means that you are the forger. Oh. Does he? Very well, Athelstan. George finished his coffee and got up. The sooner we find out this mistety of this Edmund Gray the better. Let us seek your tipsy scholar. They walked from Piccadilly to Holborn, turning the thing over and making a dozen sunrises. Edmund Gray, twins, Edmund Gray, father and son, father wanting to destroy property, a socialist, son wanting to steal property, individualist, Edmund Gray cousins, one the mild philosopher, rejoicing in the decay of wealth, the other a bandit, robber and conspirator, Edmund Gray, father and daughter, the young lady of the advanced type, who has not only thrown over her religion but her morals also, Edmund Gray, master and clerk, Edmund Gray under domination of a villain. There was in every situation a noble chance for the imagination. George showed a capacity unsuspected. He should have been a novelist. The hypothesis was always beautiful and admirable, but it wanted one thing vraisemblance. One felt, even while advancing and defending one, that it was impossible. They turned into the gateway of the inn and walked down the passage into the square. Look! Athelstan caught his companion by the wrist. Who is that? Checkley himself. He is coming out of No. 22. Yes, out of 22. What is he doing there? Eh? What has he been doing there? It was Checkley. The old man, walking feebly, with bent head, came out from the entrance of number 22 and turned northward into Field Court. They waited, watching him, until he left the square. What is he doing there? Asked George again. Come. Edmund Gray must be at home. Let us go up. They found the outer door shut. They knocked with their sticks. There was no answer. What was he doing here? Asked Athelstan. The scholar's door stood open. The scholar himself was for once perfectly sober, and welcomed them joyously and boisterously. We are here on business, Freddie, said Athelstan. You are here to sit and talk and drink whiskey and soda till midnight, till 2 o'clock in the morning. It is not until 2 in the morning that you can get the full flavour of the inn. It is like a college then, monastic, shut off from the world, peaceful, business first, then. You know your neighbour, Mr. Edmund Gray? Certainly. We exchange the compliments of the season and the news of the weather when we meet on the stairs. He has been in here, but not often. A man who drinks nothing is your true damper. That, believe me, and no other, was the veritable skeleton at the feast. Our business concerns your neighbour, Mr. Edmund Gray. We want you to tell us what you know about him. Go on, then. Question, and I will answer, if I can. Does Mr. Edmund Grey live at these chambers? No. He may sometimes sleep in them, but I should say not often. He calls at irregular intervals. Sometimes in the afternoon, sometimes in the morning, sometimes not for several weeks together. He is most uncertain. Do many people call upon him? No one ever calls upon him. Does he keep clerks? Does he carry on an extensive correspondence? I have never heard the postman at his door. Has he a son or a brother or a partner or anything? I don't know. He may have these hindrances, but they are not apparent. What is his occupation or trade? He is a socialist. He is athirst for the destruction of property. Meantime, I believe, he lives on his own. Perhaps his will be spared to the last. He is an old gentleman of pleasant manners and of benevolent aspect. The old women beg of him, the children ask him the time, the people who have lost their way apply to him. He dreams all the time, he lives in a world impossible. Oh! Quite impossible. Why, in a world all I myself should be impossible. They wouldn't have me. My old friend told me the other day that I should not be tolerated. They would kill me. All because I do no work, or next to none. George looked at Athelstan. We are farther off than ever, he said. Alr. Edmund Grey believes that the kingdom of heaven is a kind of hive where everybody has got to work with enormous zeal, and where nobody owns anything. Also he thinks that it is close at hand, which makes him a very happy old gentleman. This can't be Checkley, said George. It would seem not, Athelstan replied. Did you ever see another old man up here? We saw him coming out just now, one Checkley, a lawyer's clerk. No, not up here. There is an elderly person, a party, of the name, who uses the parlour of the Salutation, where I myself sometimes, one must relax, Pawson loved to have him, so did Johnson, I myself, I say, sometimes forget that I used to belong to the combination room, and sit with Checkley and his companions. But I do not think he is a friend of Mr. Grey. As well call the verger the friend of the bishop. Mr. Grey is a gentleman and a scholar, he is a man of generous instincts and culture. He could not be a friend of the man Checkley. Yet we saw Checkley coming out of this Venn staircase. They talked of other things. They talked till midnight. When they came away the scholar was at his best, one more glass which he took after they left would have turned the best into the worst. We are as far off as before, said George. No, we are so much the nearer that we know who Edmund Grey is not. He is not Checkley. He has no clerks. He has no visitors. He comes seldom. George, this looks to me suspicious. We met Checkley stealing out of the door. Why does Edmund Grey keep these chambers? No business done there, no letters brought there, no callers, the man does not lie there. The socialism may be, must be, a blind. Why does the man keep on these chambers? Meantime at the Salutation the usual company was assembled. Elphia, said the barrister, that we shall not have our friend the scholar here this evening. As I came down the stairs I saw him through his door receiving two gentlemen, young gentlemen. He will display his wonted hospitality upon them this evening instead. He sighed, and called for the glass of old and mild mixed, which was all he could afford. Had the scholar been with them, certainly there would have been a nobler and a costlier glass. He took up the morning paper and began to read it. The conversation went on slowly and with jerks. A dull conversation, a conversation of men without ideas, a day before yesterday conversation, the slow exchange of short, solid sentences taken from the paper, or overheard and adopted. We sometimes praise the old tavern life, and we regret the tavern talk. We need not, it was dull, gross, ignorant, and flat, it was commonplace and conventional, because it was so dull, The men were fain to sing songs and to propose sentiments, and to drink more than was good for them. Why and when do men drink more than is good for them? First, when and because things are desperately dull, there is nothing to interest them, give them animation, thoughts, amusements, and they will not begin to drink. When they have begun, they will go on. When they have arrived at a certain stage, let them drink as fast as they can, and so get out of the way, because they will never mend, and they only cumber the earth. Here is, you see, a complete solution, a short solution, of the whole drink question. It will not be accepted, because people like a long solution, a three-column solution. The barrister lifted his head. There is a letter here, he said, interrupting the XM.P, who was clearing the way for what he called an argument by an introduction in the usual form. While on the one hand, gentlemen, he was saying, I am free to confess, there is a letter here, he repeated in a louder voice. The barrister was now old, but he could still assume at times the masterful manner of counsel before the court, which should be read. It is a letter on socialism. Ah, said the moneylender. Socialism? They want to destroy property. Socialism? Don't tell me, sir. It is a dream of what might be, a noble, a generous letter. He looked round him. In their dull and fishy eyes there was no gleam or sparkle of response. I forgot, he said, you cannot be interested in such a letter. I'll beg your pardon, sir. He bowed with great courtesy to the XM.P. I interrupted your valuable observations. We shall listen, I am sure. He buried his head in the paper again. The legislator began again. As I was saying, gentlemen, when I was interrupted, on the subject of education and the ratepayers, being a ratepayer myself, as we all are, and having our taxes to pay, which is the only advantage we ever get from being a ratepayer, while on the one hand I am free to confess, why, the barrister interrupted once again, this letter is from a man on our staircase, number 22, Checkley started, an acquaintance of mine, if I can call him so, and of our friend the scholar. A very able man, now somewhat in years. By name Edmund Gray. What, said Checkley, Edmund Gray? You know Edmund Gray? Certainly. I have known him this 9 years. Ever since he has been in the inn? What sort of a man is he? Checkley stammered in his eagerness. A very good sort of a man. Why do you ask? I'll want to know, for his advantage, oh. Yes, yes, for his own advantage, yes. The barrister retreated to his paper. Oh, yes, he added. Quite so. For his great personal advantage, Checkley repeated. Robe 1T, I think the gentleman would take a tumbler, if you will bring it hot, Robert, strong with lemon and sugar, a large rummer, Robert. The ancient barrister's head behind the paper was observed to tremble. Robert returned with his rummer, the glass spoon tinkling an invitation. Dinner had been but a Sony affair that day, a stopgap, insufficient in bulk. The tempted man felt a yearning that could not be resisted. He stretched out his hand and took the glass and tasted it. Then turning to Checkley, you have purchased my speech, sir. You were asking me about Mr. Edmund Gray. What do you wish to know? Everything, his business, his private life, anything. As for his business, he has none, he is a gentleman living on his means, like myself, but his means are larger than my own, he has a residence elsewhere, I don't know where, he uses his chambers but little, he has a collection of books there, and he keeps them for purposes of study. Does he call there every day? No. Only at irregular times. Sometimes not for many weeks together. Has he got any friends? I should say that he has no friends at all, at least none that come to the inn. I have never heard or seen anyone in his room. A quiet man. No slammer. An excellent man to have on the staircase. No trampler, doesn't tramp up and down like an elephant. Isn't brought home drunk. What does he look like? He is a man advanced in years, perhaps 70, a good-looking man, very cheerful countenance, tall and well set up still, wears a long frock coat. And that, I believe, is all I know about him. That's all you've got to tell me, is it? That is all, Mr. Checkley. Except that he has written a very remarkable letter to the Times of this morning. Well, sir, if that is all, it isn't much for your rum and water, let me tell you. The barrister rose and poured the half-glass that remained into the cinders. Then let me drink no more than my information was worth, he said, and at the sight of so much magnanimity the broad earth trembled and Mr. Checkley sat aghast. The ex-statesman cleared his throat and began again. After the third interruption, gentlemen, I may hope for a hearing. While, therefore, on the one hand, the voice of duty. Elsie in her studio was at work. She was painting a fancy portrait. You have seen how, before her interview with Mr. Doing, she transformed him from a hard and matter-of-fact lawyer into a genial, benevolent old gentleman. She was now elaborating this transformation. It is a delightful known to every portrait painter, whereby a face faithfully represented becomes the face of another person, or the face as it might be, so that a hard and keen face, such as Mr. Doing's, may become a face ennobled with spiritual elevation, benevolence, charity, and kindness of heart. Or, on the other hand, without the least change of feature, this hard keen face may become, by the curve of a line or the addition of a shadow, the face of a cruel and pitiless inquisitor. Or, again, any face, however blurred and marred by the life of its owner, may by the cunning portrait painter be restored to the face intended by its maker, that is to say, a sweet and serious face. Great indeed is the power, marvellous is the mystery, of the limner's art. Now, Elsie murmured, you look like some great philanthropist, a thoughtful philanthropist, not a foolish person. Your high forehead and your sharp nostril proclaim that you are no impulsive gusher, your kindly eyes beam with goodness of heart, your lips are firm because you hate injustice. Oh, my dear guardian, how much I have improved you! Something like this you looked when you told me of my fortune, and like this when you spoke of your dream, and your illusions. Something like this you looked. She went on working at her fantasy, crooning a simple ditty, composed of many melodies running into one, as girls use when they are quite happy. The afternoon was hot. Outside, Elsie's windows looked upon a nest of little London gardens, where nasturtiums twisted round strings upon the walls, hollyhocks and sunflowers, which love the London smoke, lifted their heads, and Virginia creepers climbed to the house-tops. The little London gardens do sometimes look gay and bright in the yellow glow of a July afternoon. The window was open, and the room was almost as hot as the street outside. We get so few hot days that one here and there cannot be too hot. On the table lay a photograph of her lover, over the mantel hung her own drawing in pastel of that swain, on her finger was his ring, round her neck lay his chain. All day long she was reminded of him, if she should cease for a moment to think of him. But there was no need of such reminder. It was Friday afternoon, 4 days after the great discovery. Elsie had been informed of the event, the news of which she received after the feminine manner, with an ejaculation of surprise and an interjection of sympathy. But one cannot expect a girl on the eve of her marriage to be greatly distressed because her guardian, a rich man, is annoyed by the temporary loss of certain shares. And as to finding the criminal and getting back those shares, it was man's work. All the troublesome and disagreeable part of the world's work belongs to man. It was nearly 5 o'clock. Elsie was beginning to think that she had done enough, and that, after tea, a walk in the gardens might be pleasant. Suddenly, without any noise or warning of steps outside, her door was opened and her sister Hilda appeared. Now, so swift is the feminine perception, that Elsie instantly understood that something had happened, something bad to herself. For first, the door was opened gently, as in a house of Mauming, and next, Hilda had on a dress lavender with heliotrope, costly, becoming, sympathetic, and sorrowful, a half-mourning dress, and she stood for a moment at the door with folded hands, her classical head inclined a little downward to the left, and her eyes drooping, an artistic attitude of sadness. Hilda not only said the right thing and held the proper sentiments, but she liked to assume the right attitude and to personate the right emotion. Now it is given to woman, and only to her when she is young, tall, and beautiful, to express by attitude all or any of the emotions which transport or torture her fellow creatures. Hilda, you see, was an artist. "Come in, dear," said Elsie. "I am sure that you have got something disagreeable to tell." Hilda kissed her forehead. "My poor child," she murmured. "If it could have been told you by anybody else." "Well, let us hear it. Is it anything very disagreeable?" "It is terrible. I tremble, I dare not tell you. Yet I must. You ought to know. If you would go on. It is much more terrible to be kept in suspense. It is about George." "Oh," said Elsie, flaming. "I have had so much trouble about George already, that I did think, my dear, all opposition of the former kind is removed, as you know. This is something very different. Worse," she added in a hollow voice, "tar worse. For heaven's sake, get along. Has told you about the dreadful robbery. Of course you have talked about nothing else since it happened. I found my mother full of it. Yes, George is in charge of the case. He says that everything must be recovered, and that Mr. Doering will in the end suffer no more injury than the trouble of it. That may be so. Elsie, I hardly dare to tell you, there is a clue. Checkley has got that clue, and has told Sir Samuel everything. He is following up the clue. I shudder to think of it. The man is as relentless as a bloodhound. Does that clue concern me?" Her cheek became pale because she guessed, she knew not what. "Sir Samuel, against his will, is convinced that Checkley has found the clue. He has told me the whole. He has consented to my telling the dreadful story to my mother and to you, and now I am afraid. Yet I must." Elsie made a gesture of impatience. "Go back, Elsie, 8 years, if you can. Remember the wretched business of our unworthy brother." "I remember it." "Not unworthy, Hilda. Our most unfortunate brother. Why, they have found the VO notes he was charged with stealing. They were found in the safe on the Belwiedere when they made the other discovery. Have they not told you?" Checkley told Sir Samuel. He also remembers seeing Athelstan place the packet in the safe. "Oh. Does he dare to say that?" "Why, Hilda, the robbery was proved to lie between himself and Athelstan. If he saw that, why did he not say so? He keeps silence for 8 long years, and then he speaks." Hilda shook her head sadly. "I fear," she said, "that we cannot accept the innocence of our unfortunate brother. However, Athelstan was accused of forging Mr. Doering's handwriting and signature. In this new forgery, the same handwriting is found again, exactly the same. The forger is the same. Clearly, therefore, it cannot be Athelstan. That settles it, does settle it. Because, you see, Athelstan is in London. He is said to have been living in London all the time, in some wretched place called Camberwell, inhabited, I suppose, by runaways and low company of every kind. He has lately been seen in the neighbourhood of Gray's Inn, apparently passing under his own name. Checkley has seen him. Another person has seen him. Have you come to tell me that Athelstan is charged with this new wickedness? The forger must have had an accomplice in the office, a man able to get at the safe, able to intercept the post, acquainted with Mr. Doering's ways, such a man as, say, Checkley, or, the only other possible, George." Hilda paused. "Oh! This is too absurd. You are now hinting that George, my George," she said proudly, "was the confederate of Athelstan, no, a forger. They have been seen together. They have been seen together at the house from which the forger addresses his letters. Has George told you that he has known all along, for 8 years, of Athelstan's residence in London? Observe how that simple remark made in the salutation parlour, that Athelstan must have been living in Camberwell, had by this time grown into a complete record of 8 years hiding, 8 years disgraceful company on the part of one, and 8 years complicity and guilty knowledge on the part of the other. Hilda had not the least doubt. It was quite enough for her that Checkley said so. Half the contents of our newspapers are conducted on the same confiding principle. If George has not told me, Elsie replied, it must be for some good reason. Perhaps he was pledged to secrecy. My dear Hilda rose impressively with fateful face. The hand that forged the letters is the hand that forged the cheque, your brother's hand. The hand that took the certificates from the safe. She laid her own upon Elsie's hand. The hand of the confederate, my poor sister, is your lover's hand. I knew, said the girl, that you were coming to this. I have felt it from the beginning. Remember, the thing was done in the months of February, March, and April. First of all, Athelstan was then, as now, desperately poor. The life that he has led for the last 8 years, the life of a Camberwell profligate. She spoke as if that respectable suburb was the modern Alsatia, has certainly destroyed whatever was left of honour and of principle. There comes a time, I have read, in the career of every wicked man when he hesitates no longer whatever means are offered him of making money. Athelstan it was, so they believe, who devised this scheme, which has been as successful as it is disgraceful. My dear Elsie, this is the most terrible disgrace that has ever befallen my family, the most dreadful and the most unexpected calamity for you. Elsie caught her sister by the wrist. In the name of God, Hilda, are you telling me what is proved and true, or what is only suspected? I'm telling you what is as good as proved. More than suspected, as good as proved. Oh! Elsie drew a long breath. As good as proved. That is enough. Like Athelstan's guilt 8 years ago, she flared out suddenly, springing up again and walking about the room. Oh! It is wonderful, she cried, wonderful. What a family we are. We had a brother, and we believed that he was an honourable gentleman, as the son of his father must be. Then there was a charge, a foolish charge, based upon nothing but may have been and must have been. We believed the charge, because we had no choice but to believe. Elsie, her sister, interrupted. Do you think we wanted to believe the charge? We should have believed him innocent until the thing was proved. We did not. We cast him out from among us, and now, after 8 years, he has come back poor, you say, and sunk so low that he is ashamed to see his people, and we are going to believe another charge based on may have been and must have been. No, Hilda. I will not believe it, I will not. And then there is George. If I cease to believe in his honour and his truth, I cease to believe in everything. I cannot believe in heaven itself unless I believe in my lover. Why, his heart is light about this business, he is not concerned, he laughs at that old man's ravings. Ravings? If Athelstan is right, then his is the hand that has done it all, his. Hilda, Checkley is the man concerned with both crimes. Hilda shook her head. No, Elsie, no. The old man is above suspicion. Why should he be above suspicion more than George? And you ask me on the first breath of accusation to treat George as you treated Athelstan. Well, Hilda, I will not. I make every allowance for you, Elsie. It is a most dreadful business, a heart-breaking business. You may misrepresent me as much as you please, I will continue to make allowances for you. Meantime, what will you do? Do? What should I do? Nothing, nothing, nothing. I shall go on as if this thing had never happened. Sir Samuel ordered me to warn you most seriously. If you consent to see him again, consent. Consent? Why should I refuse? In a fortnight he will be my husband and my master, whom I must obey. He calls me his mistress now, but I am his servant. Consent to see him." She sat down and burst into tears. "If you see him again," her sister continued, "warn him to leave the country. The thing is so certain that in a day or two the proofs will be complete, and it will then be too late. Make him leave the country. Be firm, Elsie. Better still, refuse to see him at all and leave him to his fate." "What a fate! What madness! We allowed Athelstan to leave the country. He ought to have stayed. If I'll advise George at all, I shall advise him to stick to his post and see the business through. If he were to leave the country, I would go with him. You are infatuated, Elsie. I can only hope that he may fly the country of his own accord. Meantime, there is one other point." "What is it?" "Pray, don't spare me, Hilda. After what has gone before, it must be a very little point. You are bitter, Elsie, and I don't deserve your bitterness. But that is nothing. At such a moment everything must be pardoned and permitted. The point is about your wedding. It is fixed for the 12th of next month, less than 3 weeks from today. You must be prepared to put it off." "Indeed. Because you say that a thing impossible is as good as proved." "Certainly not, Hilda. I have come here today, Elsie, by Sir Samuel's express wish, in order to soften the blow and to warn you. Whether you will tell that unhappy young man or not, is for you to decide. Perhaps, if you do, he may imitate our unworthy brother and run away. If he does not, the blow will fall tomorrow, today, the day after tomorrow, I know not when. He will be arrested, he will be taken before a magistrate, he will be remanded, he will be out on bail. Oh, Elsie, think of marrying a man out on bail. One might as well marry a man in convict dress. Oh! Horrible! I would rather marry George in convict dress than any other man in fine arrayment. Because, once more, the thing is impossible. You carry your faith in your lover beyond bounds, Elsie. Of course a girl is right to believe in a man's honor. It makes her much more comfortable, and gives her a sense of security. Besides, we always like to believe that we are loved by the best of men. That makes us feel like the best of women. But in this case, when I tell you that Sir Samuel, a man who has always lived among money, so to speak, and knows how money is constantly assailed, is firmly convinced of George's complicity, I do think that you might allow something for human frailty. In the case of Athelstan, what did Mr. Doering say? Everything is possible. So I say of George Austen, everything is possible.